Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in the Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator Janelle John Bates and Senator Dr. Marlene Atz, both of whom are ill. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency, the President, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT. By Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Larry Lara, SC. Whereas by instrument dated 5th of December 2025, I appointed you to act as a temporary senator with effect from the 5th December 2025 and continuing during the absence of Senator Faris Alwari, SC, from Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas it is provided by Section 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, hereinafter referred to as the Constitution, that the exercise of the powers conferred upon her by section, the President shall act in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition. Now, therefore, I, Christine Kala Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44B of the Constitution and Section 39(1) of the Interpretation Act, Chapter 301, and acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby revoke with immediate effect your appointment as a temporary senator, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, at the office of the President, St. Anne's, this 9th day of December, 2025. To Mr. Sanjiv Boodhu. Whereas Senator Faris Alwari, SC, is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now, therefore, I, Christine Kala Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Sanjiv Boodhu, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 9th December 2025 and continuing during the absence of Senator Faris Alwari, SC, from Trinidad and Tobago, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, this 9th day of December 2025. To Mr. Mustapha Abdul-Hamid. Whereas Senator Janelle John Bates is incapable of performing her duties as a senator by reason of illness, now, therefore, I, Christine Kala Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 444(1)(b) and Section 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Mustapha Abdul-Hamid, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 9th of December 2025 and continuing during the absence of Senator Janelle John Bates by reason of illness, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, this 9th day of December 2025. Honorable Senators are required to take the oath of office. Can we all stand?
I, Sanjiv Boodhu, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by the Bhagavad Gita that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
I, Mustapha Abdul-Hamid, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives. The Finance Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
The Honorable Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 61(1)(b), I beg to move that the next stage of the Finance Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the Finance Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the Finance Bill 2025 will be taken later in the proceedings.
Papers.
The Honourable Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Mr. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment to the 9th Schedule, Number 2 Order 2025, and the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Regulations 2025.
The Honorable Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The annual reports as follows: the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the fiscal year 2022 to 2023, and the National Information and Communications Technology Company Limited for the fiscal year 2022 to 2023.
Urgent questions?
The Honorable Dr. Amery, Browne Center.
Thank you, Mr. President. Urgent question to the Minister of Homeland Security. Given the recent criminal incident in which 2 residents of Monas Island were kidnapped, can the Minister indicate what additional measures are being put in place to safeguard the public and mitigate such kidnappings?
Yeah, the Honorable Leader of the House.
Mr. President, the Honorable Wayne Sturge, Minister in the Ministry of Homeland Security, intends to come from the other place to answer this question, and I ask respectfully that this item be resumed when he arrives, and stood down for a few moments.
Okay. Honorable Senators, the Honorable Leader of Government Business has requested that that question be deferred until the arrival of the Minister in the Ministry of Homeland Security, who is currently in the other place answering a similar question. I would agree that we stand on that question, and as soon as the Honorable Minister arrives, we will return to this particular question. Okay. Continue, please.
Public business, government business, bills, second reading.
The Honorable Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled an act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters be now read a second time. Mr. President, the finance bill before us represents the legislative backbone of this government's plan to restore confidence, strengthen public institutions, rebuild our economy, and improve the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. On April 28, Mr. President, 2025, the citizens of this country gave this government a clear and decisive mandate, a mandate for renewal, for responsible governance, and for a more just, more secure, and more prosperous Trinidad and Tobago. This finance bill operationalizes many of the commitments we made to the population on October 13, 2025. The measures contained herein must be understood within the context of the severe fiscal, institutional, and economic challenges that this government inherited upon assuming office. As outlined in the budget statement, our assessment of the national fiscal position revealed a deep structural imbalance that trapped our economy in low growth, a weakened revenue administration system, rising debt and an empty treasury, institutions in decay, and thousands of citizens suffering from economic hardship, unemployment, and diminished public services. Mr. President, despite these challenges, this government acted swiftly and decisively in our first 150 days. We moved to stabilize the country, restore public trust, and begin economic renewal. We delivered on long-standing promises to former Caroni workers, to public servants, to our elderly, to students and families, to small businesses, and to communities long neglected. And Mr. President, the Finance Bill 2025, therefore, reflects not only the policy directions of this government, but also the urgency with which we are moving to rebuild Trinidad and Tobago. It gives effect to key fiscal measures designed to strengthen accountability and modernize tax administration, support economic recovery and job creation, enhance national security and border protection, provide relief to citizens, including through the reduction in the price of super gasoline, modernize our institutions, including customs, the Inland Revenue Division, and regulatory bodies, advance the diversification agenda, and protect the most vulnerable in our society. This bill forms part of a comprehensive, responsible, and people-centered fiscal strategy, one that anchors 5 strategic pillars: restoring fiscal stability, unlocking investments, optimizing public assets, modernizing infrastructure and digital services, and strengthening social protection. And Mr. President, the Finance Bill 2025 seeks to amend the following pieces of legislation: the Prime Minister's Pension Act, Chapter 251, the Gambling and Betting Act, Chapter 1119, the Immigration Act, Chapter 1801, the Statistics Act, Chapter 1902, the National Lotteries Act, Chapter 2104, the Tobacco Controls Act, Chapter 3004, the National Insurance Act, Chapter 3101, the Sports and Culture Fund Act, Chapter 4054, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, the Motor Vehicle Insurance Third-Party Risk Act, Chapter 4851, the Maxi Taxi Act, Chapter 4853, the Valuation of Land Act, Chapter 5803, the External Loans Act, Chapter 7105, the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Corporation Tax Act, Chapter 7502, the Property Tax Act, Chapter 7604, the Miscellaneous Taxes Act, Chapter 7701, the Customs Act, Chapter 7801, the Liquor License Act, Chapter 8401, the Brewery Act, Chapter 8752, and the Financial Obligation Regulations 2010. Mr. President, I now intend to examine the Finance Bill 2025, which contains 23 clauses on a clause-by-clause basis. Mr. President, Clause 1 contains the short title of the bill, which is cited as the Finance Act 2025. Clause 2, Mr. President, amends the Prime Minister's Pension Act, Chapter 251, by repealing and replacing subsection 1 of Section 4A and introducing a revised pension recalculation formula for former Prime Ministers. As you recall, Mr. President, this Senate is very much aware this government brought legislation to the Parliament that was passed in the form of the Prime Minister's Pension Amendment Act 2025. That act sought to introduce a tiered system of meritocracy where maximum benefits of pensions are earned rather than bestowed for an individual serving for 4 years or more as Prime Minister. Mr. President, as advised by the Honourable Attorney General in consultation with senior officials from the Attorney General's office, when the Act was passed, it was later identified that Section 4A, which deals with the review of a Prime Minister's pension, also needed to be amended to implement the new tiered system. Left unchanged, it would create a lacuna in the law, where immediately upon retirement, a past Prime Minister would be subjected to the tiered calculation, but upon the passage of the 5th anniversary of the meeting office, the same past Prime Minister would not be subject to the tiered calculation. Mr. President, Clause 3 amends the Gambling and Betting Act, Chapter 1119, with the aim of modernizing the offence structure and significantly strengthening penalties for illegal lottery activities. Mr. President, these amendments form part of this government's broader strategy to tackle the illegal operation of lotteries by focusing both on prevention and deterrence. For far too long, Mr. President, illegal gambling has thrived due to low and outdated penalties which fail to reflect the scale of the problem. By increasing penalties and making clear that these offences attract serious custodial sentences, this government is sending a clear and unmistakable signal that illegal lottery activities will not be tolerated. This new framework is designed to discourage unlawful operators before they act and disrupt organized illegal lottery activities. Mr. President, to effect our mandate, a new subsection 19(1)A is introduced to establish a penalty regime that provides for substantial fines and custodial sentences for offences in connection with lotteries. On summary conviction, the penalty rises from $3,000 and 12 months imprisonment to $250,000 and 3 years imprisonment. On conviction on indictment, the penalty imposed is $3 million and 7 years imprisonment. Furthermore, Mr. President, the amendment increases the penalties under Section 24 and 21(3) of the Act, offences in relation to exemptions of certain lotteries. In both cases, the fines are increased from very small amounts, $750 and $1,500 respectively, to a modernized penalty of $3,000 and 2 years imprisonment. Mr. President, these strengthen the penalties, ensure proper regulation of lotteries, including charitable lotteries, and prevent abuse of the system. The intention is to ensure fairness, accountability, prevention of wrongdoing, and responsible conduct within the gambling and lottery environment of Trinidad and Tobago. Clause 4 amends the Immigration Act, Chapter 1801, and introduces comprehensive amendments to the Immigration Act and the immigration regulations, with an aim of modernizing Trinidad and Tobago's border control system. These amendments are critical to strengthening national security, improving border efficiencies, and enabling a transition to electronic immigration processing. Firstly, Mr. President, these amendments introduce new definitions in Section 2 of the Immigration Act, which incorporate key concepts from the Electronic Transaction Act, such as data message, electronic and electronic record. This ensures that electronic declarations and digital processing are expressly recognized under immigration law and provides the legal foundation for a modern, technology-driven border management system. And for anybody, Mr. President, who have traveled into Trinidad and Tobago and keep asking us why we are still using a paper record, it is because of this. And for the last how many years, Mr. President, this remains outstanding, and it is left up to this government to once again fix it. This ensures that electronic declarations and digital processing are expressly recognized under immigration law and provides the legal foundation for a modern, technology-driven border management system. Furthermore, Mr. President, the amendment repeals Section 37(3) of the Act and inserts a new Section 37A, which requires all passengers and crew, both entering and departing Trinidad and Tobago, to complete and submit an immigration declaration, which may be completed electronically, whereby persons submitting them digitally will receive a data message confirming their submission. Mr. President, this represents a major step towards a secure, paperless immigration environment. The new section also allows the Chief Immigration Officer to share declaration information with the Controller of Customs for the purpose of enforcing customs law and with other bodies as may be prescribed. This strengthens interagency cooperation and improves our capacity to combat smuggling, trafficking, and other border-related offences. Mr. President, amendment to the immigration regulation ensures consistency with a new digital framework, and these include requiring passengers to submit declaration in the form and manner approved by the Chief Immigration Officer, clarifying that admission is only complete once formally recorded by an immigration officer, and updating carrier responsibilities to ensure that every passenger possesses valid travel documents and visa where required. The amendment also introduces a new requirement for every departing passenger to complete a departure declaration in a manner approved by the Chief Immigration Officer. Mr. President, collectively, these amendments bring our border control system firmly into the modern era at last. The enhanced security, improved efficiency, strengthened coordination with enforcement agencies, and support the transition to electronic declaration and digital immigration services is long overdue. Clause 5, Mr. President, amends the Statistics Act, Chapter 1902, at Section 17.2 of the Statistics Act to include the Governor of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago as one of the persons authorized to receive statistical information pursuant to the legal framework established under the Statistics Act. This is a simple but extremely important amendment, Mr. President. The Central Bank requires accurate economic and financial data to support monetary policy, supervise the financial system, and monitor the macroeconomic environment. This is especially necessary to address net omissions and errors in the Trinidad and Tobago balance of payments, and although being performed by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago over the period of many years, this amendment regularizes the bank's legal authority to do so, seek the required information, and take necessary action on the Statistics Act. My good friend, Senator Dhanpaul, will understand how important this is to omissions and errors in the Central Bank balance of payments records. Mr. President, to better illustrate the issue, in April 2024, Technical Assistance Report on External Sector Statistics Mission, CARTAC, stated, and I quote, "The finalization of the delegation order to give the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago the authority to compile ESS is pending. This limits the ability of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago to collect relevant data for the compilation and analysis of the ESS. Mr. President, based on the advice of the Legislative Drafting Department, government was advised that the delegation order was not possible and that amendment to Section 17 of the Statistics Act was first needed before the necessary statutory instrument could be made. That is why we are here, not because we intend the bank to falsify statistics, and I want to emphasize that point. The central bank is a repository of the data that they can use in calculating and in using to determine their omissions and errors as their balance of payments records. Mr. President, Clause 6 amends the National Lotteries Act, Chapter 2104, to introduce several important changes aimed at strengthening governance, improving accountability, and enhancing enforcement of the National Lotteries Control Board. Firstly, Section 21 is amended to expand the purpose for which lottery proceeds may be spent by including deposits into the Sports and Culture Fund. Previously, the Sports and Culture Fund was limited only to the instant lottery surplus. This is essentially the surplus of the instant money games, scratch, and if one examines the revenue received from these types of games by the NLCB, it is marginal compared to the online lotteries. Consequently, this amendment ensures that the Sports and Cultural Fund will have access to more funding, and importantly, that funding is distributed in a fair and transparent manner in accordance with the provisions of the Sport and Culture Fund. Mr. President, this ensures that government continues to support the national development in sports, youth activity, and cultural programs without excessively burdening the consolidated fund. Mr. President, Clause 6 also introduces a new subsection empowering the Minister to fix a limit on the categories of expenditure listed in Section 21. This promotes more disciplined financial management and ensures that lottery funds are used in a responsible and transparent manner. Mr. President, this also eradicates the previous failed concept of surplus deposits and ensures that funds in excess of those fixed by the Minister of Finance can eventually find its way into the consolidated fund. This has been modeled based on a similar provision under the National Insurance Act, which governs the NIBTT, and we expect the same process for budgetary approvals to be applied here to the NLCB as in relation to the NIBTT. Mr. President, on this note, it is important to highlight that the Minister does not fix the amount to be allocated for prize money because the Minister never knows when a lotto jackpot will roll over and what the final payout will be. Consequently, I want to assure the public that this amendment has absolutely no impact on NLCB games or the ability of NLCB to pay out prizes. Mr. President, moreover, Clause 6 also amends Section 23 by requiring the NLCB to make deposits into the consolidated fund on a quarterly basis rather than an annual basis. This will provide government with a better source of cash flow from the NLCB. Clause 6 also introduces a new Section 33 to the National Lotteries Act, offence in connection with online lottery. This introduces major new offences related to those who conduct gambling activity that rely on the draw results of the NLCB's online lottery. This new section makes it an offence for any person who is not an authorized agent to print, sell, distribute, receive, or possess tickets, or to engage in any related actions associated with online lottery draws. In addition, this section penalizes authorized agents who receive a play issues a ticket, or pays out any money pursuant to the results of an online lottery draw and fails to remit proceeds to the board. This is also necessary because the information the Ministry of Finance has received is that this illegal gambling is also being facilitated by licensed agents, and it is high time that action be taken against all those involved in this illicit activity. Mr. President, these offences carry strong penalties. For both offences, $250,000 and 3 years imprisonment on summary conviction, and for both offences, $3 million and 7 years imprisonment on indictment. The clause also sets out evidentiary rules, including the use of certificates issued under the seal of the board, and provides modern definitions of printing tickets and authorized agents. Mr. President, the definition of tickets is so broad that it covers anything, whether printed or electronic form, that references directly or indirectly an NLCB draw where the numbers 1 to 36 are used. Mr. President, for those in the know, they will realize that it's intended to target all those places or businesses that issues receipts for 11, 21, and 27 popular beverages at 10:30 a.m., 1 p.m., 4 p.m., and 7 p.m. Mr. President, these amendments are intended to protect the integrity of online lottery operations, deter illegal activity, prevent fraud, and ensure that revenue due to the state are properly safeguarded. They strengthen the regulatory framework governing lotteries and support this government's broader commitment to accountability and proper public financial management. Clause 7, Mr. President, amends the Tobacco Control Act, Chapter 3004, to strengthen the penalties associated with offences concerning the sale, advertising, and distribution of tobacco products. These changes form part of this government's commitment to safeguarding public health, especially in relation to vulnerable groups such as children and young people. Clause 7, Mr. President, increases the penalties for offences under Section 31(1)(a), which apply to unlawful sales and other prohibited activities. For a first offence, the penalty is increased from $50,000 and 3 months imprisonment to $100,000 and 6 months imprisonment. For a second offence, the penalty rises from $100,000 and 6 months imprisonment to $200,000 and 1 year's imprisonment. For a third or subsequent offence, the penalty increases from $100,000 and 9 months imprisonment to $250,000 and 2 years imprisonment. Furthermore, Mr. President, these amendments increase the penalties under Section 31(1)(b) from $250,000 and 1 year's imprisonment to $500,000 and 3 years imprisonment. This reflects the seriousness of the offences covered by this subsection and the need for stronger deterrence. Finally, Mr. President, the amendments increased the penalties under subsection 37(2), which apply to more serious or aggravated offences. Under paragraph A, the fine is increased from $100,000 to $250,000, with imprisonment increasing from 6 months to 2 years. Under paragraph B, the fine is increased from $250,000 to $500,000, with imprisonment rising from 1 year to 3 years. Mr. President, these amendments ensure that the penalties under the Tobacco Control Act are meaningful, proportionate, and aligned with our national public health priorities. They send a clear message that violations of tobacco regulations will be met with serious consequences, and they support this government's ongoing effort to reduce tobacco-related harm and protect the health and well-being of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Clause 8 amends the National Insurance Act, Chapter 3201, to introduce the next phase of reform to our national insurance contribution system. These amendments give legal effect to the new contribution tables announced in the national budget and form an essential part of strengthening the long-term sustainability of the National Insurance Fund, a commitment that this government undertaken under the guidance of our Honourable Prime Minister, who had the courage to implement the framework that will allow this fund to see a longer operating framework and timeline long into the 2040s. As we all know, based on the NLCB actual report, these reforms are necessary, Mr. President, to ensure the continued viability of the National Insurance Fund, to protect the benefits of current and future contributors, and to uphold the integrity of our national social insurance system. And in this note, Mr. President, I wish to pause to thank the Honourable Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance for taking up this cause and implementing this actual report. And to note, Mr. President, that that report was sitting on the desk of the former government for over 6 years. Mr. President, Clause 9 amends the Sport and Cultural Fund, Chapter 4054. Consequential to the amendments pursuant to the National Lotteries Act, they include the deletion of definitions related to instant lottery and instant lottery surplus, and the inclusion under Section 5, resources of the fund, deposits made under the National Lotteries Act. Clause 10 amends the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, by proposing a series of targeted amendments to the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act to modernize penalty structures, strengthen road safety enforcement, and enhance regulatory compliance. These amendments reflect government's broader strategy of improving public safety, reducing traffic violations, and ensuring that penalties remain proportionate to current socioeconomic realities. These amendments increase several fines across the Act in order to deter dangerous driving behaviour and to encourage adherence to licensing, roadworthiness, and traffic regulations. Specifically, this amendment increases the fine in relation to transfers of registration in Section 19.5 from 200 to 500, and in Section 19.6 from 5,000 to 6,000, strengthening enforcement related to proper or unlawful use of motor vehicles. Increase the fine in relation to using a vehicle without prescribed registration in Section 21.1 from 8,000 to 12,000, reflecting a significant upward adjustment for offences related to unlicensed driving. Increase various fines from under Sections 42.1 to 1,500, from 1,500 to 1,500 and 3,000, respectively, thereby updating penalties for breaches concerning vehicle operations and use. Increases the penalties in Section 56.3 from 500 to 900, increasing the penalties for failing to produce a driving or provisional permit. Revising penalties under Section 61A1 and 61A2, raising fines from a range of traffic offences, including those involving weight limits, permit violations, or related regulatory breaches, with new fines ranging from $650 to $3,500, depending on the offences. Similarly, increases the fine in Section 61A3 from $350 to $650, increasing application fee for a permit expired 5 years or more. Increase the penalty in Section 70A2, A and B, from $12,000 to $24,000, and from $22,500 to $45,000, respectively. Increasing the penalties for driving or being in a charge being in charge of a vehicle while blood alcohol levels exceed prescribed limits. Increase the penalties in Section 72 from 1,000 to 2,000. Increasing the penalties for careless driving, and increase the penalties in Section 97(2) from 400 to 750. Increasing the penalties for drivers who fail or refuse to comply with a request to proceed to a weight bridge. Mr. President, Clause 11 amends the Motor Vehicle Insurance Third-Party Risk Act, Chapter 4851. The government is resolute in its commitment to public safety and financial stability. That is why we are moving decisively to strengthen the penalties on the Motor Vehicle Insurance Third-Party Risk Act. Specifically, we are doubling the maximum penalties across key provisions of the Act. For the main offence under Section 3(2), which penalizes persons who fail to hold a policy of insurance or such a security in respect of third-party risk, the maximum fine is increased from $7,500 to $15,000, and the maximum term of imprisonment from 2 years to 4 years. Similarly, increases are being applied to secondary offences under Sections 22 in relation to forgery of certificates of insurance or security, where fines or prison terms are also being doubled. This legislative action ensures that the penalties reflect the grave financial and personal risk posed by individuals who operate vehicles without mandatory third-party insurance, thus providing a significantly stronger deterrent and better protecting the responsible motoring public. Clause 12, Mr. President, amends the Maxi Taxi Chapter Act 4853 with a necessary update to the regulatory framework governing public transport by amending Sections 11, offence to operate Maxi Taxi without valid permit of the Maxi Taxi Act. This amendment increases the maximum financial penalty stipulated in Sections 1 and 2. Currently set at $5,000, the maximum fine for non-compliance and under these provisions will be increased to $7,500. This increase reinforces our commitment to public safety and service quality by ensuring that the financial consequences for failing to adhere to license conditions or route regulations are sufficient to serve as a meaningful deterrent and promote higher levels of compliance within the industry. Clause 13 amends the Valuation of Land Act, Chapter 5803. Mr. President, this government seeks to provide administrative clarity to our tax and valuation framework. The Valuation of Land Act is amended by deleting the reference to the Property Tax Act in Section 21(1). This is a technical yet necessary adjustment that flows directly from the full repeal of the Property Tax Act itself, which is being proposed later on in this finance bill. Clause 14 amends the External Loans Act, Chapter 7105. This amendment addresses the fundamental ability of the government to finance our national development agenda. This amendment, Mr. President, increases the existing statutory limit on external borrowing for general development purposes. Clause 14 increases the statutory ceiling to $45,000 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars from the existing $30.05 thousand million Trinidad and Tobago dollars. Clause 15 amends the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, with an intention to strengthen transparency, accountability, professional oversight in the administration of our tax system. Under the leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister, this government took the bold step of dismantling the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority because it was oppressive to public servants and perpetuated secrecy and lack of transparency. And Mr. President, we promised to fix the Board of Inland Revenue, and I'm proud to be part of an administration that can stand and say, promises made, promises kept. Mr. President, firstly, the Board of Inland Revenue is reconstituted, expanding it to 9 commissioners. The new board will comprise 6 public officers from the Inland Revenue Division instead of the previous 5, and now include an attorney at law with at least 10 years of experience, an accountant with at least 10 years of experience, and a permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance as an ex officio commissioner. The President will appoint the professional members, and the permanent secretary and the chairman will continue to be selected from among the public officers of the Inland Revenue Division. Mr. President, this new structure strengthens the professional capacity of the board, ensures the presence of specialized legal and accounting expertise, and aligns the governance of our tax administration with international best practice. It also provides for fixed terms of appointment and clear definitions of qualifications. Furthermore, Mr. President, the Income Tax Act is further amended to introduce a comprehensive new governance framework by inserting new section 3A through 3E. These provisions require the board to meet monthly, maintain proper minutes and decisions, and establish committees in key areas such as risk management, audit, taxpayer compliance. And Mr. President, this clause also introduces strong conflict of interest rules, including a new offence with a penalty of $500,000 and 2 years imprisonment for willful non-disclosure. The board will also be required to submit an annual report on its activities, which must be presented to the Minister of Finance and laid in Parliament. Mr. President, some of these reforms have been informed by the IMF, while others came from best practice in corporate governance. Overall, we are confident that these reforms improve oversight, efficiency, enhance integrity in decision-making, and promote transparency and accountability throughout the tax system. Finally, Mr. President, a new Section 18C is also introduced to establish a personal income tax deduction for individuals who make bona fide contributions to registered animal shelters. The deduction is available up to the lower of 20% of total income, or $20,000. This provision, Mr. President, supports animal welfare and strengthens civil society organizations working in this important area. And Mr. President, when we debated some time ago, we did commit to revising the Board of Inland Revenue. We did promise that we will have greater transparency, and we did promise that we will take additional steps. And I hope the members who would have opined and contributed in that debate are satisfied that we are moving in the right direction. Mr. President, Clause 16 amends the Corporation Tax Act, Chapter 7502, to introduce a new Section 10Z, which establishes a corporate tax deduction for bona fide financial contributions made to registered animal shelter. This measure, which takes effect for years of income commencing 1st of January 2026, allows companies to deduct such contributions in calculating their chargeable profits. The deduction is capped at the lower 15% of chargeable profits, or $100,000. Mr. President, the new provision additionally defines a registered animal shelter in a very structured and responsible way. To qualify, an organization must be established in Trinidad and Tobago for the primary purpose of the care, rescue, shelter, or spaying and neutering of animals, registered under the Non-Profit Organization Act or the Companies Act, approved by the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries. This ensures that the benefits it confined to This ensures that the benefit is confined to legitimate and properly regulated animal welfare organizations. This new provision also requires companies to obtain an official certificate of donation issued in a form approved by the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries in order to substantiate the deduction. This strengthens accountability and ensures that the incentive is properly documented and verifiable. The amendment, Mr. President, to the Corporation Tax Act aligns with the government's broader commitment to supporting civic-minded organizations and promoting animal welfare. It complements the parallel personal income tax deduction introduced earlier in the bill, and together these measures encourage stronger national support for shelters that provide care, refuge, and humane treatment for animals across Trinidad and Tobago. Clause 17 repeals the Property Tax Act, Chapter 7604. Mr. President, the Property Tax Act has proven inconsistent with the socio-economic realities of Trinidad and Tobago. Since its enactment, the Act has faced sustained public resistance arising from concerns about affordability, valuation accuracy, and administrative fairness. Many households, particularly low-income and vulnerable families, feared the imposition of a sudden increase in their annual tax liability due to updated valuation methods. Mr. President, in an economy still recovering from fluctuating energy revenues, inflationary pressures, and rising cost of living challenges, the activation of a national property tax regime risks exacerbating financial strain on homeowners at a time when social stability and disposable income preservation remains national priorities. Thank you, Mr. President. Administratively, the Act posed significant implementation challenges. Nationwide valuation exercises required to operationalize the tax has been met with consistent delays, capacity limitations, and concerns were also raised about inconsistencies in the information gathering mechanism and the perceived intrusiveness of data collection methods. So, Mr. President, a repeal, therefore, allows government to avoid the use of an outdated or incomplete valuation framework that could inadvertently create inequality across municipalities and property classes. Clause 18, Mr. President, amends the Miscellaneous Tax Act, Chapter 7701, to insert new parts to the Act and introduce a number of significant revenue generators. Mr. President, it introduces a commercial asset levy of 0.25%, which will be applied to the total assets licensed financial institutions and local insurance. The levy will be payable quarterly with a balancing payment due on 30th of April of the following year. For the purpose of calculating quarterly installments, institutions must use the higher of their estimated current year assets of their total assets as shown in the previous year's audited financial statements. Licensed financial institutions and local insurance are required to file returns annually. A penalty of $1,000 for every 6 months or part thereof will apply for late filing and late payment. Mr. President, the Board of Inland Revenue will have full power under the Income Tax Act to enforce the levy, including recovery action. Mr. President, introduction of this commercial asset levy is necessary and beneficial for Trinidad and Tobago because it ensures that large financial institutions and local insurer entities that hold substantial assets portfolio and play a central role in the country's financial system make a fair and proportionate contribution to national revenue. Mr. President, Clause 18 also inserts Part 17 that introduces a new landlord business surcharge. This new part requires all landlords to register the premises they intend to rent within 3 months of the commencement of this part and to pay a one-time registration fee of $25,000. Upon registration, the Board of Inland... $2,500. My apologies. Just to make sure that you all were awake. Except for Dhanpaul, for use 25. My apologies, Mr. President, $2,500. Upon registration, the Board of Inland Revenue will issue a certificate of registration for each property, and a public register will be maintained for inspection. The surcharge itself will be paid on a quarterly basis and is calculated at a rate of 2.5% of gross rental income, where quarterly receipts are $25,000 or less, and 3.5% where receipts are above the threshold. Quarterly filings and payments must be made by the prescribed dates, which are 30th of April for the first quarter, 31st of July for the second quarter, 31st October for the third quarter, and 31st of January for the fourth quarter. Furthermore, Mr. President, penalties and interest for late filing and late payment, the Board of Inland Revenue will have full enforcement powers under the Income Tax Act, including the power to audit, recover, and enforce outstanding surcharge amounts. This surcharge applies equally to rental income received in foreign currency, ensuring uniformity treatment across all forms of rental earnings. This regime also provides several exemptions, including for the state-controlled enterprises, hotels already subject to hotel accommodation tax, and charitable, educational, and religious institutions approved under the Corporation Tax Act. Mr. President, strong offences have also been created to deter non-compliance, including collecting rent from unregistered premises or knowingly supplying false information to the board. These offences carry a penalty of $250,000 and 3 years imprisonment. This new part ensures that the landlord sector is formalized, transparent, and accountable. It helps ensure that landlords who benefit from rental income contribute appropriately to national development while establishing modern compliance and enforcement framework that protects tenants, supports fairness, and strengthens revenue administration. We are confident that this tax is much more equitable than the dreaded property tax because it is calculated on actual rent receipts and not on a fictional basis. Therefore, the clause that has been developed with reference to a similar tax that already exists in Barbados. So again, we are not reinventing the wheel. Mr. President, Clause 18 also inserts a new Part 18 in the Miscellaneous Tax Act and introduces an electricity surcharge. Under this part, a surcharge of 5% per kilowatt hour will be charged on electrical energy consumed by commercial and industrial customers. The surcharge will be collected through the existing billing system, Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission, with commercial and industrial consumers paying the surcharge along with their regular electricity bill. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Clause 19 amends the Customs Act in several instances. Firstly, it repeals 45A and effectively brings an end to duty-free concessions to returning nationals. Clause 19 introduces amendments necessary to update the Customs Act to fully support electronic declarations for travelers in Trinidad and Tobago. Clause 20, Mr. President, amends the Liquor License Act, Chapter 8410, by updating the gaming tax-free and revise the duties payable for liquor license under the second schedule. Clause 21, Mr. President, amends the Brewery Act, Chapter 8752, by repealing the existing Section 3 and substituting it with a comprehensive new section. So, Mr. President, Clause 22 amends the Financial Obligations Regulations Act to make sure that we are factor compliant. Clause 23 of the bill provides the commencement date of provisions for sections 4, 6, and other sections. So in conclusion, Mr. President, the Finance Bill 2025 before us today is more than a collection of legislative amendments. It is a critical, decisive pillar in our comprehensive strategy to build a stronger, more diversified, and more resilient economy for Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, these measures are the essential institutional tools required to secure the nation's financial integrity. They are designed to ensure that every individual and every corporation contribute their fair share, provide the fiscal space necessary to invest in our people and critical infrastructure. The cumulative effect of these meticulously structured amendments, from rationalizing licensing fees to ensuring robust compliance through adjusted penalties, is a foundational commitment to the benefit of our citizens' lives. The increased fiscal responsibilities demanded of large enterprises, coupled with enhanced deterrence against illegal practices, will directly strengthen public space. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. President. I make the motion.
I think, Honourable Minister, I think you have to make the move. Thank you. Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled "An Act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters" be now read a second time. The Honourable Dr. Amery Browne.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we on this side listen very carefully to the Minister with responsibility for the economy. And I must say that every time we listen to this Minister's contributions in this Senate, we say thank God for the People's National Movement in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, as stewards of the economy through COVID-19, through that pandemic, and a series of other challenges to Trinidad and Tobago, it is a credit to the PNM that this country has survived thus far 8 months of UNC incompetence in managing the economy. Mr. President, the minister used phrases such as a comprehensive strategy to build a resilient economy and meticulously structured amendments. But if you listen to his contribution, there was no evidence of any meticulous structuring. What we got was a hodgepodge of amendments to, how many bills is it, Mr. President? 22 bills by one count. 22 acts are being amended here today in a sort of scattershot effort by the government. It has not come together in a comprehensive update on the economy. It does not take us forward from a budget that has been described by the leader of the opposition as fake and fraudulent. And it does not close the gaps and the key questions that have been posed to this government by stakeholders right across our society, including, of course, those with the constitutional duty to oppose the government in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. President, traditionally, a finance bill would seek to advance and implement measures contained in the fiscal budget for the year. And we did see some of that. There is some evidence of that in this particular finance bill. But very interestingly, this bill also introduces some brand new measures that were not outlined or even foreshadowed in the budget for 2026. They were not referenced in the budget statement. And that is where myself and several colleagues on this bench will go into some detailed examination to reveal exactly how clueless and incompetent this particular government is. Many of these new measures introduced in this finance bill are designed to punish the ordinary people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President, in the form of what can only be described as a tax attack on the people of this country. A tax attack. And I will demonstrate through the words of the UNC in times past, including when they were in opposition, just how hypocritical and contradictory this new approach and strategy of the government is with respect to raising the revenues for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So the government is coming here to try to amend 22 pieces of legislation. They failed to address key inconsistencies and aspects of the budget that have created confusion in several sectors of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, the minister with responsibility for the economy did not give any defense for a number of these ill-conceived measures which are designed to inflict hardship on the people of this country. This is a wicked government, bereft of ideas, lacking in vision, and no military radar will assist them in finding their way. So the minister with responsibility for the economy gave an extensive preamble, Mr. President, as is the tradition in these finance debates. And I will respond to some of it. It's an opportunity to look at the economy as it stands through the lens of the opposition bench, and also to respond to a number of the clauses. And in detail, this opposition bench will examine the range of clauses and amendments proposed for the benefit of the listening national audience. Mr. President, it's now just about 8 months since the general election 2025, and this UNC government has, month after month, inflicted a level of pain and suffering on the ordinary, humble people of this country. The man and woman on the ground are now saying it's not yellow is the code, but yellow is the curse, Mr. President. we would have to give the government a failing grade in their management of the economy, particularly the small man, the small businessman, the medium businessman. And you can speak to them, Mr. President, in Chaguanas, in Scarborough, in other parts of the country, in Charlottesville, in Carenage, in San Fernando. Sales are down, the mood is glib, it's a glum period. It's a gloomy period. And with Christmas approaching, this is not the atmosphere that citizens would have voted for in 2025. I heard the minister make heavy weather of changes to the Immigration Act, all well and good, proposed as modernization, where you don't have to fill out forms and so on. Mr. President, but if those changes are to contribute to improvements in our economy, this government has a lot more work to do, Mr. President, because we, as members would be aware, there's currently a CPA training program underway here in the Parliament. Mr. President, we were astounded. I received a report that several of the designated, intended, and assigned participants at this training program literally canceled their travel to Trinidad and Tobago and have indicated, including on the floor of the training, that it was as a result of the tension and conflict and concerns about security in Trinidad and Tobago. So if that applies to persons with motivation to come here to learn and work and train, imagine for the ordinary tourist or others who might benefit from these amendments to the Immigration Act. So, Mr. President, you have to connect what the minister was saying with the reality on the ground, the reality in the aircraft, the reality in the airport, the reality facing the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and the gloomy outlook for the economic future of this country in the incapable hands of the United National Congress. Mr. President, I will refer to a number of the areas referenced by the minister today. The first one is fiscal management. Well, we would have to amend that immediately to fiscal mismanagement under the United National Congress. Mr. President, it is no secret. Every month, month after month, this government is unable to pay salaries and remuneration to workers across the board on time, something that was taken for granted under the former administration. This is a routine failure. Nothing the minister has said today will assuage the concerns and the genuine fears of our workers in this particular regard. Every month it's another excuse from the Minister of Finance, the minister with responsibility for the economy. It's administrative errors, the machines are not working, changes in ministries and restructuring, etc. Hundreds and sometimes thousands of public servants and other citizens who depend on these payments are left disappointed. And if they were listening to the minister today, sadly, they would have been even more disappointed. We certainly were, based on his contribution. That's just another failure on the part of the government. Now, this doesn't affect persons with big salaries, some of them the biggest salaries of their lifetimes, given some of the backgrounds or lack thereof. But it's the ordinary person who depends on this remuneration to arrive on time, to pay their rent, to put some Christmas food on the table, or to purchase gifts for their children. And I'm wondering if this government is simply trying to create dependency on their MPs, their members of parliament, to provide gifts for children, or the prime minister to ride around and give gifts to children. That's not the vision for a progressive economy, Mr. President. Another area referenced by the minister with responsibility for the economy is job creation. It's something the government has made heavy weather of, but their performance has been abysmal. Abysmal, Mr. President. The Minister of Finance and on some occasions the Minister with responsibility for the economy have been touting measures aimed at stimulating economic growth. They have all the phrases, and promoting job creation, sustainable jobs, and the Prime Minister has not been shy in this regard either. But it's a matter for public record, Mr. President, that over 50,000 working people of this country, previously working people of this country, mothers, fathers, single parents, vulnerable citizens, are now on the breadline, fired by this new government who has the audacity to come to put up a website asking people to apply for jobs in the public service, which was all a deception because there was no money allocated in the budget. There was no money allocated in the budget for this. The minister referred to a fund, an employment fund, but has failed to answer the simple question: how much expenditure has occurred from this fund to this date in December? How much expenditure has occurred? How many persons have been recruited? And maybe the Prime Minister would answer this at some point. How many people have been recruited since that grand launch of the website? Mr. President, this is just another example of government by gimmick, classic UNC style, government by gimmick. So this bill does nothing to improve the lives and the lot of those persons. And it's not just the 50,000 persons, it's their families, and it's the shops down the road, the school that they would have been contributing to, and the entire economy is affected and crippled by those types of decisions. And again, they would have been listening. The finance bill is an opportunity to close the gaps created by the government's conduct during the inception of the fiscal year. Those gaps were not closed. In fact, they were widened, Mr. President. The other area mentioned by the minister is economic contraction. Well, this finance bill derived from the budget on paper would aim to stabilize the economy and stimulate growth, but this is more out of the formula of how to crash an economy UNC style. Mr. President, the first 8 months of this government's tenure has seen a lot of rhetoric. They keep saying, because they continue to do so, that they met an empty treasury, etc., etc., etc. But the truth is actually far different to that. The truth is far different. What this government has done is they've taken an economy that had grown not for 1 year, not for 2 years, for 3 consecutive years, by all measures on the public accounts, by 3 consecutive years, which was projected to grow again for a 4th consecutive year in 2025. And what have they done with that? They've turned it into a recession in the year 2025. So 1, 2, 3 of growth expected for, projected for recession, and we will give the figures to prove that during the course of this debate, Mr. President. And the signs are there. It's not just about the statistics. When you speak to business persons, ordinary persons, people in the finance sector, the banking stocks are declining precipitously. The government has taken a number of really bad decisions for economic health, and the economy is suffering. We have a contracting economy. The finance bill was an opportunity to treat with some of that surgically, or what was the minister's word? Meticulously structured amendments. It actually failed to do anything in that regard, and that must be a concern for all of us. So from a 2.3% estimated growth rate projected by the IMF World Economic Outlook for 2025, this government, by their own estimates, contracted the economy by 0.8%, according to the Review of the Economy 2025, produced by the Ministry of Finance. How did they do this? I said part of it, they fired all of those workers, over 50,000, killing incomes, crippling the economy, and causing significant suffering. They killed business confidence as well, Mr. President, by attacking big businesses. It's become part of the DNA of this government, and I predict during this debate you will hear some of that rhetoric coming out. All of these terms like 1% and so on, they've made a fashion statement out of that kind of rhetoric, which is very dangerous in a small economy like ours. And the contents of this bill only serve to further erode business confidence, increase business costs, and make our businesses less competitive. So they rant and rail about the 1%, and they're so against the 1% within our domestic economy, upon which so many lives and jobs depend. But on the outside of Trinidad and Tobago, they are rallying with the international 1% on some very interesting regime change agendas. So it's really a classic case of UNC hypocrisy within our borders and outside of our borders. Best friends of the international 1% on other matters, railing against the 1% here and damaging the very people they were elected to serve. Mr. President, the government has flatlined government spending, which is a key component in an economy like ours. They fired all of the boards, the state boards that they met, and now, 8 months later, many of these boards are non-functional, there are resignations, there are dismissals, there are replacements occurring routinely. And that must be a concern for us. I can give one example of a board that is vital to the economy of this country and communities, ordinary people across the country. This is the Sport and Culture Fund, which had a board in place throughout under the People's National Movement. Up to today, Mr. President, up to today in December, there is no board in place for the Sport and Culture Fund. Why is that relevant? That is a mechanism through which your little cricket club, or your humble neighborhood or community endeavor gets funding. They have been starved of this, and there's so many examples. So besides the steel pans and the steel bands and all of those other arenas, the Sport and Culture Fund is not able to pay out grants as it was designed to do at this time. So our athletes, our sporting organizations and cultural organizations have not been able to receive the funding they would have previously since April of this year. And I have a number of specific examples, but I don't have the time to get into it. Zonal cricket councils and other competitions are being starved at this time. No prize money for clubs. Youth development is suffering. And the 2026 community cricket season and other elaborations within our communities across the country are affected. So that's just one example, Mr. President, of what the phenomenon I just described. And all of this traces back to government action, government inaction, government incompetence, a lack of caring and concern, and an inability to manage the economy that they were elected to manage, Mr. President. 8 months later, and you extend that to Heritage, to NGC, to WASA, to others, it's really a very, very poor initial record, Mr. President. So it's not yellow's the code for all of these people and beneficiaries.
Point of order, 46.1.
What?
On a point of order, 46.1, Mr. President. I fail to hear any descriptions of the bill at hand in the Senator's contribution.
No. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm not in the habit of... Yes, you have dealt with it. So I will allow the member, I guess he's a little new to a finance bill debate. So we learn as we go. The President already addressed you. I won't. So, Mr. President, we will continue on this response. So while this Finance Bill 2025 is seeking to tax financial institutions, we're going to talk a lot about that today, Mr. President. The government has actually reached its hand of interference into several of these key financial institutions, classic example being First Citizens Bank, where a minister, for the first time to my understanding and experience, a minister was seen accepting a resignation from the CEO of FCB when it was clearly not his place to do so. It was clearly not his place to do so. We also see evidence, we're talking about the economy, of interference in Republic Bank, and who knows which financial institution will be next. What has happened to the shares? Well, the FCB shares have plummeted, prompting a shrug from those within the government.
Mr. President, 46.1.
I've already ruled on that. I'm going to allow the Honorable Senator to continue, and I'll rule accordingly if I see him going. Of course, continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. So, the UNC went in opposition very early in their tenure, Mr. President, has made heavy weather of the Forex situation in this country. There are so many business persons, stakeholders in this society who would have been tuned into the debate in the lower house and today in the Senate, to this minister who is responsible for the economy, to see what initiatives, what solutions. We are here taking up parliamentary time with 22 amendments. Has he come to solve or to rectify this challenge that they made heavy weather of and to some extent would have persuaded voters based on that particular challenge? Mr. President, they would be sorely disappointed. The bill makes no effort to address this challenge. They were talking about Forex, cartel, etc. Well, we're not seeing any solutions. Government by rhetoric, government by VAPs, Mr. President. So I'll move on to some other aspects. This finance bill is classed as a revenue-generating bill. And the way that the government has sought to do that is by a tax attack on the people of this country. Taxes, fines, imposition of harsh penalties on the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So this is early austerity in the year 2025 by a UNC government that promised to love and care for the people of this country like no other government has done. Or what they're doing is they're taxing and abusing and penalizing the people of this country like no government has ever dared to do in the past. Why are they imposing these measures today, Mr. President? Is it just a case of their inability to find revenues to run the country? Is that only the case? Is it based also on their fear of the energy future and the chickens coming home to roost from all of their bad decisions in that regard? I won't get into the details. It's a matter of public record, an atrocious public record from the United National Congress with respect to that pillar of our economy upon which our revenues are heavily based. And if you have any questions in that regard, Mr. President, there's a certain persona non grata in the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago that you can speak to about that. So, we wouldn't talk anymore about the radar system in this. We made mention of that before. There are some specifics that I would want to refer to, Mr. President. There is a sector in this country that sometimes is heavily maligned, and that's the bars, the restaurants, etc. That's a really important part of our economy, employing many persons, and we have contributors from this bench that will provide some more detail in terms of the implications of the measures in this finance bill for that entire sector and the thousands of workers whose livelihood depend on the vitality and vibrancy of the sector. And then even around the bars, there's a whole economy. Now, I'm not a frequenter of these establishments myself, but I suspect there are others who might be a little more familiar. There are vendors, there are persons who sell, there are persons who pick up the bottles, there's security, there's persons who deal with the music and the maintenance, the cleanliness. There's a whole ecosystem that if in our enthusiasm, not our enthusiasm, Mr. President, in their enthusiasm to tax and pressurize people and to milk as much as they can from that sector, they can actually serve the purpose of destroying it altogether and putting even more persons on the breadline. Mr. Speaker, many of these establishments are complaining about 50% drop in sales and even more. Some of them have already closed down and many more are contemplating the same. And Clause 21 of this bill further increases the fees for brewing, for beer and rum by volume, and other implications that will only increase alcohol prices with a spillover effect on dampening the entertainment industry and to some extent the creative industry as well. We're going to talk about Carnival a little bit and the implications. The biggest vulnerability is some of these small bars, some of whom are renting. So they get a double hit with the measures being brought by this government, because on one clause they're getting hit for their alcohol and the surcharges, and on the other hand, they have to now absorb the increases in rent, which this government is triggering with this finance bill. It will only add to their woes. Higher rental surcharge will be passed on to them, higher electricity rates. I mean, Mr. President, there's no light at the end of this. It is really a tax attack on the ordinary people. It could be the final nail in the coffin for this industry, again, that serves a role within the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. In our little villages, some are family-owned. This could spell an end to all of this. The entire entertainment and tourism industry is also at risk. There's so many measures being taken recently, including some here, that seem designed to kill the creative sector, to kill Carnival, and to stifle the orange economy of Trinidad and Tobago. This government seems at war with the culture of Trinidad and Tobago. Independence Day cancelled, steel pan being stifled, and all of these fees, FETs are labeled as noise producers, and Carnival is under threat. Mr. President, just to conclude this point, when you stifle the creativity of a people, you destroy their very future. And that's what this government seems to be doing at this time. Mr. President, the entertainment industry affected by this bill significantly also brings tourism and foreign exchange to our shores. So the government has to think these measures through a lot more, as opposed to seeing quick wins or easy money for their revenue collection drive. Mr. President, what time do I conclude?
You have just about 12 minutes.
Okay, great. We're on track, Mr. President. The minister could not resist the opportunity today to make references to crashing, PNM crashing the economy, and that has become a mantra of UNC ministers. PNM crashed the economy, PNM crashed the economy. Mr. President, what is the truth? What is the truth on behalf of the citizens of this country? It's really very much a false narrative that the UNC is peddling, and it is time that we debunk this. This debate is an opportunity to respond directly to the falsehoods, such as that of this minister and this government. They seem to feel that if they just keep repeating that over and over, it will actually make it a reality. Mr. President, nothing could be further from the truth, and the facts will always prevail. Now, what this Minister of Finance and this Minister of the Economy have been doing is trying to blame the PNM for their own mismanagement that has occurred and their own incompetence. So let's look at the facts based on the documents that they have produced in this fiscal year. The minister with responsibility for the economy actually met an economy that was growing and in full post-COVID recovery when he came into office. And as I said, with projections of further growth in 2025, with 3 consecutive years of growth. According to the Ministry of Finance's review of the economy 2025, with respect to real GDP growth, in 2022, there was growth of 0.9%. In 2023, 1.5%. 2024, 2.5%. And projected growth was 2.3% for 2025. In April, this government took over the economy, and the rest was history. An economic decline of 8% and shrinking. Mr. President, the UNC's own documents, this government's own documents, are telling us that they are the ones who are crashing the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. And then the other phrase that he has used, and the minister has used, and other members of the government, is this thing about leaving the treasury empty. The treasury was left empty. Mr. President, what are the true facts in this regard? The Treasury was left empty, again, trying to blame the last administration for their own shortcomings, their own inability to pay salaries, their own inability to clear outstanding debts to contractors, and all of the other obligations that the government of the day is expected to fulfill. I want to refer, Mr. President, to an article from the Newsday newspaper, Friday, 9th May 2025, entitled PM Reveals True State of the Economy, Trinidad and Tobago in a $4.4 billion hole. And in this article, the Prime Minister, Kamla Persad-Bissessar, sought to make an argument that the PNM left the economy in a state of financial distress, but in so doing, she has completely contradicted the Minister of Finance and the Minister of the Economy. And I'll quote from that article. In April 2025, total cash inflow was estimated at $3.95 billion, and total cash outflow was estimated at $5.28 billion. This left a cash deficit of $1.33 billion, which was met from the central bank's available overdraft cash balance. By the end of April, the available overdraft cash balance was $3.67 billion, of which $2.74 billion was carried forward to May 2025, Mr. President. So if there was an overdraft cash balance of $3.67 billion at the end of April 2025, with $2.74 billion being carried forward to May, how is that a description of an empty treasury? It's a stark, obvious, and complete contradiction where the Prime Minister and her ministers are actually refuting each other on the public record. That is not an empty treasury, Mr. President. That was a well-stocked treasury handed over to an incompetent United National Congress. And other contributors on this bench will make reference to the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, but the fact that there could have been that drawdown, a balance to be drawn down of $1.76 billion from the HSF, again completely refutes that false narrative that the Minister of Finance and the Minister of the Economy have been advancing. Now, with respect to some of the fiscal measures in this bill, Mr. President, I could touch on the landlord surcharge, which really, let's be frank with the people of this country. This is property tax relabeled, property tax by another name, coming to hurt the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It's just repackaged and disguised as a surcharge, but changing the name does not change the nature. Changing the name does not change the impact and effect on the pockets of the people of this country. This is a tax on property, plain and simple, but the effect of this surcharge is that the owner of a mansion in Valsayn or West Moorings or any other prominent neighborhood, he pays not a cent in property tax, but granny and grandpa who are renting out a little house or room on their property now has to pay this relabeled property tax as a surcharge. Mr. President, nothing could be more unfair than that. And the deficit caused by this government's reckless promises and actions are now being put, the weight of that is being put on the shoulders of some of those who are least afford to pay it, where those with the largest properties and investments and physical assets are sitting smiling at the deceit of the United National Congress. Under this measure, every single landlord must register each and every property that they rent out. What a bureaucratic nightmare, Mr. President, and they complain about the bureaucracy with respect to the property tax. Now, every time you change location or you have a new tenant for your room or whatever you're renting out, or even the business that you are hosting on your property as a tenant, you now have to re-register and provide a full description, the purpose of the rental, the name and address of the person with title, the name and address of any agent being appointed, etc., etc. Repeated every single time a tenant changes. And the landlord will now have to file returns, calculate quarterly payments, maintain formal accounts, etc. Maybe that's easy to absorb for the big ones who have accountants and so on. What about the mom and pop and the small establishments? Whenever you're taking these measures, Mr. Minister of the Economy, you also have to think, thank you, about the small person as well. You also have to think about the small person as well and consider the implications and impact of your intentions, whether or not they're noble. I don't think they can be described as noble in this case, but whether or not they are, you have to consider how will they affect or hurt the smaller person. So this really is an attack on renters and will be passed on to those who can least afford it in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, there's a lot to say, but fortunately, the People's National Movement bench is experienced, it's deep, it's wide, it's wise, and fully equipped to treat with every single measure within this finance bill. I could talk a bit about the traffic fines and fees. Again, really a government trying to get milk out of a stone, trying to generate revenue. How did the Prime Minister describe it, Mr. President? It's like standing in a bucket and lifting the handle and seeking to elevate yourself. You're in the bucket already, and that's exactly what this government, the irony of ironies, that's what they're doing. I want to refer to the Trinidad and Tobago Guardian of April 23rd, 2024. They were in opposition. Quote, Kamala vows to lower traffic fines and condemns abusive licensing officers. The UNC political leader, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, said if elected, she would lower traffic fines, calling them a scheme for government revenue collection. Well, those who are accusing us of having that approach are now the schemers in chief, Mr. President, raising these same fines that they pledged and promised the voters to lower. How is that everybody winning, Mr. President? And we can go through each one in detail. Standing in a bucket and pulling the handle to try to elevate themselves. And then we have clause 5, which will be examined in detail, which is one of the most dangerous new inclusions in this finance bill that will be fully examined in this particular debate. So, Mr. President, I really thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this particular finance bill debate. This is not new to the Senate. This is something we do every year, but this is a difference on this occasion, Mr. President, where the government has gone beyond seeking to implement measures in the budget, has introduced new measures, all of which are pressurizing the ordinary people of this country, all of which are trying to extract their hard-earned dollars from their pockets, all of which will further stifle the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. The measures are inflationary, they're contradictory, they're punitive, and they take money out of people's pockets. Suppressing business activity as we approach the Christmas season, further adding to the gloomy weight that is on the people of Trinidad and Tobago, in addition to all of the other concerns and fears that they have. There's this driving unemployment, deepening poverty, and this finance bill, responding to the minister, is not a plan for growth. It is a UNC blueprint for national hardship in Trinidad and Tobago. This opposition cannot support it, and this opposition will not support it. Mr. President, I thank you.
I would like us to revert to urgent questions. I think there is an urgent question to be asked, so I now refer to urgent questions. I call on Senator Dr. Amery. Browne, just restate your question, and the Honourable Minister is here to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad the Minister is able to join. To the Minister of Homeland Security, urgent question. given the recent criminal incident in which 2 residents of Monas Island were kidnapped, can the minister indicate what additional measures are being put in place to safeguard the public and mitigate such kidnappings?
The Honourable Minister of Homeland Security.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and thank you for having me in this honorable house. And to the answer to Dr. Amy Browne, after consultation with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Police Service is working closely with the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard at this time in terms of implementing strategy and targeted operations in and around those vulnerable areas, including Monas Island. As a result of that, they continue to put measures in place in order to safeguard the public and prevent any further incidents of that nature. Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President, I thank the Minister for his response. Supplemental, is the Minister in a position to update the Senate on any progress with respect to that particular case? Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Minister of Homeland Security.
Mr. President and Mr. Amy Browne, Senator, at this time, the police service will not want to give out too much information as it relates to the present situation that exists. However, as soon as, and we are hoping for a very smooth transition and the return of the 2 citizens safely back to Trinidad and Tobago or to their homes, as soon as this comes to being, we'll inform members of the public as to the information that we have.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I thank the Minister through you for his response. A supplemental question. Has any new equipment been useful in this regard, such as the military radar, in
Irrelevant, and that's an irrelevant question. It does not rise. I think you have lost your chance for your final question. So I now proceed to Senator Francis Lewis, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Hold on. The Finance Bill 2025 contains enabling legislation in support of the national budget announced in October. The focus, I think, shifts from philosophically, how do we think the budget should be organized, to execution and effectiveness. In talking to people in the last few days about what they would want to see, the national community, and I'm thinking specifically of the 46% who chose not to vote, they're very prepared to give the government, and people made this point very clear, any government, a settling-in period. But that settling-in period has a time frame. And when I pushed that and said, well, what's your time frame? They said January. Now, whether in fact that's a common thing, I have not polled people, this is relatively informal feedback, but it was relatively consistent. And the concern is, if we have a bad carnival, that's one thing. If we have a good carnival, it sets the stage for a whole lot of other very positive things. So there's a lot riding on this. And let me stress, particularly to the leader of government, business, and Minister of Economy, nobody's expecting perfection, but they are expecting a momentum. Right now, economic activity is lower than many people would hope for. Measured by formal indicators, that would happen several months from now with statistics that come out. But informal indicators, the degree to which people are painting up, the degree to which people are putting up lights and therefore celebrating a season, it represents a spirit. The degree to which you have traffic on the road after 8:30, as one person said to me, through St. James, but I think it speaks to the main roads. There's a sense that if things are too quiet, you just don't get the stimulus that's happening. Now, we're some couple weeks away from the season. There's much that could be done, but it's not there yet. And people are feeling, I would certainly not use the word depressed, but people are conscious that it is not yet moving with the momentum that they would like to see or that they would hope to see. The other thing that was said to me, and I think it deserves repeating, Mr. President, is we need in this House to be very frank. But the tone and the words we use in this chamber and in the other place really do matter. And they matter for that very intangible, absolutely critical element of confidence, whether consumer confidence or business confidence. And while people expect robust debate, if that debate turns into something where it's just one side beating the other side, then it diminishes not just the House, but it does not set the stage for confidence, for growth, and for development. In that context, I will try my best to be measured and to be frank. My role as an independent senator, and I'm new to this, but coming to terms with that role, it is my job to advise, and in the case of bills, to consent. So it is in that context that I offer these comments. The comments are framed by both my training and my professional work of over 30 years, which has largely focused as a management consultant on growing the revenue end of businesses. And we have super bright, really competent people in the country who could tell you how to spend your money. There are fewer people that I would like to see that really can bring strength to how do we grow the top line of a business. You can't talk about a bottom line unless you have a very healthy, consistent top line. And so it's in that context that I approach this. The Finance Bill 2025 strengthens the governance framework, and I want to focus primarily on that element of it, of the Board of Inland Revenue. To my colleague, Minister Swaratsingh, you often say promises made, promises kept. I think when I read this, I felt heartened that it was moving in the direction I thought it should. And that is not an aside comment. I know there's some ways to go. So the comments are that it strengthens the governance of the BIR with a larger board, with mandated oversight committees, with a conflict of interest provision, with enhanced reporting obligations. All of these align, I think, to good governance practice and improve supervisory discipline. And I think that's a good thing. And I commend the government and for the work being done in that area. And there's a however, and that is not to be dismissive at all. The bill does not alter the structural complaints that limit the Board of Inland Revenue's effectiveness. The organization remains embedded, and please, when I say the organization remains embedded, I would need to separate the organization from people in the organization whom I'm sure I'm trying very hard, embedded in the traditional public service over which they have very little or no autonomy, particularly in the areas of recruitment, compensation, and performance management. These factors are critical to building specialist audit, investigative, and analytical capabilities. The bill introduces an IT committee, but it doesn't grant the BIR the legislative authority to be embracing and modernizing its systems and integrating what doesn't appear to be, and if I'm wrong, please do correct me, Minister, third-party data or developing the analytical capabilities that come out of that. The operational procurement of software rightly fall within the management of the BIR. But digital transformation requiring statutory autonomy over staffing, procurement, data sharing, linkages with other revenue generating arms, that doesn't fall under the BIR. And I would be very interested to see how that becomes a possibility. The TTRA had a philosophy and a view of how to do that. This bill does not yet articulate that to me. I'm not saying it's not there or it's not being worked on, but I'm not seeing it as yet. Now, doing all of that enhances fairness, which is critical. The government in this bill introduces new taxes, but I'm not seeing it as yet strengthening the administrative capacity. And so there is a risk, Mr. President, that we may actually widen the compliance gap rather than close it. Because if the Parliament has said, you may tax in this way, but the inbuilt capacity to manage that taxation and actually collect the money isn't yet there, then we may be deluding ourselves in terms of what our revenue generating capabilities are. In short, the bill enhances oversight but not capability. It modernizes the supervisory layer, but the administrative engine underneath the tax authority is fundamentally unchanged. Meaningful gains in compliance and revenue mobilization will require deeper structural reform than this bill proposes. It may come, but I'm not seeing it as yet. While the finance bill strengthens the Board of Inland Revenue's governance architecture, it leaves untouched the deeper structural constraints that have prevented our tax administration from performing at the level that the country needs. Without autonomy in hiring, in procurement, in technology investment, data integration, the board does not build in or has yet built in the institutional capacity to enforce the very taxes that this Parliament is debating today in this bill. Without the governance alone cannot deliver higher compliance. It's a good first step, but only institutions that are empowered to modernize themselves can do that, and the jury is still out on this. Countries as far afield as Jamaica, Barbados, Mauritius, Rwanda have all moved in the direction of semi-autonomous revenue-generating authorities. And this is not a place or time to reopen the TTRA debate. That has been done, it's past. But we now stand at the same kind of crossroads, and a mechanism is going to be needed for how does one do that. The first steps articulated are good to move forward, but they do not carry us to where we need to go. As energy revenues fluctuate and new taxes proliferate, the gap between what the Board of Inland Revenue is expected to do and what it is structurally able to do is likely to widen. And that's not a good thing for the country. If we're serious about closing compliance gaps and improving revenue mobilization, then some strategy, whether a semi-autonomous revenue authority, and if that's off the books, some mechanism is needed that's not a luxury. It's not an ideological preference. It is an inevitable institutional step that we are going to have to take. And I'm hoping to hear about that in the not too distant future. Likely problems and the limitations is that same people, same constraints. The majority of commissioners are still public officers. The whole organization retains a public sector orientation, and that has its constraints. Promotion systems, pay bands, disciplinary procedures. And understand that if I were asked, what would you do? I would not have a ready answer. This is a thorny issue. It is difficult, and I want to concede that. But difficult does not mean impossible to deal with. Without HR powers, play flexibility, performance management, we're asking essentially the same machinery to suddenly become agile and enforcement-oriented. And I do take the point about the need for more staff, the need for training, the need for a lot of the mechanisms that Minister Swaratsingh and others have alluded to. But there are structural issues involved as well that I need to hear about. Risk, audit, compliance, IT committees are good on paper, but ultimately those committees do not assess tax returns or run audits. Properly trained resource staff and motivated staff do this. And if the BIR has underlying systemic issues, outdated IT systems, which can be fixed, but which need to be integrated with other tax revenue, tax collection agencies, inefficient or insufficient field auditors, a weak risk-based case selection system, because not all cases before it are the same, and limited third-party data access and analytics, those things will have to be fixed. The risk is that with the very laudable new committee system, it risks becoming a box-ticking exercise rather than an engine of change. And that's my biggest concern. The bill adds new taxes, whether it's landlord surcharge, commercial asset levies, single-use plastic taxes, electricity surcharge, but it doesn't give the Board of Inland Revenue the resources to register and track new taxpayers. And if I've missed that, please correct me. It doesn't automate compliance monitoring. It doesn't yet establish data sharing with utility companies, banks, land registries, and the massive IT transformation that will be required in doing that. It doesn't modernize audit selection and processing. So while we have new taxes added, the BR runs into a difficulty of not being able to enforce it. And so the result could be lower compliance, superficial revenue gains, and if it is not applied fairly, we are going to all face public resentment. Because if it's the one thing that the public wants is, if somebody is being taxed and I am being taxed, then the process needs to be seen to be fair, not just fair. And this country has had, including this chamber, has had difficulties in the past, over more than 100 years ago, whether it's water rights and others, of whether there is fairness in the system. And it runs the risk of administrative backlogs, which creates no end of morale issues for the very staff that need to move things forward. The issues I know that I'm presenting are in many ways not a legislative issue, but they are a work ethic issue. There's a need for metrics to be tied to performance in revamping the organization. I'm advised that Guyana found a way to do that with the GRA, the Guyana Revenue Authority. And tax collections increased over 200 and I believe it was 52%. My numbers may be off on that, but it was a very significant increase. I have concerns on the new commissioners and the PS, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Finance being on the board. The information that goes to the board is highly confidential, be they settlements, be they agreements, be they tax disputes, be they simply records. And I certainly have enormous regard for the people in the Ministry of Finance that I've met, particularly at a senior level. But I am somewhat uncomfortable with Ministry of Finance people being on the boards. There's an old phrase, you cannot hunt with the hares, you cannot run with the hares and hunt with the hounds. You're putting our very good public servants in a somewhat invidious position of being Ministry of Finance that has its role and responsibility, and the Board of Inland Revenue that has a different role and responsibility and saying, okay, manage. It doesn't feel right. Maybe a fix could be found, I don't know. But I would offer that as a thought. The other thought is, as I looked at this bill, Mr. President, the question came up in a number of conversations. How does one rate a Minister of Finance? And this is not our current Minister of Finance. This is any Minister of Finance. What is the scorecard that whether we as a parliament or certainly the people that we are answerable to on the outside would use? The role of the Minister of Finance, as articulated in this bill, is multifaceted. It requires strategic leadership and a deep understanding of both domestic and global economic dynamics. Let me just pause, if I may, for a moment, Mr. President. We use the word strategic more often than not as a throwaway line. A small story, perhaps a joke, may be worthwhile. Myself and my partner struggled with what do we mean when we say the word strategic, when we use it. And we consulted quite widely with clients and with other consultants. And one story that came to mind was a consultant, well regarded, and a colleague, and I said, when you use the word strategic, what do you mean? And he kind of jumped in his chair, like shocked, and he said, boy, don't play the fool. He used a more vigorous word than fool. And he said, the difference between a client believing a report or a plan is strategic versus not is about a 30% increase in fees. I said, what? You cannot be serious. You say, yes. If strategic, it means important, long-term, high risk, then I can charge more. It had nothing to do with the work. It had to do with how the idea could be used, and I think very unethically and very wrongly used. So let me share what the conclusion we came to when we use the word strategic. When I use it, a substitute word could be transform. So if I talk about a strategic plan versus an operational plan, it is the difference between carrying forward and doing well what we have always done. If it becomes strategic, it's how do we transform it into something very different from what it was before. So when I say that the role of the Minister of Finance requires strategic leadership, it is really saying it is a transformational leadership that I am looking for from the person in that role, and by extension, all those that work with him. So what are some of the basic criteria that I would use to assess the minister and therefore this bill, which comes out of a budget statement of a couple of months ago? And I'll go through them very quickly in the time I have, Mr. President. Economic growth and job creation. I'm really not interested in what people faced or who people feel they should blame for where they are now. In my family, occasionally we play all fours. I'm not a very good all fours player. Some others in my family, my wife and my daughter, are particularly good. And one of the things I've learned from them is you play the hand that you're dealt. And sometimes you have in your hand bush. You just don't have good cards. The other times, you just look and you have to stop yourself from smiling and giving away your game. And so I think that near the top of my list for any Minister of Finance, of any political party, of any time, is how well do they understand the hand that they're dealt and how well do they play the hand. They could blame the cards, they could blame luck, they could blame that whatever. I'm really not interested. It comes down to what is the hand and how you're playing it. So one of the first things when I say to people, what do you want from your Minister of Finance or your Ministry of Finance? They're saying economic growth and job creation. We simply are not doing that at a rate and a level that gives confidence. So whether it's GDP growth, increase in employment across diversified sectors, a reduction in unemployment rates, particularly among youth and others, whether it is participation rates, it matters. Public debt management and fiscal responsibility. Then that really comes down to cash flow management and debt management. And we are in a bind. I think some of the changes, national lottery changes, quarterly versus annual, I think some of those things can help, but cash flow will always be an issue for ministers of finance in the role in which they have. It would be reduction or stable growth in public debt to GDP ratios, reduced reliance on external borrowings, so the increase in the debt ceiling worries me. Sustainable fiscal debt management with efforts, strategic efforts, transformational efforts to reduce it over time. Encouraging investment and business and the business environment. It is about how do we move from micro businesses to small businesses to medium, and then to large. How do we create that cycle, hopefully a virtuous cycle, for that to happen? And inside of there, factors that I think will matter would be foreign direct investment, the revised World Bank rankings and methodology for ease of doing business. I forget what they're calling it now, but it's similar to what was in the past, but they've revised their methodology and metrics, and the level of public-private partnerships, because no government, this one or any other, can pull this economy out of where it needs to go without the rest of the economy supporting it. And in fact, it is the private sector that will in fact do it. But the guidance and the leadership is what will encourage that to happen. I accept fiscal and monetary policy coordination, even as I worry, why did we need to add the governor of the central bank to the statistical, TT statistics? I think our CSO is a gem. I would strongly encourage and urge the move from a department or division within a ministry, or even reporting to a prime minister, to a statistical institute with a level of autonomy that it needed. I have great regard for the central bank, thank you, and I know the central bank governor. I have regard for him, but I worry about the future and the need for both coordination, but also the arm's length relationship that will be required. And I don't pretend to have answers for things like what we're going to do with the exchange rate, except to know that it has to be dealt with. And that is awfully difficult. Many other speakers before me, and I'm sure in the future, will deal with economic diversification and sustainability and how we grow non-energy sectors. A big part of the job is how do you simultaneously manage predictability and policy change? And as somebody once characterized it to me, it's like changing the engines of a jet while the jet is still flying. You can't stop it. So you've got to figure out how to do that. And that needs a whole of country approach. Inside of there, issues of social equity and inclusion will become issues, as they already have. And a big part of how the minister is going to be assessed is that there are crises being formed that we do not know about. That poor fella, he's going to have to find a way to deal with. And how he deals with the crises when they come, and how he encourages the kind of economic resilience that the economy as a whole, but that people here feel, yeah, we could figure out how to deal with this. That's going to be a measure of success. And ultimately, transparency, accountability, and governance. I think some of the changes, for instance, with the shift of the Board of Inland Revenue, the improved governance, I think moves us to some degree in that direction. But there's a lot more. And I suppose we live in an age, whether we blame social media, or whether it is caused by simply a change in how people are, of greater suspicion and the increased need for a communication strategy that does not rely on blaming. When I ask people, what is it you really want? They're saying to me, and I offer this as a thought, and I would include myself in this, is the performance of the Minister of Finance, and therefore the context of this bill. can be assessed using a combination of economic, fiscal, social, and governance criteria. Ultimately, the minister has to balance both short-term economic needs and long-term goals, like the diversification, the sustainability, social equity, which are all central to future and to the country's overall prosperity. Ideally, the minister will create an environment, and perhaps that became central in much of the conversations I had, that is conducive to growth, investing in the future and managing resources so that all citizens benefit and all citizens perceive that they benefit. So, at the start I said that this parliament, this country, now needs to shift to execution and effectiveness. It will require a transition in this House from all of us, but particularly for some speakers who need to transition from campaigning to governing. It's a whole different mindset. Some are making the transition, some are yet to make it. At the end of the day, for this budget and the hope behind this budget to work, it has to be, do we in this together? We will face difficult times. If we believe, and if our population can believe that we will find a way to deal with this together, we're on the right track. And ultimately, those are the ways in which this bill and the larger Minister of Finance and the larger government, I think, will be assessed. Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to offer those thoughts. Thank you.
Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Health.
And thank you, Mr. President, for having me here in this House. And it is both an honor and a privilege here to be before you here today. To begin, I'd like to commend the Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesa, as well as the Minister of Finance, on a stupendous 2025 budget, as well as the Finance Bill of 2025. I would like to congratulate Senator the Honourable Dr. Kennedy Swaratsingh on his contribution here this afternoon, as well as all colleagues who will contribute further on this afternoon, and as well for their continued dedication and hard work to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. President, I listened to the contribution of the Honourable Independent Senator, Mr. Francis Lewis, and I thank him for his contribution. Senator Francis Lewis. And he spoke about the momentum of the economy, as well as rating the Minister of Finance, as well as issues with debt management. And many of those issues will be raised further on during my contribution. We also had the contribution of Senator Dr. Amery Browne. And I was very, very disappointed with the contribution of Senator Dr. Amery Browne as a health professional. Very disappointed. He went on to say that the budget, as well as these measures that are to be implemented in the finance bill, are both fake and fraudulent. And I'll ask the good citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to totally disregard those comments. The measures that are to be instituted here today in the Senate are both balanced and moderate. The goodly senator went on to say that many of the measures are designed to punish the ordinary people, and that this tax was an attack on the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and it would do nothing to improve their lives. And this is from a medical doctor. He went on to say, yellow is the curse. I'd like to tell the goodly senator, yellow is the cure. And Mr. President, as a visitor to this House, I am only entitled to speak on the matters of this bill that would pertain to the Ministry of Health. And that would be clause number 7, which regards to the Tobacco Control Act, as well as clause number 21, with regards to the Brewery Act of Trinidad and Tobago. And the goodly senator should have known as a medical professional that many of the interventions that the government seeks to make at this time can be termed public health interventions. And I could not understand how he could not see that. With regards to tobacco consumption as well as alcohol consumption in Trinidad and Tobago, he should have known as consumption falls, with these increases, revenue of Trinidad and Tobago will remain stable. And the World Health Organization has called implementation of measures such as these a win-win policy. They would not only save lives, they would prevent disease as well as mobilize revenue. He went on to say, bars are experiencing 50% drop in sales, but he doesn't, I can't understand how he said that, as he says he doesn't frequent bars, that the brewery fines would cause an alcohol crisis and kill the creative sector. Nothing could be further from the truth. I would ask the goodly citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to disregard every word that the goodly senator said. He went on to say that we are unable to pay salaries since we have taken power. And Mr. President, during the mid-year review in the Ministry of Health, we were left with many, many votes that were depleted. And we had to come during the mid-year review in order to via monies and to supplement many of these votes. One vote was for the payment of salaries to medical interns. In the run-up to the general election of 2025, monies from that vote were expended, totally used out, and they left the interns in the situation where they could not be paid. And were it not for the mid-year review and the ability to via monies into these votes, these medical interns could not be paid. We had the issue in many RHAs where rents, electricity could not be paid. The votes were completely empty. We met this in May of 2025 with months to the next fiscal budget. And if the Minister of Finance did not take corrective measures, we would be in a very, very dire state in the health industry here today. The member went on to say, monies are being wasted. During the course of my contribution today, I will paint a picture of what is being faced currently in the Ministry of Health and the public healthcare sector. And I would ask the Senator to reconsider many, many of his words that he uttered here today. So, Mr. President, in the run-up to the budget of 2025, the Prime Minister, Kamna Prasad Bisesta, instructed all members of Parliament, as well as senators who may shadow various constituencies, to hold pre-budget consultations in each of their constituencies. And these pre-budget consultations gave us the basis of many of the measures and initiatives that we will implement here today in the Finance Bill of 2025. It was in consulting constituents and consulting the ordinary people that we got an idea of what they want and what they need in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, here we are broadening the tax base and we are shifting the burden to many persons and many entities that are able to be able to bear the brunt of that tax measure. It is a comprehensive fiscal package and it charts the way forward for Trinidad and Tobago. It will balance growth with accountability, and it is raising revenue through very fair means. New levies and surcharges will be made, but they are calculated and they will shift the burden to those who are better able to pay. Mr. President, overall, the finance bill has several progressive elements in it: social relief, fair revenue generation, as well as investment in essential services. And, Mr. President, with regards to the raising of the taxes, with regards to brewery taxes, I would like the goodly senator to understand that alcohol is a carcinogenic substance. It is addictive and it is directly toxic to the brain. And same can be said for nicotine. And it was after...
And PNM.
And it was after...
Toxic to the brain.
And it was after many deliberations that we made the decision of how we can go forward with many public health interventions in the finance bill. But before I go forward, I would like to thank the Prime Minister for an initiative that happened over the weekend. And it is based roughly on what happened here today in the finance bill, and that was the opening of the Coors Children's Hospital. And what we are faced with here today in the public health sector is a massive backlog of procedures in the health sector, be it clinic appointments or surgery appointments. The last tally we had was over 11,000 procedures are currently on backlog in the public health sector. And a large proportion of that backlog is due to the fact that the Coors Children's Hospital was closed by a wicked PNM government for the last 10 years. For the last 10 years. Mr. President, when we went in there, I, myself, as well as the Minister of Health, the Line Minister, Dr. Boodhu, we saw medical equipment that was covered in plastic and was never, ever commissioned by UDCOT. It was never used on one person, not on one patient. The hematology lab had millions of dollars of equipment on shelves, on desks, never, ever used once. There are thousands of persons in the healthcare sector awaiting blood tests, and state-of-the-art equipment, never ever used once, never even commissioned by UDCOT. We asked the professionals at UDCOT, can we now use this equipment? Can you calibrate it? Can it be used to test a blood sample? They said no, it's end of service life. The results that we get cannot be verified by them. All of that equipment has to be thrown out. According to them, that's fake news, and we're doing nothing to help the citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. Over $100 million of equipment was left to rot. $100 million in equipment. 217 pieces of unused medical equipment valued at over 20 million TT dollars in today's value. Cost more when we procured it 10 years ago. MRI and CT scanners putting down there to rot. MRI and CT scanners. You know how many persons in the public healthcare system are asking for imaging and they can't get imaging? You had a hospital there for 10 years. 45 medical items valued at $14 million. 225 diagnostic and sterilization equipment valued at $32 million. The entire hospital worth $2 billion. They didn't use it for 10 years.
This fake too?
Right? And what are we doing to help the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago? Mr. President, Clause 7 amends Section 37 of the Act, and it increases penalties to Section 13 to Section 17.8. It prohibits the sale of nicotine or tobacco to minors. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? It prohibits the use of a child to buy tobacco products. for a parent or a relative or a neighbor. What is wrong with that? Who could object to that?
P&M.
It prohibits self-service displays, as well as it prohibits self-service sales of tobacco products, as well as tobacco products in certain places. Should a vendor fail to display a sign which prohibits the sale of alcohol, the first offense will be a fine of $150,000 and imprisonment for 6 months. It has been many, many, many years since many of these measures have been updated. It has been many years, but the goodly senator seems to have issue with that as a medical professional. The second offense, a fine of $200,000 and imprisonment for 1 year if you sell to a minor. The third offense, a fine of $250,000 and imprisonment for 2 years on conviction and indictment. Clause 21 of the Finance Bill amends the Brewery Act, Chapter 87-82, and it creates a new framework in which a license to brew in Trinidad and Tobago will be created. Section 3 of the Act will be repealed, and there will be a new Section 3, which will mandate payment of annual fees. And for the first time, applicants, and this is pertaining to renewals, will have to declare their projected annual production volume or relative to the previous annual production volume. So the new Section 3 states that if a person brews beer for sale without a license, they will be liable to a fine of $10,000. We are not fining the common and the average citizen. We are going after those that are brewing alcohol, as well as their materials will be forfeited. Clause 21 of the fine increases penalties for infractions in the storage of materials, as well as bookkeeping, inspection, adulteration or manipulation of product and other brewing operations. And a new Schedule 1 will provide the annual rates that brewers must pay for their license. So, yes, we are creating and we are amending taxes here, but it is targeted at those who are best able to pay and not the ordinary citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is the reason why the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago voted for the United National Congress to be in power and voted them out. Mr. President, with regards to what we are amending here today in the Tobacco Act as well as in the Brewery Act, it is a complementary policy to a suite of legislation that the Ministry of Health plans to put forward over the next couple of years. We have a legislative agenda of our own. And Mr. Speaker, as you know, Mr. President, in addition to myself being a dentist by profession previously, I also studied law. So myself and the line minister, Dr. Boodhu, we are putting a focus on many legislative amendments that we can make during this next 5 years. And we are targeting marketing and advertising restrictions with regards to nicotine as well as alcohol. In a previous parliament, I did debate a tobacco bill in which pictorial health warnings were implemented in Trinidad and Tobago, whereby the cigarette pack has to have at least 50% covered with a graphic image, as well as there's a prohibition on misleading terms on nicotine packaging, such as a flavor, be it methanol or menthol, or flavored nicotine. We are also including textual warnings and required declarations, such as smoking can be dangerous to your health, as well as the implementation of warnings of the constituents and additives that may be contained in a tobacco package, and no false or deceptive info must be displayed. And, Mr. President, we are also enforcing smoke-free laws in Trinidad and Tobago. Smoking, as you know, is banned in all public places as well as public transport. And if the roofing is over 50% of the enclosed space, that too can be considered an enclosed space. Sales to minors will and is illegal and will be enforced. We are also implementing more cessation programs within the Ministry of Health to assist persons that are willing to stop smoking. This will be done through many of the RHAs as well as NGOs that we support in the Ministry of Health. There will be additional public health campaigns as well as partnerships with many entities in corporate Trinidad and Tobago, such as Scotiabank, as well as the Cancer Society of Trinidad and Tobago, PAHO, and the WHO. Some of these programs will include Clearing the Air, Commit to Quit, as well as World No Tobacco Day. And, Mr. President, and to the members on the other side, taxation is one of the most potent and effective public health initiatives or interventions that a government can make. It reduces consumption, it lowers the disease burden, as well as it improves health equity. In a small island developing stage such as Trinidad and Tobago, our resources are limited in terms of the global context, and our NCD burden is very, very high. And we are faced with this every single day at the Ministry of Health. Our fiscal space is limited, and we have a very, very high disease burden in Trinidad and Tobago. So there's a very, very strong argument for increasing taxes on both alcohol as well as tobacco. Mr. President, according to the World Health Organization, the harmful consumption of alcohol results in over 3 million deaths per year. And alcohol consumption contributes to over 200 diseases, social and injury conditions, including mental health problems such as depression, anxiety disorders, interpersonal violence, suicides. Several types of cancer are not limited to the liver, breast, colon, liver, and cardiovascular disease, as well as the increased risk of infectious diseases. And, Mr. President, it is the third largest contributing factor to injury and disease worldwide, contributing to 5.1% of the global health disease burden. But, Mr. President, and quite interestingly, in Trinidad and Tobago, compared to other CARICOM countries, Trinidad and Tobago has a high percentage of youth, persons aged between the ages of 15 and 19 years old, who consume alcohol. The WHO, the World Health Organization, estimates that 43.9% of TNT's youth consume alcohol, which is much, much higher than other Caribbean nations. Jamaica is at 22.7%, Guyana 26.1%. The World Health Organization also noted that younger people were affected by alcohol at a greater percentage than older persons, and estimates that 13.5% of all deaths in persons between the ages of 20 to 39 were due to alcohol. And I'm reading from the draft National Alcohol Policy, which is formulated by the Ministry of Health. Mr. President, in Trinidad and Tobago, in a study at 4 emergency rooms, revealed that among patients preventing for injuries, 20.6% of the patients consumed alcohol, mainly beer, in the 6 hours prior to the injury. And as a result of that, the Ministry of Health is committed to develop and implementing sustainable, effective policies, strategies, and programs to reducing the negative health and social consequences of alcohol. And who could argue with that? Who could really argue with that?
PNM.
Who could argue with that? You know, it's nonsensical to argue with that.
P&M.
Mr. President, moving a little bit to nicotine, and we also have a draft policy on nicotine at the Ministry of Health. And Mr. President, the WHO's framework convention on tobacco control, of which Trinidad and Tobago is a signatory, we have signed on to this framework. They have given us recommendations, and this was done in 2019 during the PNM time, but they refused to implement it. We have taken note of that, and we are implementing many of these recommendations. One recommendation to the reduction of and demand of tobacco in Article 6 of the framework is price and tax measures. They are asking for price measures to reduce the demand of tobacco. They are asking in Article 8 for protection to exposure of tobacco smoke. Article 9 is asking for the regulation of the contents of tobacco products. Article 10 is asking also for the product disclosure, packaging and labeling of tobacco product. Article 12 is asking for the education, communication and training and public awareness. Article 13 is demanding reduction methods concerning tobacco dependence and cessation. The goodly senator did not understand that. All those years of medical school, he has spent too long as a politician. They are asking for the reduction of the supply of tobacco, illicit trade in tobacco products, the sale to and by minors. They're asking for the protection of the environment and health of persons, and asking for additional resources with regards to research and surveillance. And in Trinidad and Tobago, we have, with regards to the regulation of tobacco, the Tobacco Control Act of 2009, the Tobacco Control Regulations of 2013, as well as a couple other legislative methods. But as well, the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control has also introduced the Empower measures in 2007. And we are also signatory to these, and they are demanding for the implementation of effective interventions to reduce the demand of tobacco. And Empower, Dr. the Honorable Amery Browne, M stands for Monitor Tobacco Use and Prevention Policies. P, protect people from tobacco smoke. O, offer to help quit tobacco. W, warn about the dangers of tobacco. E, enforce bans on tobacco advertising, promotion and sponsorship. And R, raise taxes on tobacco and tobacco products. So where did we get this from? We got this from the WHO, Mr. President. We are taking the WHO's advice and not those on the other side. This is a proportionate measure to raise taxes on both tobacco and alcohol, and it will serve the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago with regards to their dependence on both tobacco and alcohol. The policy is well designed and will deliver substantial returns. Thousands of lives of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago will be saved. It will be saved in coming years. The bill of the public health care sector to the Ministry of Health will be greatly, greatly reduced. It will foster healthier communities, stronger health systems, as well as more equitable outcomes. And Mr. President, it is consistent with public health best practice. The policy will deliver a double dividend. It will improve public finance as well as reduce health harms. TNT, we can realize meaningful gains while safeguarding revenue as well as social equity. And Mr. President, in addition to many of the legislative proposals that we have at the Ministry of Health, we are also proposing a front-of-package labeling bill that will soon be introduced in both houses. And the purpose of front-of-packaging labeling is one strategy where a large label will be placed on the package of all food products. And citizens will be able to see if a food is high in sugar, sodium, fat, saturated oils, artificial sweeteners, and it will give the average citizen the opportunity to know what they are consuming in their body. And Mr. President, the growing Caribbean NCD epidemic requires effective and urgent action. And I'm reading from a position paper titled Front of Package Labeling of Prepackaged Foods and Beverages, Evidence-Based Strategy for Reducing Diet-Related NCDs in the Caribbean. And it was done by Marshall and Ferguson in the year 2022. And what they are saying, if this is deployed in a strategic manner in conjunction with other nutrition-centered approaches, this will elevate nutritional awareness among consumers, as well as giving citizens a healthier point of purchase options, as well as reducing the mounting NCD crisis that we currently face in the Caribbean. And, Mr. President, to have an idea of what we currently face in the Ministry of Health, we are faced, because of NCDs, and this is what we are trying to target here today, with these so-called sin taxes on tobacco and alcohol. We are trying to prevent and trying to lower our health bill. One of our health bills is the pharmaceutical bill, Mr. President. Last year, the Ministry of Health spent $975 million on pharmaceuticals. $975 million on pharmaceuticals. And we spent all that money on pharmaceuticals. And if you go to NIBDEC, because at the Ministry of Health, we did not get to do one tender as yet under this administration. So what we are using currently is what was inherited under the previous administration. If you go to NIBDEC at C40 in Shagaramas, our warehouse, pharmaceutical items with less than 1 month. You're allowed to display documents in this house? No, right. Almost every single drug item on the inventory at C40, no ETA available, no estimated time of arrival. The warehouse has almost nothing. After $975 million in procurement. And that is how much the bill for NCDs will be going forward. Mr. President, in the mid-year review, they left a full treasury, you know. In the mid-year review, we were faced with a bill of $353 million to NIBDEC. That NIBDEC asks that we pay as soon as possible. As soon as possible, if we were to have drugs flowing in our public healthcare sector. For suppliers, be it foreign and local, to get paid on time. Some suppliers, if you don't pay them on time, they'll cut you off, and we can't have a situation like that. We were faced with a bill of $353 million just for pharmaceuticals. The Minister of Finance, in his goodly self, paid most of this, but we are still owing, from the last fiscal year, $52 million. $52 million we are still owing in the last fiscal year. That has gone forward now into this fiscal year. And we have to buy more drugs for this year. Right? But they left a full treasury, you know. What they left was bills. That's what they left. Bills.
Treasury full of bills.
A treasury full of bills. A treasury full of bills. And, Mr. President, it gets even worse. You know, we speak in alcohol, we speak in tobacco. Senator Browne asking what we're doing for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. This is what we're doing for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We are implementing policy that will change their behavior and finding money to pay their bills. That is why they're on that side. That is why they're on that side. Our dialysis bill, Mr. President, our dialysis bill due to chronic renal failure, our dialysis bill is too much. Mr. President, in 2018 to 19, we spent $125 million on hemodialysis. In 2020, we spent $116 million. In 2020, at COVID, $107 million. And unfortunately, during COVID, many of our very, very sick persons passed, and may they rest in peace. The bill continues. 2021, $106 million. 2022, $92 million. 2023, $84 million. This year, we are expected to spend over $100 million on hemodialysis, right? And that is the treatment of persons with chronic kidney failure. What we are trying to do is we are trying to prevent persons from having chronic kidney failure. It is through policy. And, you know, I was very, very, very disappointed with Senator Amery Browne's contribution here today. Very, very, I wish I could have spoke. I had the ability to speak on other clauses of this bill in order to rebut many of the comments that he made. But as you well know, Mr. President, under the Constitution, I can only stick within my remit. Yes, others will deal with it on this side. Thank you very much.
Take things.
And Mr. President, taxation is a public health policy tool. Consumption will now be discouraged among the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and the full social costs will be partially internalized within our structure in Trinidad and Tobago. The government will now obtain resources that will offset harm to the citizens. Diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, stroke, cancers, they are all leading causes of death and disability in Trinidad and Tobago. And in many cases, this is due to the fact that persons are consuming nicotine, tobacco products, as well as alcohol. So we have rising obesity as well as lifestyle risk factors, and the economic costs of NCDs are escalating, as I have told you earlier here today. NCDs, Mr. President, account for roughly 62% of the deaths in Trinidad and Tobago. And we here in the government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar, we are working actively to reduce that number year upon year upon year. We have a national strategic plan for NCDs in Trinidad and Tobago, and the measures, the initiatives that we are speaking about here today, they form part of that plan. They form part of that plan. As a medical doctor, he should have known that. Early detection, treatment of metabolic risk factors, advocacy, community outreach, as well as early diagnosis, and safe and secure and competent clinical management. They're calling us what? Mr. President, higher taxes are the most effective single measure that a government could possibly take in order to reduce the consumption of both alcohol and tobacco. Our health systems are severely limited. In an IDB article published in 2017, it is estimated that in Trinidad and Tobago, our annual economic burden from NCDs is US $1.19 billion, or $88 billion. And this is approximately 4.3% of our country's GDP. It is our intention, Mr. President, to lower that number as much as we can. And these two measures are only two measures that we have upon a suite of legislative measures that will be introduced into both the House of Representatives as well as the Senate in the coming years to reduce this number, Mr. President. I applaud Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar as well as the Minister of Finance, Dave Tanku, for the brave, the courageous step they have taken to introduce these taxes. It bears well for the future of young people in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, in the few minutes that I have left, only 1 minute we have left. I would like to thank the government of India. During the recent visit of Prime Minister Modi, they donated 20 hemodialysis units to the Ministry of Health. I applaud them. It will be of great benefit to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. The idea is not to have persons go to hemodialysis, but to try to prevent them to get into that point. This is a preventative measure that we are implementing here today. I wish the best to all my colleagues on this side. I thank Senator the Honorable Kennedy Swaratsingh for his contribution. And I thank you all for having me here today as your guests. And I wish you all the best in your future deliberations. Thank you very much, sir.
The Honorable Senator Vishnu Dhanpaul.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. As always, good to see you. Mr. President, I will start at clause 15A and move along, obviously not in numerical order. Mr. President, clause 15A is one of the most dangerous clauses I've ever seen in a finance bill in decades. Mr. President, I am not fear-mongering. I can only present facts. I can only present empirical data. Mr. President, short-term appointees or external persons, non-public servants, should never be engaged in the direct administration of taxes. Under the TTRA model, there was a board of directors drawn from the private sector. But the TTRA legislation made it clear, and this is very, very, very important. The TTRA legislation made it clear that they would have no role in accessing confidential taxpayer information or in the direct management of staff. Mr. President, I suspect, and I could be wrong, that both of us, you and I, are the only two people in here who have worked for emolument income from one source for more than 25 years. Paid by the government and taxed by the government. Mr. President, I'm almost sure also that the two of us, you and I, are also the only two members of this Honorable House to have filled out and submitted integrity forms to the Integrity Commission over the last 25 years consecutively. So it's a bit of a surprise to me to see my colleagues on the other side so, I don't want to say the word happy, but so enthusiastic about non-public servants being on the Board of Inland Revenue. I've never seen that in my life. I worked for over 30 years at the Ministry of Finance. Maybe because they don't understand the implications of having non-public servants. I don't want to call them civilians. Non-public servants on the Board of Inland Revenue. Maybe they should also understand that the statute barred period at the Board of Inland Revenue is 6 years. Mr. President, if private individuals are to be appointed for a term of 3 years and placed in a position where they can access taxpayers' information is a matter of major concern. Mr. President, an oath of secrecy is required under Section 4 of the Income Tax Act. Now, Section 4 is like a mini Bible within the BIR. And it binds the officer for life. How then can you justify appointing an attorney? And attorneys are often outsourced by the BIR, or an accountant for 3 years with the expectation that they can return to private practice. The accountant can easily leave with all that information on your personal taxes. So too can the lawyer, and go back into private practice. Extreme care must be taken, Mr. President, in the drafting of legislation that could affect the protection of taxpayers' information. Very, very critical. And I want to quote from a judgment, a recent judgment by a High Court judge. High Court denies IT expert access to BIR system. Expressed June 10, 2025. In a ruling safeguarding taxpayer confidentiality, High Court Judge Joan Charles has denied the application for an IT expert to access the Board of Inland Revenue's sensitive GenTax system, stating that the risk to privacy and statutory obligations far outweigh any potential benefit in resolving an ongoing dispute. The BIR responded. They strenuously objected to the application. BIR's main point of contention was that the grant of the application would offend its statutory duty to protect, preserve, and maintain the privacy and security of the confidential information collected from taxpayers. And again, they quote, "This duty is imposed by Section 4 of the Income Tax Act, which states that every person having an official duty or being employed in the administration of this Act shall regard and deal with all documents, information, returns, assessment lists, and copies of such lists relating to the income or items of the income of any person as secret and confidential, and shall make and subscribe a declaration in the form prescribed to that effect before a magistrate. Any person having possession," and Mr. President, this is where the problem comes in with civilians on the Board of Inland Revenue. This is not a state board, you know. Any person having possession of or control over any document, information, returns or assessment, lists, or copies of such lists relating to the income or items of income of any person who at any time communicates or attempts to communicate such information or anything contained in such documents, otherwise than for the purposes of this Act, or any written law administered by the board, is guilty of an offense. So, even though these civilians will be on the board and maybe sign the oath of secrecy, they have the option to leave. And they will be lawyers and accountants. This is the High Court Judge Charles again. I am minded to agree with the BIR that Section 4 creates an insurmountable hurdle to the approach suggested by the application. It appears to this court that to allow the application would be to sanction a direct violation of provisions of the Income Tax Act, and in particular Section 4 thereof, which is inconsistent with the mandate of the BIR. Moreover, it is significant to note that Section 4 not only prohibits the share or communication of the confidential information held by the BIR, but also criminalizes such conduct. Mr. President, it is worth noting that not even the Auditor General or the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance at this time has access to taxpayer information. Mr. President, when I was the Permanent Secretary, I never even bothered to ask, because I knew the rules. It was more administrative relationship with the BIR. This is a standard of separation and protection of data that we must uphold. And I'll give you an example of what transpired once with a chairman of BIR. A member of staff left, took no pay leave to go and work in an accounting firm. After 6 months, the member of staff wanted to come back. And to the credit of the chairman, absolutely not. Because the conflict of interest was running so high. She went to work in an accounting firm. Mr. President, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Finance is responsible for recommending the chairman of the board and the commissioners to the Service Commission, and essentially has administrative charge over them. So now the permanent secretary is on the board, working with the people who they recommended to be there to the Service Commission. Now the PS will also sit on the same board as an equal member at the same level. It would have been far more prudent to restrict this function to career public servants. Why not take all 6 or all 9 from the public service? What's the need for having a 3-year contract officer? 2. This is a high-risk arrangement in terms of conflict of interest and confidentiality, and is another feature of recognized tax administrators. Mr. President, the Minister of Finance has many advisors, hundreds of well-trained staff to advise him. I only have Vishnu Dhanpaul, and I could see trouble with this in the very near future. I'll move on to Clause 5, the Statistics Act, and which deals with the central bank. Mr. President, I want to make it clear that my observations are not directed to the governor of the central bank. I've known the governor of the central bank for many years. I've worked with him for many years, and he's a decent gentleman. My observations are directed at the post, not the person. Mr. President, my observations on Clause 5 are directed at the central, are not directed, as I said, at the central bank governor. The central bank's primary role is to conduct monetary policy, while the CSO is responsible for collecting and producing official statistics. In international best practice, countries focus on strengthening and modernizing their national statistical offices, improving data collection, methodology, technology, and independence, rather than transferring that responsibility to their central bank. And just this morning, I received an email from a group of retired statisticians in Trinidad and Tobago, more than likely from the CSO. And they said, and I just with your leave, Mr. President, that's a quote from the email. There has been long-standing cooperation between the CSO and the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago relative to the production of official statistics. A prime example is the balance of payments. But over the years, the breakdown was very simple. The CSO would do national income accounting, the central bank would do the external accounts and the monetary. So the CSO would do like population and growth, national income accounting, etc. A prime example is the balance of payments statistic that traditionally was produced by the CSO up until the mid to late 80s, but based on the availability of administrative data, primarily from exchange control documents that no longer exist. It was agreed between the CSO and the central bank that the day-to-day compilation of the BOP be undertaken by the central bank, but the oversight and authority to publish these statistics must be signed off by the CSO because they were the authority for national income data. This governor of the central bank, who is essentially outside of the civil service and generally a political appointee, could not be designated in this regard as the competent authority for the production and dissemination of the BOP and therefore of official statistics, unlike the Registrar General with regard to statistics on births and deaths, etc., etc. From an even wider perspective, and this is the same email, these are statisticians. From an even wider perspective, there are many pitfalls in assigning the governor of the central bank as a competent authority for the production of official statistics. There's nothing to stop the governor of the central bank with the approval of the government of the day, and it could be any government, it's a very neutral look, to stop the governor of the central bank with the approval of the government of the day, from taking over other areas of statistics, say the national accounts, as I just mentioned, which among the range of statistics produce the GOP growth rate. I'm not saying, I'm not casting any aspersions on any post, but cooking the books could be something that could be very relevant here. The inflation rate and other such indicators. Critically, even with the BOP and these other indicators mentioned above, the central bank ought not to be seen as producing official statistics that are used in its formation of monetary and financial policies. The model was simple. The CSO would feed the central bank the data so they could arrive at the monetary and financial policies. The essence, therefore, is not even having the governor of the central bank as a competent authority. Lies in this perceived or real conflict of interest. This is a grave example of a conflict of interest. It is also an incestuous relationship that is starved of ethics and professionalism. This is a group of retired statisticians. Mr. President, when business leaders, ordinary citizens, rating agencies, and international financial markets begin to doubt the neutrality of our statistics, it is our borrowing costs that pays the price. Doubts over data credibility can lead to a weaker credit rating. We have had that, we have faced that at the Ministry of Finance for many years. Doubting data is a big deal by these international agencies. And reduce investor appetite for Trinidad and Tobago paper because investors will demand a premium for uncertainty and perceived risk. Many countries worldwide keep a clear legal separation between the Statistics Office and the central bank. This can be achieved with the implementation of the Statistical Institute. Mr. President, Clause 8, the NIB. And I'm keeping along the lines of my quotes. The Honorable Prime Minister. According to the Prime Minister, when she was an opposition leader on the campaign trail, any discussion about changing the retirement age would need serious consultation, and should that be the option preferred by the majority, it should be one by choice. That is to say, those who wish to go by 60, fine. Those who wish to go by 65, fine. But you can't tell a man to work his entire life, put his savings in NIS every week, every month, and you come to tell him now, sorry, sir, you can't get it. You have to wait until 65. You cannot continue like this. The Minister of Finance, Friday, 29 April 2022. Headline, Tanku, unwise to raise the retirement age. Tanku said, it takes no genius to realize that the way to increase the value of contributions is not to penalize workers, but to increase the number of workers in permanent, well-paid jobs and raising the number of employers contributing to the system. That is not rocket science. This is the minister speaking here 3 years ago. That is common sense. Agreed. It is similarly common sense that the government needs to do then is to create the environment for greater confidence in the economy so that investors can come in and create jobs. Excellent. Mr. President, I note, and you came out of the environment yourself, that the trade union movement is unusually silent on the increase in the NIS payments and the increase in the retirement age. I just want to point out one thing. The actual reports of the NIB of 2022 and 2023 projected contributors, and maybe they were impacted by previous years by the COVID crisis, but they projected contributors to the NIS to fall to 423,249 by 2024, with the fund totaling 25 billion. However, when they extrapolated on the actual numbers, in 2024 the fund stood at 28 billion, 3 billion higher than projected, and contributors increased to 488,256, almost 50,000 more people. Mr. President, why punish workers and small business owners by increasing NIS contributions? The nation must understand, and I think the population must understand, that after January 4, 2027, there'll be a total increase of 45% in NIS contribution and a consequential decrease in your disposable income. In addition, Mr. President, the population must also understand that from January 1, 2036 and onward, a retiree must be 65 years of age to receive their full NIS pension. It's a given. Mr. President, clause 14. Mr. President, Section 3.1 of the External Loans Act sets a limit on how much government can borrow externally without returning to Parliament for approval. The current limit has been so since 1970 is 50 million TT dollars. The proposed limit is 45 billion TT dollars, a 900% increase. I haven't heard anything increase by 900% in a long time. Mr. President, I recall that in 2013, the then UNC government, I was the permanent secretary at the time, with Minister Hawaii, now Governor Hawaii, has raised $1 billion US under the authority of the External Loans Act, Chapter 7105. But how was it done, given that the base was only 50 million TT? But it required a resolution passed by both the Senate and the House of Representatives. Mr. President, what is going to happen now is that these checks and balances at that time were very critical. Mr. President, the $50 million limit was set in the early 1970s, but served a significant purpose over the decades. It forced the various administrations, could be anybody, PNM, UNC, NAR, anybody, to come to Parliament for approval to borrow. It forced the government to justify each major loan publicly, face scrutiny from the opposition, and think carefully about the country's debt accumulation. Mr. President, in my humble view, it was never about the amount of the limit over the years, but what the limit forced any government to do before it engaged in borrowing externally. It was a crucial democratic safeguard that has now been shredded, and the level of transparency previously involved will be almost non-existent. Mr. President, I am in the opposition, but all I could do is ask the Honorable Prime Minister to review this. Mr. Speaker, raising the external loans limit to 45 billion TT dollars means that the government has no need to return or resort to parliamentary resolution unless they plan to borrow more than the 45 billion TT, the equivalent of 5.7 billion US roughly. Mr. President, this government, by including this clause in the finance bill, proposes a 900% increase in the borrowing ceiling.
Mr. President, I hate to interrupt my friend, but 4211, my friend is reading.
Yeah, I think that this is a bill and so on that I would have given the facility, and I'll say that any member who wishes to refer to their notes for this debate, they can do so. Continue, please.
I'd also like to show my friend that this is my handwriting. Still my handwriting. Well, I hope you're not going to read. As I was saying, it is a 900% increase in the borrowing ceiling, which allows me to state without fear or favor that this government is making an excellent attempt at getting this country downgraded. By Standard & Poor's, Moody's, and Caricus. Borrowing in US dollars means repaying in US dollars, and the impact that will have on the foreign reserves. Mr. President, as you may be aware also, the total external debt of Trinidad and Tobago, regardless of how it happened, when it happened, and I know they're going to fix it. They're going to fix it. The total external debt of Trinidad and Tobago is higher than the reserves. Well, you have a chance to fix it.
Don't let them distract you. You go ahead.
This is your shot to shine. This is your shot to shine. You have one shot to shine. Mr. President, why is such a massive increase necessary? Without a proper explanation by the government, this could lead to speculation. Because we're not hearing any. I heard about this the first time. It wasn't in the budget. People say, well, declining revenues can't finance the budget, as they've been saying already. Government wants to borrow without parliamentary debate to finalize the so-called revitalization program, or preparing for eventual IMF assistance requiring significant external borrowing. Mr. President, this is one of the most consequential clauses from the entire bill. It fundamentally reshapes Trinidad and Tobago's fiscal architecture and could determine the country's economic trajectory for decades. I know, Mr. President, it's not the size of a country's debt, you know. Many developed countries have total debt to GDP of over 100%. It is the trajectory of the debt and the ability of our country to show that they can repay the debt. That's the issue. Those are the issues. Mr. President, Clause 18A. Mr. President, financial institutions already pay corporation tax of 35% on their chargeable profits. A green fund levy of 0.3% on gross sales or receipts, a business levy of 0.6% on gross sales or receipts. Now the government is imposing an asset levy of 0.25% on the total assets of commercial banks and insurance companies. The Minister of Finance has been quoted as saying, "Don't you worry about a thing. I will direct the central bank to deal with that," with these financial institutions, and to curse these institutions to avoid passing on the increased tax to their customers. Mr. President, I'm not sure how the central bank will do that, given the policy instruments that they use for monetary policy. Apart from moral suasion, it will be difficult to convince financial institutions that they should absorb the cost of the tax and not pass it on to their clients. I can't see, Mr. President, a bank not passing that cost. I don't know how the central bank is going to deal with that. I don't know what the Minister of Finance or what is he directing them to do. Mr. President, the Central Bank operates under the Central Bank Act. Its powers are defined by the statute. The Central Bank, as far as I'm aware, cannot simply order financial institutions to absorb costs. This would exceed its legal authority. Such directives would likely be challenged in court. Mr. President, if the banks absorb the costs, their return on equity will likely fall. And this is the critical one, because I've noticed a strange coincidence recently. Their share price will fall and trigger credit rating concerns. If the banks pass on the cost to the customers, this can result in increase in loan rates. If they pass it on, reduction in deposit rates, and increased fees. Mr. President, imposition of the levy is bad policy. It creates problems that cannot be solved by regulatory intervention. Mr. President, in dealing with commercial banks, in commercial asset levy, the bill specifically defines total assets as total assets net of provisions made for loans, losses, and taxation recoverables. However, when one turns to the operative charging and installment provisions in Section 75, and you'll see nicely poised there in the bill, the language shifts to gross assets as the basis for computing levy installments with no definitions anywhere, and I searched, with no definition anywhere of gross assets. In accounting practice and prudential regulation, gross assets and total assets are distinctly different concepts, and the legislation gives no indication whether the term gross assets is meant to refer to assets before provisions, before tax recoverables, or whether it is an imprecise substitute for total assets. Mr. President, in accounting terms, in accounting life, those terms cannot be used interchangeably. Mr. President, Clause 18B, the landlord business surcharge. How long do I have again, Mr. President? How long do I have again?
That's fine.
5 past? Thank you. Mr. President, let me briefly analyze the landlord business surcharge. The practical effect of this bill is that it creates a publicly accessible surcharge is that it creates a publicly accessible register that links named individuals and entities to specific income-producing rental properties and allows any person to obtain this information. This goes against the long-established principle of taxpayer secrecy and the confidential obligation imposed on the BIR officers by, again, Section 4 of the Income Tax Act. Mr. President, the BIR is going to have to monitor this and do the tax collection, you know. It is difficult to reconcile such a broad right of public inspection with the statutory duty to safeguard confidential tax information, and it therefore creates a serious risk of taxpayer confidentiality being compounded in practice. Mr. President, there's uncertainty as to how this 5% surcharge is meant to fit within the existing framework of taxes and levies. For businesses already subject to business levy, is any portion of the surcharge, and maybe Minister Swaratsingh can answer this, is any portion of the surcharge capable of being credited against that levy, or is it simply an additional tax burden layered on top? Mr. President, this measure hurts small landlords, tenants, and businesses struggling with high rent. Mr. President, Clause 18C, the electricity surcharge. Mr. President, the government can spin it however they wish, but the electricity surcharge of 5 cents per kilowatt hour will be passed on to the customers of commercial and industrial businesses. Mr. President, because of the low cost of electricity in Trinidad and Tobago, our manufacturers have, for many decades, maintained a competitive advantage over the competition within CARICOM and extra-regionally. This competitive advantage could be eroded significantly with the implementation of this electricity surcharge. Mr. President, this measure again does not provide any indication of how this surcharge should be treated for tax purposes in the hands of companies. Again, maybe the Minister of Finance could help us here. Mr. President, the Miscellaneous Taxes Act and Income Tax Act already set out clear rules and long-standing practice on which taxes, levies, and charges may be deducted, and which are expressly disallowed. The introduction of a new electricity surcharge without satisfying a status for deductibility or tying it into those existing frameworks creates unnecessary ambiguity for businesses. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
We'll take the tea break at this time, and when we return, I'll call on the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence. This sitting is now suspended until 5:45 p.m. Senator de la Bastide, SC.
And thank you to the Leader of Government Business for allowing me to just pose a quick question to the government. With respect to Section 18 of the bill, which deals with the amending the Miscellaneous Taxes Act, and in particular Section 87 that is introduced by that amendment, which provides, this is dealing with the landlord's surcharge. On Section 87, Mr. President, it provides registration under this act terminates if A, the landlord and the tenant agree to terminate the tenancy, and the landlord so notifies the board. So I'm wondering just how this would work where you have, as in places like Tobago, where you have people renting holiday homes, maybe on very short-term rentals, sometimes a weekend
sometimes a week. It seems to me that it would be impractical for every time you change a tenant, you would have to file a new notification. And so I don't know if that is something that is dealt with but I'm missing, or maybe that is something the government might want to address now or later. But yeah. I didn't mention this to Senator Alaha, leader of government business, but I just thought it would be fair to you if I just quickly say that some of the concerns, it was raised by Senator Dhanpaul, caught my attention, and I'm looking forward to, genuinely interested in the response, and they were to do with the role of the non-public servants on the BIR as proposed under the Act, the role of the central bank governor, or the new role of the central bank governor under the Statistics Act as amended, and the point made by Senator Dhanpaul with respect to Section 14, which amended the External Loans Act, I think they call it, and his point about not having to come back and debate. So I just thought to be fair to you. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence.
Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to partake in this debate. A very important subject, very important bill, the Finance Bill 2025, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I get into the meat of the bill and its clauses, I just wanted to reflect a bit on some of the past contributions by members opposite and, of course, members of the independent bench. And, Mr. President, in particular, Senator Browne's contribution, I think, certainly raised a certain level of concern. And it brought me to reflect upon the good Lord's book, Mr. President. It took me back, Mr. President, in fact, to the Old Testament. Such was the contribution by Senator Browne. And, Mr. President, if you permit me to just lay a few words on the Hansard from the good Lord's book, from Proverbs 6:16 to verse 22. It says, "These 6 things doth the Lord hate, yea, even 7, an abomination unto him: a proud look, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood." Verse 18 goes on to say, Mr. President, "a heart that deviseth wicked imaginations, feet that be swift in running to mischief," Mr. President, "a false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren." "My son," verse 20 says, "keep thy father's commandments, and forsake not the law of thy mother. Bind them continually upon thine heart, and tie them about the neck. And when thou goest," Mr. President, "it shall lead thee. When thou sleepest, it shall keep thee. And when thou awakest," Mr. President, "it shall talk with thee." And, Mr. President, I would like the good senator to reflect on that very important proverb based on his most recent contribution in this goodly house. Mr. President, let's be very specific about some of the comments I heard today. I was indeed confused by the level of attack propagated by the good senator. In fact, the senator said, "Thank God for the PNM." And I said to myself, the PNM has been in power for such a long time in this country. And if the 9 years is a reflection of the value that that good party has to offer, I shudder to think, Mr. President, why a senator so logical, so seemingly intelligent, would utter such a phrase as "thank God" for the PNM. And this is not just rhetoric, Mr. President. I want you to understand that this is based on the foundation of what is quite controversial. Because to thank God for the PNM in such an emphatic manner, Mr. President, it means over the last 9 years, you would have been thanking them for poverty being expanded. Mr. President, you'd be thanking them for household income being eroded. Mr. President, you'd be thanking them for food escalation in prices. Mr. President, you'd be thanking them for investor confidence collapsing in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, do you know you'd be thanking them for the reduced energy production in terms of barrels of production by this country has ever seen in its history of oil and gas production? Mr. President, you'd be thanking them for the curtailing of foreign exchange to our small and medium-sized businesses and to all those who are in need, including the poor people that the good senator mentioned in his contribution. Mr. President, you'd be thanking them in the days of COVID for business closures mass over, Mr. President. Mr. President, most recently, you'd be thanking them for the NIS becoming close to insolvency. So, Mr. President, while I sat in my chair and I observed the comments by what I consider a dignified gentleman, I said something has to be wrong. Clearly, the gentleman was reflecting on the last 9 years and not the last 8 months of the UNC government, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, it got even worse. It got even worse as the senator continued. The senator quoted, Mr. President, that this government somehow is under a tax attack, Mr. President. A tax attack. And I said to myself, clearly this senator was out of touch with the reality of the last 9 years. Mr. President, would you believe that the income tax over the last 9 years raised by 25 to 30%? Would you believe, Mr. President, that the corporation tax in this country over the last 9.5 years increased by 25%? Would you believe, Mr. President, the bank taxation increased by 35% in this country? Would you believe, Mr. President, that the business levy tripled over the period? Would you believe, Mr. President, that the green levy tripled over this period? Mr. President, would you believe that the former finance minister introduced an online tax to tax citizens of this country? Mr. President, I can go on and on and on about the onerous nature of the taxation system that dealt with this country over the 9.5 years. So, Mr. President, I was confused. I was bamboozled. Mr. President, I thought I was in the twilight zone while listening to the goodly senator. In fact, Mr. President, as I reflected on the contribution, and he returns to the chamber, welcome, Senator Browne. As I contemplated the contribution, Mr. President, I know oftentimes the senator reserves his contribution for the tail end, and he has the distinction of reporting on all other contributions made over the period of the tenure of the House sitting. And I would suggest to him and recommend to him that he return so to do, Mr. President, based on the contribution provided. Indeed, you should have wound up your debate sooner rather than later. Mr. President, and I really thought that this debate would have been simply administrative in nature. And usually, a finance bill is of such nature. But it is because of the commentary, Mr. President, levied by the good senator, that I couldn't let the Hansard reflect that type of inflammatory commentary, Mr. President. Mr. President, would you believe that the senator went on to say that he used a term, wicked government? Mr. President, what kind of language is that? I can only concede, Mr. President, that he was a victim of political manipulation and that the thoughts and comments were indeed provided to him by others. He was influenced, Mr. President, because a logical thinking senator of his caliber could not possibly come to this House and spew such remarks. So, Mr. President, I wanted to quickly address some of those initial concerns. This is a very important piece of legislation for the country. And, Mr. President, the volume, Mr. President, of the items before us represent two things. It represents the urgency of a government acting on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, the bill seeks to amend the Prime Minister's Pension Act, the Gambling and Betting Act, the Immigration Act, and I won't go into the chapters, but for the Hansard, I want to list the volume of the amendments, the volume of the clauses, etc., that this bill treats with. The Immigration Act, very important, Mr. President. The Statistics Act, the National Lotteries Act, the Tobacco Control Act, the National Insurance Act, the Sport and Culture Fund Act, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, the Motor Vehicles Insurance Third-Party Risk Act, the Maxi Taxi Act, the Valuation of Land Act, the External Loans Act, the Property Tax Act, the Income Tax Act, the Corporation Tax Act, the Miscellaneous Taxes Act, the Customs Act, Mr. President, the Liquor Licensing Act, Mr. President, the Brewery Act, Mr. President, and of course, the Financial Obligations Regulations 2010. And Mr. President, the reason why I'm taking the approach of listing all of the legislation is because the finance bill, which comes after the national budget, Mr. President, is really meant to provide the teeth, the power, the ability to provide what the budget is intended to provide. And without these amendments, Mr. President, the budget becomes what it has become in recent past, simply a means of telling a story, a narrative that never gets fulfilled, Mr. President. And so that is why we are here. And that is why you see the quantum, Mr. President, listed here for perusal, for consideration. And it's important that we understand the intricacies of each. You see, Mr. President, I want to thank the Finance Minister for a stellar national budget. And Mr. President, I am not alone in suggesting that this budget has been one on the record, Mr. President, for many, many, many years. I consider this one of the best budgets that this country has seen in its recent history. You see, Mr. President, not only is the government trying to or attempting to strengthen public finances while maintaining, Mr. President, stability and protecting the people of Trinidad and Tobago, but the numbers of this budget speaks for itself. You know, Mr. President, a comment was made by the good Senator Vishnu Dhanpaul, and he mentioned the economics of this country. And Senator Browne also alluded to what he considered a good growth period for this country over the last few years. And Mr. President, I wondered to myself, if that was the case, why, Mr. President, are we in such a difficult financial situation when we look at matters related to the running and the structuring and the financing of our country? Mr. President, would you believe that he mentioned the borrowing limits and the debt to GDP ratio? And coming from an economics background, Mr. President, I happened to look and see what was the debt to debt service ratio back in 2015. Would you believe, colleague, it was 43.5%? 43.5%. And most economists would tell you that is indicative of a healthy economy.
Not when they left it.
Do you know when they left it, Senator? What was the percentage?
50 million.
83.5%, Mr. President. 83.5%. And these gentlemen across the floor have the audacity, have the gumption to come into this good house and say, we, the government, should fix these problems in less than 7 months. How is that possible?
No, but we bring the economy into disrepute.
How is that possible, Mr. President? You know, Mr. President, while the good senator was making his contribution, I said to myself, as a matter of curiosity, in life, what reaches its maturity in under 7 months? As we engage in this debate, what reaches usually its maturity in 7 months? Well,
6 months.
Mr. President, let's deal with the anatomy of the human. Well, firstly, pregnancy, 9 months. Right? That's one. A harvest season, Mr. President, well beyond 7 months. Crops that we are familiar with, cocoa, coffee, coconut, grapes, citrus, avocado, all have a longer harvest period, Mr. President. Would you believe, Mr. President, that the bamboo, the strongest species, takes 3 to 5 years before its first significant growth spurt? Mr. President, all major construction projects have a timeline of greater than 7 months. Mr. President, education, human development, when you go and take your degree, it takes 3 to 4 years for you to complete your degree on average. Mr. President, do you know a business cycle, in terms of startup maturity, typically takes 1 to 3 years? Judicial and legislative reforms, Mr. President, 1 to 2 years. Trees that bear fruit, Mr. President, mango, 3 to 6 years. Citrus, 2 to 3 years. Breadfruit, 3 to 5 years. Almonds, 3 to 4 years. Human recovery and healing, Mr. President. Would you believe more than a 7-month period? Would you believe, Mr. President, national economic turnarounds usually take 18 to 36 months to show tangible impact? And yet, this PNM government, Mr. President, would have us believe that in 7 months, we must fix every single issue. This PNM opposition, Mr. President, would have you think so. I submit to this House, Mr. President, that we are on the path to recovery. We are on the path, Mr. President, to responsible strategic intervention. We are on the path, Mr. President, to a delivery of relief to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, all citizens, not some, not the poor persons that Senator Browne alluded to, not the rich, not the middle class. All citizens, Mr. President, are bettered by this type of legislative reform. And I want to thank the Attorney General, and I want to thank the Finance Minister, I want to thank all those involved, Mr. President, in bringing these very important pieces of legislation to the Senate. Mr. President, I want to paint a picture for you of the success that we've had so far in this country since April 28. Mr. President, We are providing confidence and stability where it has been absent for almost a decade. We are providing, Mr. President, and ensuring that citizens are not punished. Mr. President, we are ensuring that the National Insurance Fund is strengthened and not abandoned. Mr. President, we are returning billions in overdue revenue into national development rather than leaving it trapped in an inefficient system, in arrears and penalties. Laptops, 18,000, are being provided to our students, Mr. President. In 7 months, Mr. President, 10% salary increase, now signed and sealed, direct to the persons who need it most, Mr. President. Mr. President, do you know that persons in this country felt unsafe? They felt victimized. And we brought legislation, Mr. President, in this House, related to the Home Invasion and Self-Defense Bill, so that persons can feel a sense of security. That is the type of government that you have before you. That is leadership, Mr. President, but leadership matched with measurable results. And so, Mr. President, in order for us to actualize the promises that are part and parcel of the national budget, you need to enact legislation that supports these. When we look at the clauses, Mr. President, they speak of national development. Mr. President, national development is not only measured in numbers, but importantly, Mr. President, it's in the ability of citizens to move safely, to travel comfortably, and to live without fear of failed infrastructure. Mr. President, these clauses in these bills provide that economic foundation. They provide the legislative teeth. Amartya Sen, some may know him, Nobel laureate in economics. He said economic development is freedom. Economic development is freedom. In fact, Kofi Annan said, no nation has ever developed by standing still. Progress demands bold, deliberate action, Mr. President. And this bill, Mr. President, is a representation of a government equipped for action. Not all talk, Mr. President. And so, I took great offense at the comments which were levied at a caring government. You see, Mr. President, in the past, when this nation received news, it was not only the news that they received, it was the tone in which the message was relayed. Oftentimes the finance bill, oftentimes the national budget, Mr. President, its delivery was one of arrogance. It was one of high-handedness. It was one that lacked empathy. It was one that was pretentious, Mr. President. Mr. President, it was haughty. Mr. President, it was sometimes patronizing. And it was difficult for citizens to not only have to bear the implications of the nature and the details related to the bill, but also, Mr. President, it is not always what you say, the contents, but it is how you say it. And what has the nation received now? They've received a budget and subsequently a finance bill that is grounded. I dare say it is approachable, Mr. President. It's delivered with respect. It is measured, Mr. President. It is open-minded. It is considerate of the citizens of the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. These clauses are self-aware, Mr. President. They're level-headed, and most certainly they're genuine, because they have each and every citizen at the heart of the legislation. So, Mr. President, you might ask, what are the material benefits? What are the material benefits of the clauses? Well, Mr. President, when we're looking at things such as VAT removal on specific goods, on livestock, on feed, on hydroponic equipment, on agricultural machinery, when we're expanding access to farm roads, irrigation, securing land tenure, Mr. President, we are ensuring that our agriculture sector is transformed. Mr. President, this government is not here to overcharge or punish citizens. We are here to give people a fair chance and to make things right, to right several wrongs. And this finance bill does exactly that. It provides a generous compliance window, Mr. President. It is a balanced approach. Mr. President, I want to go straight to the meat of it. Why is this bill important? Well, it's important for several reasons. First, Mr. President, it gives legal effect to tax and financial measures announced in the national budget. I think that is the most obvious component of the bill. Two, it enables government to perform a very important function, to collect revenue through updated taxes, duties, fees, and financial regulations. Mr. President, it ensures that the state can fund critical services such as hospitals, schools, national security, and social support. Importantly, Mr. President, it provides policy certainty for businesses, investor confidence, and so employers can plan confidently. Mr. President, it strengthens the economic stability by ensuring that spending is matched with legally authorized revenue streams. Mr. President, it supports the cost of living relief that we have endeavored to provide for citizens by making tax reductions and exemptions legally enforceable. Mr. President, importantly, for a digital nation, it enables digital transformation and modernization measures that depend upon financial legislation. Now, Mr. President, there's a clause I want to go to directly today. And this clause is indicative, Mr. President, of why this government is in power today. Mr. President, when I entered the ministry, the newly formed Ministry of Public Admin and Artificial Intelligence, formerly the Ministry of Digital Transformation, would you believe, Mr. President, that one of the first things that constituents and persons in the society, one of the first questions I received as minister, they said, Dominic, what's going on with this immigration form thing? Why is it that across the Caribbean, North America, Europe, what you would think is such an easy thing to accomplish, why is it so difficult for us as Trinidadians and Tobagonians to endeavor upon? Would you believe, Mr. President, and this is not a hyperbole, this is not an exaggeration, I have received this request from citizens over 50 times in the last seven months. And it is obvious to citizens that this was a need. It was a pain. It was, unfortunately, Mr. President, an embarrassment, to be frank. So when I entered the ministry, immediately with my exuberance and my value for technology, I sat down with the technocrats in the ministry, with the experts, with the developers. I said, what is the problem here? Let's get this done. Would you believe, Mr. President, it is not a lack of human capacity. It wasn't a lack of knowledge. It wasn't a lack of expertise. Mr. President, it wasn't even a lack of resources. Would you believe that the one significant inhibitor of progress in this country is a willingness and an intentionality, Mr. President? Mr. President, you see, countries are moved through leadership, through vision, and through sweat, Mr. President. I don't know what was happening in the last 9.5 years. But I can tell you, Mr. President, that under our watch, we will progress the initiatives of the country, of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President. And we will do so without apology, because our progress is also their progress. Every one of them probably want to fly out for the Christmas vacation, it's the Yuletide season, Mr. President. And each one of them will have to fill out an immigration form, not digitally, in paper. And so it is indeed an embarrassment. But I'll tell you what, Mr. President. This is where the rubber meets the road, because in Clause 4 of the Immigration Act, and I'll tell you why the Immigration Act is important. And anyone who understands border management would know that you have two things working in tandem. You have custom and excise, and you have immigration. And you have to declare both of those when you enter the country. But what was the problem? The problem, Mr. President, is that our laws allowed for paper entries. In fact, the only institutional body that is allowed to have a digital print of any kind is the TTPS. And so that was the bottleneck in this process, Mr. President. The fact that the law does not allow for us to have digital signage. And for 9.5 years, nothing was done. Not a thing was done. And at some point, after all the old talk and the rhetoric, we have to consider why. And it's okay, we know why now. We know why. The population knows why. And that is why on April 28th, Mr. President, they got a resounding thanks for your time. Thanks for your time. We take it from here. And so, Mr. President, when we look at Clause 4, it says, including the immigration regulations to provide for new definitions of custom laws, quote-unquote, a data message, electronic, quote-unquote, electronic record, quote-unquote, to provide for the submission of electronic declarations by persons entering or leaving Trinidad and Tobago for the disclosure of information in arrival and departure declarations to the Comptroller of Customs and other persons as the Minister may prescribe by order for the purpose of ensuring compliance with custom laws. And that's Clause 4, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, you see, this government is a government of collaboration. This government is a government of listening before we act. And you see, if we were to amend the Immigration Act, Mr. President, and we didn't look at the Customs Act, which is in Clause 19, we still had the problem. You know what the Customs Act says? Chapter 7801, Clause 19, Mr. President. The first amendment, repealing sections 45A, B, C, and D. By repealing subsection 1 and substituting new subsections which would provide for the submission of electronic declarations by persons entering Trinidad and Tobago, the disclosure of information in customs declarations to a certain specified officer for the purpose of safeguarding public health, safety, or to such other persons as the Minister may prescribe by order the insertion of definitions, again, quote-unquote, data message, again, quote unquote, electronic, again, quote unquote, electronic record, and in customs regulations, in Regulation 87, to provide the comptroller to approve the form and manner of declarations. You see, Mr. President, unlike what has gone on in the past, where there has been a laissez-faire approach to regulations, where there has been a laissez-faire approach to legislative amendments, we, the government, will not sit aside and let the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago waste away, Mr. President, with inactivity. Because it's a direction of duty, Mr. President, when members opposite can stand with such confidence. I don't know, Mr. President, how they're able to accomplish such feats of arrogance after they get licks bad. I don't know. I don't know, Mr. President, how a gentleman can stand and speak about debt burden when they are the ones who created the debt burden. It baffles me, Mr. President. And I say that to say, Mr. President, a bill with intentionality, demonstrated by Clause 4, and again, demonstrated by Clause 19, that is supporting legislation. That is a government that is committed to strategy. And the good Senator Francis Lewis, I didn't forget you, Senator. What did he say? I wouldn't look for my notes. I think I remember it. He said, strategy equals transformation. Yes, Senator? And you see, that is what this does. You have the support of the finance minister, who brought an excellent budget to the parliament. And then, Mr. President, you have amendments which are strategic, which are guided, which are purposeful. You have Mr. Clause 4 and Clause 19, which then provides teeth so that we can actually do the work that we set out to do in our manifesto, which is now law, and this government is going to do it, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are many other pieces of legislation here that are important. I wanted to take the time to deal with the immigration piece in terms of the digital aspect specifically. What this bill does, what these clauses do, is that it provides progression in that regard. And I can say, as a citizen, I am certainly looking forward to signing digitally my record upon entry and exit of this country. So, Mr. President, I want you to take into consideration all of the very good clauses in the bill. Clause 3, Mr. President, deals with gambling and betting. I think we've exhausted the benefits of that. That is clear. Clause 4, as I said, Mr. President, deals with immigration. Clause 5 deals with the CSO, and I want to put it to Senator Dhanpaul that the purpose of the CSO is to provide data and information. They're the body that deals with the research and development and the sampling and the on-the-ground surveying. That's their responsibility. And so if they are then empowered by the other authority, which also provides publications and the like, that clustering is a net benefit. So I know you had your concerns, but in my view, that is a net benefit to the country. We also have Clause 6, which deals with issues with National Lottery. We have Clause 7, which, as my colleague would have mentioned, deals with tobacco. It also dealt with liquor. Mr. President, Clause 8, dealing with national insurance, an important item. I know my colleague, Minister from Planning, will deal with that. Sports and culture, Clause 9, the motor vehicle and road traffic elements were dealt with in Clause 10. I know my good colleague here, Senator Zakour, will deal with that. Importantly, Mr. President, the Motor Vehicle Insurance Third Party Risk Act, the Maxi Taxi Act, the evaluation of land. 14 deals with external loans, etc. And Mr. President, a number of quite effective pieces of legislation that quite succinctly, Mr. President, deals with the challenges that we have in this country and deals with it quite effectively and I dare say strategically, Mr. President. So what is this finance bill about? Besides all the rhetoric, besides all the politicking, it is essentially about encouraging responsible behavior, Mr. President. It's about boosting business confidence, which is very important at this stage. It's supporting our digital transformation and artificial intelligence agenda. And certainly it sends a clear message that this is a government, Mr. President, that puts the rubber to the road. This is a government that acts and not only talks. This is a government, Mr. President, that stands with the people. This is a government that is building a stronger, more modern, I dare say more prosperous nation. I fully endorse this bill, Mr. President. I know my colleagues here fully endorse it. It is our hope that colleagues opposite will also endorse it. And I'm proud to support the passage of this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Boodhu.
Good evening, and thank you very kindly, Mr. President, for permitting me to enter the debate once again in this honorable Senate, please, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to first just address the learned minister that just contributed very clearly to the bill on two issues. I was pleasantly reminded of the sitcom Friends, Mr. President. I'm not sure whether you look at Friends, but there was an episode that had that word bamboozled. It was a game called Bamboozled. So I was pleasantly reminded of that show. I really like it. But the good minister said that he was bamboozled. But the thing about it is I sat listening to the rest of the contribution and I realized that it really is the people of Trinidad and Tobago that have been bamboozled, Mr. President. Bamboozled after the UNC boasted that they will not impose any new taxes. Yet we have a bill here amending 21 acts, Mr. President, 12 of which either introduce an increased fine, an increased tax, or an altogether new tax, Mr. President. So I think the people of Trinidad and Tobago really are the ones who are bamboozled, Mr. President. And other than that, the learned minister said that he expected that a finance bill would be administrative in nature. But, Mr. President, even a superficial bit of research would show that finance bill debates are usually very contentious, almost always. And so I wish to put that on the record for the benefit of the viewing and listening public, lest they continue to fall victim to the continuous barrage of campaign rhetoric, campaign-style misinformation that we have coming from the other side, please, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I'd like to move into the bill now. And it's my observation, Mr. President, that most of this bill deals with raising money from the pockets of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. But a lot of the fundraising that's happening in this bill does nothing really to address enforcement or better the collections of the existing fines or existing taxes, Mr. President. And I'll turn first to Clause 10, which amends the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act. At A of Clause 10, there is an increase in the fine for failure to register the transfer of a used motor vehicle within 14 days after change of possession. Practically speaking, Mr. President, you buy a vehicle and you're required in law to transfer it within, in the first instance, 7 days. But if you fail to do so within 14 days, it's an offense, it's a criminal offense, for which you're now liable to pay $6,000, the previous fine having been $5,000. And the question I ask myself is, I can't recall the last time I would have read in the newspaper that somebody was charged under this offense. Perhaps it would have been more useful to enhance the ability of the licensing authority to detect those who have not found themselves within compliance, rather than raising the fine by what seems to be an arbitrary figure, that $1,000 increase, because we'll see later on, mostly in the entirety of this bill, that there are constant inconsistencies, if I could put it that way, consistent inconsistencies in the percentage by which fines and taxes are raised. Section C of that clause, this is an increase on the penalty where a person drives a vehicle without a valid driver's permit. So this is practically, again speaking, you're looking at an expired driver's permit, and it's gone from $750 to $1,500. All right. Then we have here from $1,500 to $3,000, where the person has never been the holder of a valid driving permit or has been previously refused. Now, obviously, if you've never been issued a driver's permit, you're intentionally operating a motor vehicle, you ought to be subject to a criminal penalty. But this here, again, practically tells me that if you find yourself, for example, driving a Ford Ranger when you have a Class 3 permit, a light T permit as it is commonly referred to, but you're driving a Ford Ranger which appears to the average observer not to take the form of a heavy T vehicle. It's not ostensibly a commercial vehicle that appears very heavy, but my understanding is that it weighs above the light T category, and therefore it is in fact heavy T. So if you find yourself in the position of driving a partner Ford Ranger on an evening to go home, you subject yourself to this increased offense, this increased fine from $1,500 to $3,000. Now that's a 100% increase, but just now I told you that there's an increase of $1,000. So this is what I mean by just, it seems to be some sort of arbitrary exercise of just increasing the fines where they could increase it, Mr. President. But what I would have hoped to see is that the government would have realized that this is an issue, in respect to the same pickup thing. It's a practical issue that motorists face, and perhaps it might have been more useful to amend the legislation to allow people with a regular light T permit to drive, as an example, a Ford Ranger, Mr. President. We move to section F, which amends 70A2. This is the section of the Act that deals with DUIs. Now, of course, there is no question as to whether penalties are too hefty for DUIs, but what I would have hoped is that at the very least, the demerit point system would have been retained as it relates to drunk driving offenses, Mr. President. Now, in general, across the world, one would see that demerit points tend to be a better deterrent to errant drivers than a fine, because people oftentimes assess when taking a risk whether they could tolerate the penalty or not. And in assessing that risk, I would suggest to this Honorable Senate and to the people listening and viewing that it is less likely for you to take that risk if the penalty is that you will get suspended from driving or you might lose your license altogether, rather than to pay simply a fine, even if that fine is increased, Mr. President. So I would have hoped that instead of imposing greater fines for errant drivers or errant road users, we would have seen at least the retention of some demerit points for certain really egregious offenses of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, Mr. President. You see, generally speaking, Mr. President, a driver is aware that he or she is committing an offense. Oh, yeah? Oh, so I stand corrected. But generally speaking, a driver is aware that he or she is committing an offense when driving on the road. If somebody is speeding down the highway, they generally are aware that they are committing an offense, Mr. President, generally speaking. And so, again, I would suggest that increasing fines is not the best way to deter persons from committing a knowing offense of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, Mr. President. Now, I want to move to clause 7 of the Act, Mr. President, which deals with the Tobacco Control Act. And the minister, the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Health pointed out, well, he said very clearly that this bill introduces prohibitions in respect of tobacco sales, and specifically that he said that the bill outlaws the sale of tobacco to minors and prohibits persons from purchasing tobacco using a child. Those were the two statements he made in respect to prohibitions. But again, just in the interest of clarifying any misinformation for the public listening, this bill does not introduce any prohibitions under the Tobacco Control Act. What it does is it increases fines that already exist if someone were to find themselves in contravention of the Act. So to be clear, it does nothing to introduce any new prohibitions, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I move on now to section 14, clause 14 of the bill, Mr. President, and it reads, the External Loans Act is amended in section 3(1) by deleting the words 50 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars and substituting the words 45,000 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars. What that says is it's increasing, the government is increasing its ability to borrow from $50 million to 45 billion with a B, as my learned friend says, billion dollars. Right? Pardon? This is what I'm reading the act here. It says by deleting the words 50 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars and increasing it to 45,000 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars. That's what it says here. All right? That's 900 times the current borrowing limit. Now, Senator Dhanpaul dealt with this a little bit, Mr. President. But I just want to point out again, for the benefit of the listening public, that the now government, when in opposition, made noise about borrowing, about deficit financing, about debt financing the budget for the last 9 years. Yet here we have this increase. And I'm hearing my learned friend, the minister, telling me that the bill doesn't say that, but I am reading the bill from the document sent to me by the Parliament, and it says, you're moving from 50 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars to 45 billion. That is what this says. So unless I am reading it incorrectly, which I doubt I am, that this is increasing the limit on borrowing by 900 times, Mr. President. So I know what the response is going to be. I could anticipate it. I could hear it anticipatorily. And it will be that they're borrowing the money to pay for debt that the PNM leave. All right. Before they say that, Mr. President, I will say that it is the government, when in opposition, said we shouldn't borrow and we shouldn't debt finance. And they will fix the economy without doing all of those things. So before they say it, I anticipate what they're going to say. So I will move, Mr. President, now to 79. So this is actually clause 18. These are amendments to the Miscellaneous Taxes Act. And at clause 79 thereof, there's the introduction of the landlord business surcharge. And in the definition section, it defines landlord, Mr. President. Now, I want to go into the definition of landlord because on this side, we've been getting constant inquiries from the business community up until this morning, actually. And business owners have been asking whether this definition of landlord, which reads, landlord means any person who is in receipt of rents and includes an agent of such person. The question has been whether corporations, businesses are going to also fall within this category of landlord. Now, on the reading of the bill, Mr. President, the answer is yes, because section 16(1) of the Interpretation Act will apply and therefore include businesses that own properties that are rented. So that this bill does not only capture landlords in person, which is what we've been talking about a lot. We've been talking about the person who has a room downstairs, their home, and they rent it out, and they now have to go through all of this registration process, pay the $2,500 and pay the surcharge. But it also applies to companies that own rental properties. Now that is significant because the companies already pay corporation tax, they already pay green fund levy and the barrage, the category of all the corporation taxes that come. But we also have this very bill introducing an electricity surcharge, as we've heard earlier. And that electricity surcharge applies to commercial customer as long as they fall within that category of industrial consumer. So that the company that owns a building that is tenanted have now to pay the registration fee. They have to pay the levy, the landlord levy, landlord tax, and they have to pay the electricity surcharge. And the other thing that came to my attention is that clause 81, is it 81? No, sorry, clause 85, 1A and B. Again, on the apparent reading of it, just on the face of the bill, there is an exemption for state and state-controlled enterprises, wherein they are not required to pay this landlord business surcharge. And then I looked at the electricity surcharge in clause 92. And at 93.3 C, there again exists or is introduced an exemption so that it reads, the electricity surcharge shall not be charged on the supply of electrical energy for public purposes. So this is another concession given to the state. So where the state is acting as a landlord, Mr. President, the state does not have to subject itself to this landlord tax and does not have to subject itself to the electricity surcharge. And so where you have, for example, in the case of, let's say, New City Mall in Port of Spain, Mr. President, where you have New City Mall in Port of Spain, and next door to New City Mall, you have a business that owns another mall that competes as landlords. They're both competing for tenants to come to their property. You have the privately owned property that has to pay this landlord tax and the increased electricity surcharge, whereas the government building does not have to pay that. And so I would argue that the introduction of these two taxes, as offensive it is to introduce taxes when you've said you're not going to, the fact that you've exempted the state from the two taxes makes it unfair to the landlord who owns privately his property, who has to compete in the same rental market, please, Mr. President. Now I'll move on to the single-use plastics tax. And very quickly, I mean, it is quite clear that it's a tax that says 5% on single-use plastic bags, food packaging, cutlery, etc., Mr. President. So this is a tax here, and this is, to me, directly relevant to those who find themselves operating under a liquor license, which is dealt with in Clause 20 of the bill, Mr. President. So Clause 20 of the bill, in subsection A, it amends Section 20B of the Liquor License Act, and it increases the tax paid on amusement machines within bars that have liquor licenses from $6,000 to $25,000. Now, again, for those listening on, an amusement machine are those machines you tend to see mounted on the wall in a bar, like the dog and the monkey. And if you ever went into a bar, Mr. President, you're going to know what I'm talking about, right? So the tax has been raised. Senator Lewis laughing here, he must be going bars often. But that's what our amusement machine is. So the tax is moving from $6,000 to $25,000 on these machines. And then, of course, the one that might be more commonly known as, at least in more recent times, is the roulette machines that you see in these bars all over the place. And that tax is being increased from $120,000 to $200,000. Now, my question is, what is the rationale for that increase? And again, you're seeing this exorbitant increase, but I have not as yet heard what is the explanation and the rationale for the quantum of the increase. And when you look at it comparatively, Mr. President, you have casinos paying $24,000 on slot machines, which my understanding is the comparative machine to the amusement machine. And you have bars now paying $25,000. So the bars now paying $1,000 more than the casino for the comparative amusement machine. And then you have, on the roulette, casinos paying $120,000 and bars now paying $200,000. What is even more interesting and important to take into consideration is that the Liquor Licenses Act, restricts the payout in bars to $5,000, whereas no such limit exists in the casino. And it also restricts bar owners to 20 machines per license, so that in one compound that is licensed under the Liquor Licenses Act, you can only have 20 machines, and no such restriction exists in the casino industry. So again, I'm asking, what is the rationale for this, what seems to be very unfair structure of taxation that's happening in the bars? And in consulting with bar owners across the country in the last few days, the chorus is the same, that this is an exorbitant and unfounded tax that will result in a few things. A reduction in compliance. Now, it is my information that compliance has already been an issue in the running of bars that have these amusement machines. And what I mean by compliance is, the bars are required to register these machines and to pay these taxes. You have to register in order to pay the tax. And a lot of the bars don't do that. And so when you have bar owners operating the gambling side of the business without being registered, it obviously creates an unfair advantage for them, literally and monetarily in their pocket. They have more disposable income because they're not paying these taxes. And those who are paying the taxes obviously are at disadvantage, having to come up with this tax every year. So the suggestion is that the focus ought to have been on collecting taxes at the existing rates and getting it right. Because, again, information coming from bar owners across the country is that over the last few months, there's been a drive towards enforcement, but it's not happening in an apparently equitable way, in that if you have 25 bars in a district, the enforcement agents are going to 4 or 5 bars that they select, and nobody knows how they select them. They're going to crack down on those bars, enforce against those bars, and the next 20 are operating perhaps not in compliance. Nobody is checking up on them. And then they move on to another district, and so it's going. So it's kind of in an ad hoc fashion. So again, I repeat that the intention really ought to have been a practical and common sense approach, really ought to have been that you want to get it right as it is before you introduce this significant tax on this, generally speaking, small and micro industry that you have with bars. Now, of course, the other thing that happens when you introduce exorbitant taxes, Mr. President, is you encourage the growth of underground gambling. That's an obvious outcome of this. All right, from the time you start to impose $200,000 on roulette, you're obviously going to push people who cannot afford it into doing it illegally, Mr. President. That's an obvious outcome. And of course, the third possible outcome, more likely than the other two, would be the closure of the amusement business in bars. Now, if you ask any bar owner in Trinidad that has amusement happening in their bars, has either the amusement machines or the roulette machines, they're going to tell you, Mr. President, that the amusement revenue is what subsidizes their income. It is what creates more revenue in the bar so that they can hire more people, so they can expand their business. That is why bars have gone from traditionally having a BRC, burglar proofing, with Breeze having to create some air within the place to now being air conditioned, very nice, with nice seating and nice lights and nice music. That is what has accounted for the development of this industry. It is because bar owners have found a way to subsidize and supplement their income in a way that liquor couldn't do it. But of course, even if we are saying you're reducing the amount of income that the bar owners could make, but then we increase the excise by 100% on alcohol, so that even where one could have argued, well, all right, you're still making a little thing on the alcohol, we increase the excise by 100%. So that the bars are suffering from double and triple and quadruple taxation, Mr. President. Now, if it is that the intention of the government is to discourage drinking and gambling, and perhaps liming, because, you know, we've heard in other places there are restrictions on fetes and locations for fetes and all of that, then one has to answer the question of, well, what is the alternative? What is the government providing for those people within that market? If you want to discourage from drinking and liming by increasing these taxes and driving bar owners out of business, you have to give people who are accustomed liming something else to do. And so what do people in a village or in a small area that you have 2 or 3 bars that they usually go to, watering holes as is commonly referred to, what else can they do? All right, they have a recreation ground in the area. But then there's no CPEP. So take a drive around Trinidad and Tobago, you'll see several recreation grounds that are just overgrown with bushes. The residents cannot enjoy the recreation grounds, so that's one alternative out the window. Funding for steel pan is being cut left, right, and center. Again, that limits the ability of citizens to have another outlet, some alternative to do. You have cutbacks in sporting, like the plan to shut down the Etihad League, the Etihad Football League, a league that has been in existence for decades, Mr. President. Again, a cutback on the alternatives. I've already mentioned you're cutting the venues for fetes. All of the youth programs in the Ministry of Youth have been decimated. They're done. You have no youth programs. So you have nothing for young people to do. So where are the limers going to lime? And then, of course, you have those who are going to lose their jobs in this bar industry because bar owners can't afford to run the amusement machines anymore. What are you going to offer these people? Because I just mentioned the CPEP cut, but you also have the URP, the CC. I mean, we all know it. We know how many jobs have been lost. It is closing in 100,000 people going home, Mr. President, and I'm asking the question, when all of these thousands of people, and they're laughing, and you know why they're laughing, Mr. President?
Order. Anil, Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts. Please, somebody use language that I do not support. And the Senate does not support. Do not repeat that language, please. And stop this crosstalk, please. Continue, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I mean, you know, the thing is that shows that there really is not enough information, even on that side, about the reality of the number of people that have lost their jobs in this country, Mr. President. So I'm happy we are on this point, Mr. President, because there are an estimated 5,100 licensed premises in respect to liquor licenses in this country, Mr. President. And there are an estimated 2,500 to 2,700 of those are bars that we are talking about here. Now, if bars have an estimated number of employees between 5 and 20, small to large, Mr. President, we could take an average of 10 workers per bar. And if the amusement part of these bars were to close down, one can assume that you're going to cut your staff by 50% because that represents either 50% or more of your revenue in a bar. That means, conservatively, 5 workers per bar going home. 5 workers by 2,500, not the 2,700, the lower bracket, lower end of the bracket. 5 workers by 2,500 bars across the country is 12,500 workers that are going to be affected by this increase in taxation, Mr. President. So that goes to show that they don't know. Now, the Honourable Minister of Planning, Senator Swaratsingh, in his opening contributions, he spoke about how the landlord tax is calculated and sort of present a justification. But I asked earlier, well, how is this amusement tax calculated and how is this justifiable? And the thing about it is, in conversation, it seems to the owners and operators of bars that this type of taxation is wildness. It is unjustifiable. It is just throwing out a figure there and saying, well, hold that, and, you know, we will see what happens. If all it closes down, well, who knows, you know? That is wildness. And it affects this specific industry exceedingly negatively, Mr. President. This is an industry under attack, and it has been vilified. But no one is saying that this industry also builds community spirit. Nobody says that this same industry sponsors all fours tournaments in the communities, cricket leagues, juve bands, pan sides, parang sides, kiddies carnival, Christmas streets, pool tournaments, football competitions, and even the police officers in the area, when they have a lime or a party, their Christmas party, now in Christmas time, they're going by the same barman and asking him for a donation for their Christmas party. So we are not talking about the positives that these bars bring to the community, aside from the obvious employment. So, Mr. President, Senator Dr. Browne spoke earlier about the ecosystem of the gaming and amusement industry. And on this point, I will wrap up. The ecosystem of that gaming industry includes the obvious things: the bar staff, those who clean the bars, the people who pack in the fridge. But it also includes a supply chain. There are salesmen that make a living off of these bars. People who bottle and sell coconut water, for example. They supply these bars. People making puncha creme, single mothers who lost their job in CPEP. They come in to sell something to that bar owner to put in their bar to sell. Also in this gaming industry, you have technicians, programmers, and you even have carpenters that build these machines to be placed into the bar. You have people coming to service those machines. You have security. You have the ancillary side of it for the licensing part of it, Mr. President. You have lawyers, accountants, you have the banks, you have vendors renting a little spot or getting a spot from a bar owner, like a doubles vendor, a coconut vendor. You have oystermen. You have DJs, musicians. You have people organizing your point-of-sale machine. You have air condition technicians. You have people installing and maintaining CCTV and alarm systems in bars. If you have pool tables in your bars, you have to hire people to deal with those things. You're buying ice. Not only the fridge had a fix with the ice machine, but somebody has to bring ice to the bar every 2 days. And you have the maintenance, the overall maintenance of our bar. So, Mr. President, I will end by saying that I would encourage my learned friends on the side of the government to be a little more thorough when introducing new taxes or increased taxation. This is seriously impacting a very important industry that is essential to the cultural orientation of our society, Mr. President. I thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute in this Honourable House on the Finance Bill 2025. My contribution will be focused on the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, the Motor Vehicles Insurance Third-Party Risk Act, Chapter 4851, and Maxi Taxi Act, Chapter 4853. Mr. President, please permit me to refer to my notes. But before I continue, I would like to correct the record. The demerit points were never removed from the 6 criminal offences, including driving under the influence.
Just take a seat. Take a seat. Senator Boodhu, you just spoke. If you want to speak again, you can't. And if I don't want to tell people to take a walk, but if you all push me, I will ask you to leave the chamber. Not for long, maybe for half an hour. Cool it. The Honourable.
Mr. President, I'm not an attorney, but I know how to read legislation. Mr. President, I must express my profound gratitude to the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bissessa SC, whose leadership, courage, and compassion continue to shape the vision and direction of this country. Under her steady leadership, Trinidad and Tobago is transitioning from years of mismanagement under the former PNM administration to a period of competence, stability, and meaningful action. We are moving away from a culture of excuses and towards a culture of accountability and progress. And it is because of her leadership that today we are able to debate a bill grounded in evidence, guided by principle, and driven by the urgent need to protect human lives. I also commend the Honourable Minister of Finance and the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance for their clear, principled, and transparent presentations. Presentations grounded not in political expediency, but in responsibility. It stands in stark contrast to what the country had grown accustomed to under the former administration, where legislation too often lacked structure, lacked courage, and lacked any meaningful commitment to public safety. Mr. President, this finance bill represents far more than an adjustment of fines. It represents a fundamental and cultural shift in how we, as a nation, understand responsibility on our roads and accountability to one another. It reflects our determination to build a transport system grounded not in chance, but in order, not in habit, but in discipline, not in outdated norms, but in modern principles of safety and governance. This bill represents a shift towards compliance, ensuring that our laws are not simply written, but respected. It represents a shift towards deterrence, ensuring that consequences are meaningful enough to prevent the behaviors that take place that risk lives. And importantly, it is a shift towards modern, responsible, mature society where safety is viewed not as a privilege, but as a right. And Mr. President, it represents something else, something the opposition seems unwillingly to acknowledge, or perhaps unwillingly to confront. It represents a shift towards protecting citizens rather than protecting bad behavior. For far too long, the conversation around road safety has been distorted by excuses, minimized by complacency, and overshadowed by the belief that stronger laws somehow unfairly burden the public. But the truth is, Mr. President, it is quite the opposite. We must say plainly, with honesty and without hesitation, that the only people who object to stronger penalties are the people who benefit from weak laws. Those who follow the law, who take pride in responsible conduct, who value their lives and the lives of others, have absolutely nothing to fear. It is those who routinely disregard the law, who treat the roads as their personal domain, who put others at risk, who must now face the consequences of their choices. And Mr. President, it truly makes me wonder why the opposition is so determined to resist stronger penalties. Is it that they themselves are worried about facing higher penalties if they break the law? Is that the real issue here? Because, Mr. President, law-abiding citizens have nothing to fear. Mr. President, I know one opposition member in the other place is no stranger to receiving a ticket. Allow me to share a very interesting story, one that was brought to my attention. Mr. President, I have here the Special Speed Limit Amendment Order 2019. The order increased the speed limit around the Queen's Park Savannah from 50 kilometers per hour to 65 kilometers per hour. And Mr. President, do you know why the speed limit was increased? It was increased because a particular government member of parliament, a minister at the time, received a speeding ticket around the Savannah, and shortly thereafter, an instruction was issued to increase the speed limit. That, Mr. Speaker, is what led to this amendment. A personal inconvenience, and today the opposition wants to lecture us about road safety. In addition, Mr. President, when the Traffic Management Branch conducted its assessment on the proposed increase of the highway speed limit from 80 kilometers to 100 kilometers per hour, the recommendation was clear. Maintain 80 kilometers on certain segments of the highway, which is not uncommon. Speed limits, Mr. President, are determined by multiple factors, including roadway geometry, traffic volumes, crash history, surrounding land use, pedestrian activity, and engineering safety standards. These are the technical considerations that guide responsible decision-making. What did the then government of the day do, Mr. President? They rejected the professional advice and put all the speed limits on the entire highway at 100 kilometers. I'll continue my contribution, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, I would like to bring up another story, if I may. In July 2024, a note was submitted to Cabinet amending the motor vehicles and road traffic regulations to add devices for the testing and measurement of the proportion of alcohol in a person's breath, and for the measurement of a motor vehicle's speed. One for breath alcohol testing and one for speed measurement. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, the note was referred to the Finance and General Purpose Committee, where it remained for close to a year. I am being advised that it was never approved because an election was approaching the following year. Imagine that, Mr. President. Devices directly linked to saving lives were left to sit because of political considerations. Mr. President, when I requested this file at the ministry, it took weeks before it could be located, almost as if it was buried. That alone tells a story. It demonstrates just how little urgency there was and how deeply they resisted moving this matter forward. Well, Mr. President, I wish to say that this government has approved the devices and the orders were signed. Mr. President, do you know these speed measuring devices, which has night flash accessories, were purchased and was in the country for over a year, but it could not have been used. Mr. President, the opposition has already begun their familiar chorus that stronger penalties will somehow burden the small man. I use their phrase only because it is their language they have chosen, but I want to make it clear that this government regards our citizens with far more dignity than a political slogan. They are not abstractions, they are not talking points. They are citizens of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, deserving of respect, protection. They are the everyday people of this country, hard-working families, responsible drivers, parents transporting their children to school, young people traveling to school or work, and are the ones who endure the consequences of unsafe roads. They're the ones who loses loved ones through reckless driving. They're the ones who cannot afford repairs caused by irresponsible operators. They're the ones whose lives are the most disrupted when enforcement fails. So any opposition claims that the bill targets a small man, they are not just mistaken. They are ignoring the reality of who suffers when deterrence is weak. This bill does not threaten ordinary citizens, it protects them. What it threatens, Mr. President, is a long-standing culture of indiscipline that no responsible government should defend. Mr. President, I don't have the time, so I am going to go straight into the clauses. But before I do so, Mr. President, I would like to just say what we are doing at the ministry currently, what we have achieved, and what we are currently working on. Mr. President, we have removed the demerit points from 69 violations in the 9th schedule. Promise made, promise kept. We amended the motor vehicles and road traffic regulations to add devices, which I just mentioned. We started the National Driver Rehabilitation Program, which drivers can now retain a license after being disqualified. 200 persons have already participated, with a pass rate of over 85%. The government amended Regulations 27 of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Regulations, Chapter 4850, expanding the National Vehicle Framework. Through the Traffic Management Branch, we have commenced the installation of new road traffic signage across the country. We're expanding Traffic Management Unit. The ministry has launched a national public survey on a park and ride system. We are working tirelessly to fix the public transport system. We're expanding the Traffic Management Unit. Government has approved new traffic initiatives prohibiting parking against the flow of traffic on specific roads. This will be issued by order under Section 65 of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act. We're restoring police vehicles. We are working on the following: secure license plates, driving school regulations, improve examinations, private school bus regulations, red light enforcement, reclassification of motor vehicles, Senator Boodhu. And we are also working on the unfit to drive, Senator Amery. Mr. President, having established necessary urgency and the moral foundation of this bill, I now turn to the specific provisions of clauses 10, 11, and 12, and the rationale behind each reform. But before I do so, it is important to emphasize a point that must guide our understanding of the entire legislation exercise before us today. Every clause in this bill has one purpose: to save lives, restore order on our nation's roads. Not a single provision is arbitrary. Not one increase is without thoughtful consideration. Every adjustment, every amendment, every strengthened penalty responds to real behaviors, real risks, real tragedies that unfold across Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, Clause 10 addresses critical weaknesses in our current road safety and compliance framework. These are not cosmetic amendments. They are targeted corrections to long-standing vulnerabilities that have allowed misconduct to flourish and enforcement to suffer. The first area of reform is the transfer of vehicle ownership. Some may dismiss this as mere paperwork, an administrative formality. But, Mr. President, Nothing could be further from the truth. When ownership transfers are not completed within the statutory time frame, the entire licensing and enforcement architecture begins to crumble. It creates gaps that criminals exploit with ease. Vehicles are sold and resold without documentation. Fraudulent activities increase. Victims of crime are misidentified. The police face unnecessary obstacles in tracing vehicles involved in offenses. And ordinary citizens, completely innocent, often find themselves responsible for tickets, penalties, or even criminal investigations for vehicles they no longer own. The next issue is overloaded vehicles, raises an even more serious concern. Overloading vehicles is one of the most dangerous and costly behaviors in our roads. When a goods vehicle or public service vehicle exceeds its permitted rate or passenger load, it becomes a hazard, not just to its occupants, but for every person sharing the road. Overloaded vehicles are more likely to experience braking failures, rollover, or tire blowouts. And beyond the human cost, Mr. President, the financial impact of this country to the country is enormous. Driving without a valid permit, or worse, never having been issued one, is one of the most serious threats on our nation's roads. Mr. President, an unlicensed driver is essentially an untrained, untested individual operating a lethal machine. They have never demonstrated competence. They have never proven knowledge of the rules of the road. They jeopardize every law-abiding road user. This applies to disqualified drivers as well, who lost the right to drive on our nation's roads. Failure to produce a permit when requested by law enforcement is not an innocent oversight. More often than not, is a deliberate attempt to evade accountability, especially among those engaging in misconduct. Strengthening this penalty empowers police officers, speeds up verification, and supports investigations. Section 61A, penalties have remained unchanged for far too long. Increasingly, these penalties have become insufficient to address the behaviors they are meant to deter. Offenders have grown accustomed to treating fines as minor inconveniences rather than meaningful consequences. Updating these penalties ensures they once again reflect the seriousness of the offenses committed. Driving under the influence. Mr. President, needs no defense. Every citizen knows the devastation caused by impaired driving. Alcohol and drugs impairment slow reaction times and contribute to many of the most severe and fatal collisions in the country. Careless driving. A moment of distraction, a lapse in attention, a second of impatience, and lives are altered forever. Increasing the penalty reflects the true gravity of the offense. We cannot continue to allow carelessness to be dismissed as a trivial mistake when its consequences are so often devastating. Failure to proceed to a weighbridge is not accidental. It is intentional evasion by operators who know they are overweight and seek to avoid detection. Strengthening this penalty closes a loophole that unsafe operators have exploited for years. Finally, updated administrative fees to modernize our system. This will ensure effectiveness and support proper regulation of taxis. These updates bring fairness to a system that has long lagged behind modern standards. I'll now move to Clause 11. Clause 11 deals with an issue that affects victims at their most vulnerable moments. When a collision occurs, the presence or absence of valid insurance determines whether a victim receives compensation or faces financial ruin. Driving without third-party insurance is not a minor oversight. It is a direct threat to public welfare. It leaves victims unprotected, exposes families to hardship, and creates lengthy legal disputes. Strengthening penalties for operating without insurance is therefore an act of protection, not punishment. Clause 12, the Maxi Taxi Act, protects the thousands of citizens who rely on maxi taxis every day. It ensures that only trained, qualified, and properly authorized individuals operate these vehicles. The opposition cannot claim to support passengers while defending unregulated operators. They cannot claim to care about public transport while resisting measures that enhance safety, professionalism, and accountability. These reforms uphold fairness and protect legitimate operators and improve the reliability and safety of the public transport system. Mr. President, the opposition is saying that we are targeting the white vans, the unregistered taxis. Mr. President, white vans operating as taxis are illegal, and this government is putting things in place to ensure that they fall within a regulatory framework in which they can operate through a checkered ban system. In conclusion, Mr. President, this bill is not about revenue. It is about responsibility, protection, and the preservation of human life. Everything in this bill is grounded in a simple and humane principle that every person who uses our roads deserves to reach home safely. The mothers taking their children to school, the taxi drivers earning an honest living, the young people traveling to work, the pensioners walking to the shop, these are the people we must protect, and they are the people who will benefit most from these strengthened measures. Mr. President, I want to be very clear. These penalties are not designed to punish or overwhelm citizens. They're designed to prevent tragedy. They're designed to discourage the behaviors that have left too many families grieving, too many children without parents, and too many homes shattered by preventable loss. I have listened to the concerns raised by the opposition, and while they are within their right to question government policy, it is important to distinguish scrutiny from obstruction. One cannot claim to stand for the welfare of the people while resisting the very measures that improve their safety. It is neither compassionate nor responsible to downplay the dangers that exist on our roads or to oppose the tools required to save lives. This government's position is guided not by politics, but by the realities faced by ordinary citizens. The overwhelming majority of the people in this country are responsible, hardworking, law-abiding citizens. They follow the rules, they respect the road, they care about their own safety and the safety of others. And it is precisely these citizens to whom this bill seeks to protect. We cannot and must not ignore the urgent need for stronger deterrence. Too many collisions, too many injuries, too many fatalities have shown us what happens when penalties lose their effect. We have a duty, Mr. President, to act decisively and compassionately, ensuring that no family endures pain that the law had the power to prevent. With this bill, we are choosing a safer future. We are choosing stronger compliance. We are choosing meaningful deterrence. And above all, we are choosing a place human lives at the center of public policy. This is what good governance requires: a balance of fairness, compassion, clarity, accountability, and understanding. Mr. President, I proudly support this bill. It reflects the values of government responsibility and the hopes of a society that deserves safer, more orderly, and more disciplined roads. Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Melanie Roberts-Radgman.
Thank you, Mr. President, for inviting me into the debate this evening. And I will start off in addressing the Senate I'll start off where Senator, the Honorable Zakour left off, when he said that he takes no issue with the opposition scrutinizing government policy, I think, but not being obstructionist. I'm paraphrasing him. So I'll start off there, Senator Zakour, to premise my contribution by saying there are a few clauses that I want to point out, and you will note that my tone and my contribution this evening does precisely that. It scrutinizes it and it raises some concerns with regards to the impact that some of these clauses have on the average person, what it has on the economy, the impact for the businesses as well. Before I go to those clauses, Mr. President, I do want to touch very briefly on clause 15 of the bill, and that clause deals with the government's intention to appoint persons, who are not designated public officers under Section 3 of the Constitution and take them and appoint them to the Board of Inland Revenue. And I recall earlier in his presentation, Senator Dhanpaul would have also cautioned us against this. Now, Mr. President, our public officers, those that are employed currently at the BIR, are granted certain protections under Section 9 of the Constitution. They are protected from improper political pressure and from improper political interference. And these protections are there because they're very essential for the proper discharge of their functions. So my question then becomes, why has the government decided to amend the Income Tax Act to include the appointment of commissioners who do not attract these protections, commissioners who are not public officers and who are vulnerable to the exact type of political pressure and political interference that they are meant to be protected from? And I actually echo Senator Dhanpol's reprimand against placing these very critical and very sensitive functions into the hands of government appointees who do not have the backing of the Public Service Commission. And I refer to them as government appointees because although they are appointed by the President, per Section 80 of our Constitution, we know that the President acts on the advice of the Cabinet or a minister. In this instance, it will be the Minister of Finance under the general authority of the Cabinet. So what we now have is a situation where we're going to have the minister or the Cabinet advising the appointment of two commissioners to what is supposed to be a semi-autonomous institution, an institution whose functions are traditionally so sacred that they are meant to be completely insulated from political influence and from political interference. And I want to place on record that these commissioners, and I took this directly from the Ministry of Finance's website a few moments ago. The commissioners are charged with the primary responsibility of administering taxes in Trinidad and Tobago. The principal functional areas which are headed by a commissioner are corporate services, and this is further broken down into legal, HR, IT, administration, legal and policy. Then there's another area for audit and compliance. There's another area for collections, accounting, control, and taxpayer services. And then another area of responsibility for planning and research. And each of these areas are headed by a different commissioner. So basically, we're seeing where these commissioners are very, very involved in the BIR's operations. And this is the reason why the law as it currently stands affords them the Section 9 protection. So these proposed amendments, what they signal is a sort of unethical and maybe even unconstitutional attempt at undue political interference, and we must be very careful of this. And I know that in the other place, the Minister of Finance would have justified the proposed amendments by saying that the aim is to broaden the expertise that we have on the board. So they want to bring in an accountant and a legal person, which is fine. But to that I want to say this. Could the minister have not simply made allowances for the appointment of a lawyer and an accountant who already operate within the public service? Actually, Senator Dhanpol, can you inform me whether or not we have public officers who are licensed to practice law and to practice accounting, within the public service? And Mr. President, I'll leave that point as that. Now, let me get into a few of the other clauses that I had some serious concerns with. And I'll start with Clause 18, which amends the Miscellaneous Taxes Act. And I would break it down because I've heard several speakers voice some concerns, and it has been received as being obstructionist. So I would try to take some time, because my presentation isn't going to be long in general. So I'll take some time to really break down what we see as the concerns for when we say the average person on the ground, what and how I see this impacting them. And the first amendment I want to look at is the insertion of the new part, the commercial asset levy. Now, Senator Dhanpol went through what the levy actually means. So the levy, all right, that's fine. Now, this tax, let me call it a tax then. Let me leave the word alone. This tax is payable on a quarterly basis and is calculated based on the greater of either an estimate of the institution's gross assets for the current year or the actual gross assets from the previous year. Then I have noted that subsection 5 applies the provisions of 3A, subsection 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of the Corporation Tax Act to this new levy. And basically, those subsections, and I'm looking at actually just subsection 9, states that for the removal of doubt, it is hereby declared that in ascertaining the chargeable profits of a company, no deduction or allowance shall be made on account of the levy imposed by this section. So now, who are the affected businesses? So you're talking about your licensed financial institutions, so or commercial banks, for instance, and then, of course, we have our local insurance companies. And what is being taxed? Based on the amendment we've seen, total assets, the full value of everything owned by these banks and by these insurance companies are being taxed. So now, basically, in a nutshell, you have your banks and you have your local insurance companies paying taxes on everything they own. Now, the significance of the applicability of Section 9 of the Corporation Tax Act. Now, after your banks and your insurance companies have been taxed 4 times each year because it's paid quarterly on just about all of their assets, they're not allowed to deduct the taxes that they're paying by virtue of this levy. They're not allowed to deduct that from their income or their profit for income tax purposes. So the government gets 2 bites of the cherry, and they get the commercial asset levy, plus they get the income tax on profits without any reductions for the levy. So basically, they're getting a tax that's stacked on a tax. So it's taxed on everything. Now, at a glance, this seems to be an all right kind of way to generate revenue, right? The government needs to generate revenue, and taxation of financial institutions, of insurance companies, seems like one of the easiest, more convenient modes of doing so. Here's the issue that we're going to have. We can't stop our assessment here. A higher tax burden for financial institutions and for insurers means a whole different story for consumers of these services. In a modern society, that captures all of us, from the simplest person in society to the person operating, moving a lot of money around. We all get captured with this kind of change. What happens is that when you bury certain players within the financial sector under this mountain of taxes, it's bound to be passed down to the citizenry. I suspect that the government knows this, but it's much easier to place the blame on the financial institution. So what you're going to start hearing is that the public is going to cry out against financial institutions. So they blame RBL, you blame Scotia, you blame even the insurance companies, not even realizing that this is a downstream effect of these amendments that we are reviewing here today. Now, the levy has to be paid. It's going to become law. So it has to be paid by the banks. It has to be paid by the insurance companies. But what's going to happen is the economic burden itself will be shifted to the public in more ways than one. These institutions are concerned with profitability. So they're not going to absorb the tax. They're not going to say, all right, the government taxed us and we will hold it. What they're going to do is pass this down. So if we look at our day-to-day interactions with financial institutions and with insurance companies, you have an account at RBC or FCB or any of the others, you usually pay account maintenance fees. These are going to increase. If you decide you're going to take out a loan from your bank, your loan processing fees probably going to increase. You want to take out a little bit of cash from the ATM, your ATM fees probably going to increase as well. You want to maintain a little insurance policies, you're probably looking at a higher premium. And then when you think about even those of us who pay a mortgage or even maintain a credit card right now, we're looking at higher mortgage rates, we're looking at higher credit card interest. Business owners who might wish to take out a loan because maybe they want to expand for the new year, they're also looking at higher rates as well. Borrowing becomes more expensive for businesses, it becomes more expensive for households, and this is if banks even make credit available for people. Now, we could even go beyond the everyday impact. For people who have monies in deposits and savings accounts, what you're going to see is that they might start earning less on their savings. You might see interest rates reducing. When you talk about insurances, the average citizen holds at least one type of insurance, whether it's vehicle insurance, whether you're looking at health insurance, life insurance, home insurance. We're now looking at increases in your premiums. You're looking at raises in your deductibles. You're looking at even maybe reduced coverage features. Insurance companies, they're bound to react, just like the banks. They're money making. They're not going to absorb the increased cost. They're going to pass it down to us. These increases are going to be to the detriment of consumers. Now, in preparing for today, I did some reading, Mr. President, and I came across what's called the tax incidence theory. And what this contributes to purposes of this debate is that it creates a very clear distinction between who legally pays a tax, that's the statutory incidence, which is what we're dealing with today. Who are these taxes being imposed on? It creates a distinction between that and who really and truly bears the economic burden of the tax, and this is called the economic incidence. And now what the theory does is it holds that the burden shifts based on the market's elasticities. If the market demand is inelastic, then customers bear more of the burden. And if it's inelastic, then obviously your producers bear more. Now, follow me here. Inelastic, all right, let me slow it down for you, Senator Roberts. Inelastic demand occurs when the goods that you need, when it's necessary or you cannot find a substitute, right? So let's apply it to the areas that we see in taxation on. Let's take your banking services, for instance. We'll consider demand there to be inelastic, right? We need it. You can't do without it. All of us bank, from the smallest person, unless you have a piggy bank, unless you're putting money on their mattress like old people, you do your banking. The same almost applies for insurances as well. Even if it's just driving insurance, all of us need it. I mean, even in the bill here, you're seeing that you don't have your insurance, crap will smoke your pipe. So the demand is there. We have to have it. We almost don't have a choice. We bank every day. We have insurance for one reason or the other. So what we have is a highly inelastic demand. Now, according to these theories, consumers will bear more of the economic burden because of the inelasticity of demand. So where you have this new asset levy being imposed on your businesses, and these businesses are providing goods and services that we need, we the consumers, because we have no choice, they know we can't go anywhere else, what they do is they have us bear the demand, they have us bear the increased burden that's imposed by a levy. So I think that's as clear as I can make it for all of us here. We need to be very transparent about what we have here. The impact of these new amendments significantly differ from what the government might want to believe or what the government might want people to believe. And I'll be upfront, it is the government's prerogative to generate revenue however they deem fit. And I think one of my first contributions, I spoke about the importance of tax revenue and collecting your taxes. So it is the government's prerogative, but it is very important that we are transparent with it and that the public walks into these new changes with their eyes wide open. And I heard Senator Smith, I think it was, who said, it's not just what you say, the contents, it's how you say it. And he pretty much summed up his government's approach at this time. They say things so nicely that sometimes people don't even realize that, hey, we might be getting a little sharp on the side there. Now, let me move on to the, how much time I have? Let me move on very quickly to the, nice. We're on time, we're moving with gas, right. The landlord business surcharge as well. And we could almost apply a very similar analysis there as well. Again, people need to rent. People need housing. Everybody can't go out there and buy a home. A lot of people are renting. The demand is highly inelastic. Again, what you're going to see is that the consumer is bound to bear the burden of this increase in operating costs to landlords. It almost seems like the strategy here is to place the taxes on the businesses, knowing very well that the outcome will be increased cost to the population, but of course hide behind the facade of, okay, we only tax in businesses, we only tax in landlords. And I have to echo Senator Browne's sentiments that it almost seems like governance by gimmick. It's taxes for businesses, more taxes for businesses, and then what we end up with is burdens and more burdens for the average consumer who now have to shoulder these higher costs. And let me remind you that this is coming at a time where so many persons are out of work, businesses and even entire industries are under severe strain. And I heard Senator Zakour said that we need to treat citizens with dignity and respect, and I strongly agree with him. But I also think that dignity involves being honest with people about what these taxes really mean for them. Now, finally, Mr. President, the last bit that I want to take a look at is Part 19 of the bill, and this introduces a single-use plastic tax. And simply put, it means that your plastic bags, your plastic forks, your spoons, your food trays that you have, like you wrap your meat and your fruits in the supermarket, your garbage bags, your party cups, these now attract a tax that will be paid by importers. Now, naturally, higher import prices, import costs means, higher import costs means higher retail prices for consumers. What you're going to see is that businesses that function in the retail and in the food industries, the operating costs are going to increase, and as with everything else, it's going to be passed down to the consumers. Them again, they're into money making, so they're not going to hold on to the increased operating costs. They're simply going to hike their prices. So what the average shopper is going to start seeing is a higher occurrence of little things like what Massey does. Right now, you're going to Massey, you have to pay for your plastic bags. You might start seeing more stores doing that. It happens around the world, by the way. So this is not something that's novel to Trinidad and Tobago. But these are the kind of changes that consumers can expect to start seeing. You might see now that your food that's usually packaged in single-use plastics, so people who buy, the cheese that you cut up and then you wrap, for instance, your meats, your fruits, all of these, you will experience a price increase. Your disposable cups, your cutlery, all these kind of things, they're going to go up. For businesses that operate in the food and retail industries, and I think today I saw actually an article, I think, in the newspaper that said KFC prices are already going up. So you're probably going to see again another little price hike for these businesses operating in the food industry. And I think it was Senator Smith as well who mentioned the removal of VAT on animal feed. And I thought to myself, that's great, but a lot of animal feed is packaged in plastic bags, in single-use plastic. And I thought to myself, all right, so for the farmers, it means on one hand we've taken off VAT, but then on the other hand, they're probably going to see a little increased cost because now we have plastic tax on the plastics that's used to package the feed that they're going to buy. And I noted in the other place, I followed the debate, and the government spoke about the policy justification for this single-use plastic tax. And they spoke extensively about the environmental implications, and I connected with that, and in particular about reducing pollution of our waterways. And that's a thing that Trinidad especially grapples with quite a bit. So that resonated on me. That is not lost on me. My concern is this. In the absence of affordable, accessible, and even reliable alternatives here in Trinidad and Tobago, and in the absence of some sort of aggressive recycling program, and then of course you have your public education and awareness campaigns, this tax right now does nothing to this.
We need to generate a procedural motion at this time. Honorable Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 14.5, I beg to move that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This business of the Senate will continue until the completion of the matter at hand. Continue, Honorable Senator Roberts-Radgman, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I was mentioning that people's mindsets remain the same. And I think it was the Honorable Minister who visited us he mentioned, I can't remember what he called it, but almost like a double dipping. So you get, I think it's double dividends, I think was the term he used. And in the other place, I noted that the justification was given, hey, we get to change people's behavior, we get to reduce pollution. But there's nothing else that's been put in place at this point, at least that the Senate has been made aware of, that really changes people's mindset. Right now, what we have is really just a tax. We're just generating revenue. And of course, as I mentioned, the cost is passed on to consumers. Now, it is also quite telling that the government has not proposed a single provision in this bill that earmarks the plastic tax revenue, and I'm going based on the premise that this single-use plastic tax is really aimed at addressing issues of pollution and lack of recycling that we have here. There's no provision that earmarks the revenue that's generated from this tax to fund any environmental projects. Now, if the goal is indeed pollution reduction and environmental preservation, why then has the government stopped short of stipulating that the tax will be used as a dedicated source of funding for environmental initiatives? And I've seen where there are sufficient examples out there. Ireland model, for instance, is seen as a global best practice, and they have, and since I think about 2002, they have had a plastic tax. They have a plastic tax as well, and the revenue that they generate from this tax, all of it, the entirety of it, goes into their environmental fund. And then the fund is used for recycling programs, it's used for anti-litter campaigns, they use it for environmental education, they use it for waste management infrastructure and the sort. South Africa has a similar thing. They have a plastic bag levy, and a portion of that is used for recycling and waste management initiatives. Denmark follows a similar model, and I've seen where other jurisdictions that impose such a tax, they earmark the revenue generated there towards recycling and environmental awareness initiatives. It increases public buy-in, it raises environmental awareness, people's mindset changes, their behaviors changes, and the actual policy objectives are then met. I suspect, however, that the goal here is really just to create a revenue stream for the government. We know that single-use plastics currently are imported in high volume, and they're imported quite frequently, something that we use in day-to-day life. Many sectors use them, your supermarkets, your restaurants, your food vendors, your retail stores, and even some manufacturers. Now, if the government is able to tax every single shipment that comes in, then they get a nice, heavy revenue base. Unfortunately, this cost is passed on to the average person, to the average household, and to the average family. Now, Mr. President, I don't think any of us, and I mentioned this before, would stand here and decry the government for collecting taxes. That is the government's prerogative. But I strongly believe that the imposition of taxes must be gradual, it has to be proportionate, and we need to balance it against the adverse impact that the population is bound to face. Our economy is in a very delicate place right now, and no one can argue that. Our traditional oil and gas revenues are drying up. Economic diversification remains an illusion. Unemployment is high. Economic activity is slow. Foreign investors are leaving. And with the new regional conflict that abounds, new investors aren't lining up to come here right now. We need to be very careful that these new taxes do not take us closer to our total demise. We have to be very aware and very worried of the government's tax attack. When a government in one budget, by means of one bill, unleashes a plethora of taxes on a population who are already weary, downtrodden, and burdened by some of the actions of this very government, the unavoidable outcome is a complete reversal of economic growth. Businesses cannot afford to expand, they cannot afford to hire workers, larger corporations up and leave and take their businesses somewhere else, households aren't able to really save or invest, consumers aren't able to spend, and obviously your GDP is bound to decline. Now, Mr. President, in closing, I have found that the words spoken by the great Thomas Paine very aptly describes the government's actions in bringing this consolidated tax bill before the Senate. And I would quote, what at first was plunder assumed the softer name of revenue. If from the more wretched parts of the world, we look at those which are in an advanced stage of improvement, we still find the greedy hand of government thrusting itself into every corner and crevice of industry and grasping the spoil of the multitude. Invention is continually exercised to furnish new pretenses for revenue and taxation. It watches prosperity. I'm quoting. I could start the quote again. Actually, let me start. We still find the greedy hand of government thrusting itself into every corner and crevice of industry and grasping the spoil of the multitude. Invention is continually exercised to furnish new pretenses for revenue and taxation. It watches prosperity as its prey and permits none to escape without tribute. End of quote. And that's what the majority of these clauses unfortunately represent. The greedy hand of government thrusting itself into every corner and crevice of industry. Mr. President, I thank you.
Anil Roberts, Minister in the Ministry of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. President. I must say, Senator Melanie Roberts-Radgman, your final 3 minutes, I have to agree with you, but I need you to go back on the Parliament channel, play that back, and then analyze it carefully over the last 9.5 years, because exactly what you said is what the PNM did under your former Prime Minister. They shattered the GDP, they increased prices, they put in arbitrary austerity measures. They took away fuel subsidy. They increased inflation. Job losses were up at 60,000. This was what happened. So I must commend you for analyzing the past of your PNM government very well. So you will have a lot of time to sit there and think carefully about what you all will hope to do within the next 20 years. I want to say, Senator Lewis is here, so I will start with Senator Lewis. I changed my batting order because Senator Lewis went for some water or something. So let me start with the Honorable Lewis. Senator Francis Lewis, with all due respect, Senator, government and the issues that we face now did not begin when you were fortunate to be appointed as a president's senator. This is about the third time I've heard you saying that you're new, you're a neophyte, and you begin here. This is the economy. We can't begin here. We must know what happened, what went before, what brought us here, how we are here now, and where we are going in the future. So with all due respect, I really would like to hear you, listen to you with some sort of action and knowledge. But if you are not aware of what took place, then I don't think that I am really going to learn much from when you contribute. So even though you may not have expected to be here, I would expect that you would go back, look at some debates, look at what took place, look at the policies of the former Minister of Finance, who's now downstairs, the member for Dago Martin Northeast, hear how he spoke, hear his policies, what he implemented, and then come to criticize me, and I might say, okay, let me listen. But if you can't do that, stick break in my ears. Secondly, with all due respect, sir, we are in a political system that is adversarial. See here? Government versus opposition. You are fortunate. You are selected. We are here because of politics. So don't come here and lecture me and the government about staying away from politics. We are here in charge, bringing this bill because of politics, because the people heard us, because we walk outside there, because we take cuss in the hot sun, because we ask people to vote for us, because we hear the plight of the people. You may have spoken to quite a few people, but I can guarantee you over the last 9.5 years, I have spoken to thousands and thousands more across this country because I am involved in politics. So it's rather unfortunate that you would take the opportunity to berate me and my colleagues over here for being involved in what we are involved in. So I would ask you to cease and desist. I would love to listen. You said, sir, Senator Lewis, that you cannot hunt with the hares and hunt with the hounds and run with the hounds. You cannot hunt with the hares and run with the hounds. It does not feel right. You spoke about conflict in some clauses here, and other members spoke about it, that the government may put some members on the BIR board and so on. But if you did not learn about the hunt and the hounds with the TTRA, where this PNM wanted to create a new revenue authority, created and concocted and orchestrated by a Minister of Finance who selects the entire board first. And when you see a PNM board, for example, you saw the NGC PNM board that invested $233 million in absolutely nothing in order to facilitate the PNM policy. And then they begged for an indemnity because they might get locked up. Do you recall that, or were you not paying attention? So you see, if the TTRA that they wanted to bring, that they keep coming here and saying that the TTRA would have brought some mysterious $5 billion just like that, their Minister of Finance was going to appoint a PNM board. The PNM board would have then hired the Director General. The Director General and 6 or 7 other offices would have been under the auspices and control of the PNM board. That is worse than anything that you have seen with the hounds or the hares today. So when you come here, you must understand what we saved this country from. We saved this country from the PNM, from the former Minister of Finance, who laughed at the population as he took away the subsidies, as they implemented austerity measures and talked about we didn't go IMF. You want to know why I get upset with Senator Dhanpaul? Because he knows why he didn't go to the IMF. Because of KAMLA. Because when September 2015 came, there was $12.26 billion US in the reserves, 14 months import cover. There was $6.8 billion US in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. The Treasury was full of money. His Prime Minister and his Minister of Finance, who won once day, said there was only 3 days to run the country. And then next thing he was in a conversations with graphs showing huge cash balances at bank. So the only reason the PNM didn't have to go to the IMF was because Kamla Persad-Bissessar, the member for Siparia, when she was Prime Minister, and her government managed the economy so well that they allowed this failing government to exist while shattering the economy, while losing over 60,000 jobs. Yet we had inflation. For 9.5 years, we went through something called stagflation. I wasn't going to talk today, but when I heard Senator, the Honorable Amery Browne talk, that sort of fantasy, that concoction without any sort of reliable information, talking about growth in the last 3 years, and now we're in recession. If you shrink an economy by 19% and then it grows by 3%, the last time I checked, you're still 16% short. But they come here and pretend like all of us don't read, we don't research, or we do not have the ability to recall. And that's why it's important to know where we came from so that I could listen. If you want us to listen, I want to listen. But I work very hard to come here to debate. And that's why, Honorable President, I must apologize to you. I accused the Senator Sanjiv Boodhu of lying. I use a strong word, and it's unparliamentary. I withdraw it and I say sorry. Because Honorable President, the member said that over 100,000 jobs were lost. So I withdraw the strong word. What I would tell you is that he was untruthful. He was dishonest. He's a stranger to the truth. He was factually challenged. He was confused beyond redemption. He was suffering from a truth deficit. And he's a fabricator and a concoctor. 100,000 jobs, he does not even know. The working population of Trinidad and Tobago is 576,000. In 2024, late 2024, that's the numbers. 596,000. 574,000 were working. So the unemployed was 22,400. He is now saying in the last 7 months, 100,000 people unemployed. It's a total fabrication. And when you come to the Senate, if they don't want to research and do the work, then they should go in their bed, lie down and sleep and stay home. Just concocting figures. 100,000 people lost what jobs? Abject total nonsense of the PNM. The same Senator Sanjiv Boodhu then went on. He's a lawyer. I come from a family of lawyers. I used to respect lawyers until I met PNM lawyers. I used to think that lawyers were some of the most brilliant human beings. Mother, father, older brother, Oxford, Harvard, younger brother, sister, son, all lawyers. But then I come and meet these PNM lawyers, and this one, Senator Sanjiv Boodhu comes in here to say, well, the fines, he did research that demerit points will curtail behavior in a more meaningful manner than the fines. But you know, nobody here moved the demerit points. So it's fine and demerit points, so, which means that they curtail the behavior twice then. But you come here to debate and you don't even know the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, and you come here to swear on a Bible to do the service for the people. The PNM have no shame. That is why when I did not know the member, but when I heard he's some PNM member going up in Kumuto, Manzanilla, his first speech on the platform, because I listened to everybody, he said, these roads are bad, it's terrible. There is no water in this area and that area. The schools are dilapidated and they will not renovate. I said, but he ain't no in government. That's why he lost. Because he let the people know, don't vote PNM because nothing is working. And now I understand that that was not a fluke or that was not by mistake. He come back here now and talking the same abject total nonsense. But one thing, you know, I talk to the people on the camera now. Anytime you're in trouble and you need good lawyers, clearly look for UNC lawyers, because the PNM lawyers they have here, if it's not Senator Sanjiv Boodhu, it's Senator Larry DeLuza, and then Senator Renta Building. So just look for UNC lawyers, and CPEP contractors also. Look for... where's Karim Marcel? He should look for UNC lawyers. CPEP contractors need UNC lawyers too, because they lost again and now they have to pay. I hope them PNM lawyers who set up their clients will go and pay the fees for them. Well, Senator Sanjiv Boodhu said something there, and Mr. President, I nearly fall off my chair. He said, and he was talking about the transfer of vehicles, and he said he had not seen in this country anybody get charged for not transferring a vehicle in 14 days and so on, and therefore we need more implementation of the law. I wonder if he ever looked to your left or your right. I wonder if he ever talked to a senatorial colleague who had a Porsche and it didn't transfer, and it went long and hard and they couldn't find it, and another lawyer paid $600,000, but the check didn't cash. He didn't know about all of that. But somehow they didn't get charged. Now that is where we have to find out why they didn't get charged. Maybe it has to do with the fact that the PNM gets so involved in independent institutions that they handpick their own commissioner of police when the Police Service Commission chose somebody else. Maybe it is that. But you're talking about confidence in the economy. We have no confidence in our institutions because the PNM interferes with them all. So for this senator to talk about transfer of a vehicle, knowing good and well PCY 84 was not transferred and nothing happened. So where do we go from there? Senator Dhanpaul, well boy, Senator Dhanpaul said clause 15A is the most devastatingly dangerous clause he has ever seen in his decades as a public servant and so on, because of the conflict of interests and the political interference that may be involved with appointing private citizens to be in charge of tax information, secret information, and he saw this as a conflict. The problem with principle, Senator Dhanpaul, is you can't apply it sparingly. You can't apply it when you feel to apply it. So, conveniently. So you see that principle. But you don't see it when the Minister of Finance, the one you replace, the one who laughed at the citizens when he took away the subsidy and say we didn't riot. You didn't see any conflict in him appointing a board, a PNM board selected by him to select the Director General who in charge of the taxes and the Director General beholden to the PNM board. You didn't see the same principle that was being breached. It's just different. You see why I have to get a little bit annoyed? Because you cannot be selective like that.
And he's still sober.
Yeah, but that's very good. You're also one of your good colleagues, because we're talking conflict, we're talking apparent bias, we're talking actual bias, we're talking about transparency, accountability. So you didn't find it strange that one of your colleagues, probably who preceded you or worked side by side with you, Alison Lewis, a former permanent secretary, you didn't find it strange that when the People's Partnership government lost, she jumped out of the Ministry of Finance and went on a PNM board immediately to chair the Port Authority. You didn't find that was strange. And then she jumped on the NIQUAN as the vice chairman of NIQUAN, which was what? World GTL. And while we were in government, Alison Lewis was in charge of the FNGP, as you know, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Finance, and she was advising the then government, this is a bad debt, this is a bad investment, do not do anything, it cannot work, it will not work. And she's advising the cabinet that. And then she jumps out and jumps on a company and gets those assets from the PNM to do NIQUAN, changing World GTL into NIQUAN. You didn't find that bad. You didn't find that wrong. You didn't find that strange. And then your same PNM government gives World GTL assets that were purchased for approximately 100 million US for 25 million US. 10 million US cash and 35 million US. 10 million US cash and 25 million US preferential shares, which are now worth zero. So the whole population of Trinidad and Tobago, and they got ministerial gas from the PNM. All of this, and NIQUAN never produced one bit of diesel yet. But they got all of that. You didn't find that strange. You didn't use your principles of conflict and bias and apparent bias and insider knowledge. You didn't use that day. That was okay because it's PNM. See why I have to get upset and come here to debate? Furthermore, it got worse than that because you talk about banks and confidence in the banking system. But Alison Lewis then went on what? The board of Republic Bank, Mr. President. And do you know this company that couldn't make no diesel? It nearly blew up twice. A man unfortunately died while they can't make no product. They sell nothing. They didn't pay the workers in 11 months and they owe them 519,000 US. They owe in the gas company from NGC that created THPPL or whatever it is to sell them gas. They owe in 300 million US. You know what Republic Bank did? With a PNM board member and PNM board members and Alison Lewis on the board, they gave our NIQUAN 120 million US. 120 million US loan. You know what happened to that? Lost, gone, disappeared. Shareholders have to take the bonds. But Mr. Dhanpaul didn't find anything wrong with that. This is why I cannot take the PNM seriously. And they said nothing when they were on the board. Anthony Wilson also. I even heard a PNM Senator Dhanpaul talking about the Auditor General. Well, that one, I don't know. The same Auditor General that you and your government were fighting when the lady was just doing her job and you all went to the Privy Council to try and create a kangaroo court to investigate the Auditor General who was just saying, I need my documents, please. Could I have paperwork, please? I would like to form an opinion on these books. Can I have the documents? I'm not seeing it. That PNM government came in this parliament and the Senate and called. I didn't even know who the Auditor General was, to be honest. I didn't know if it was a man, woman, child. I didn't know. But PNM came with the Attorney General Lymore and the Minister of Finance and attacked the lady in the most vicious, malicious, wicked manner. Then they sent up pre-action protocol letters, and they didn't want to pay for her lawyers. But they gone to attack when the Minister of Finance was calling the Auditor General, and I have to hear a Permanent Secretary, a Minister of Finance who replaced that Minister of Finance, now talking about propriety and the process, and that as a Permanent Secretary, he doesn't even make contact with the BIR. But there was a Minister of Finance supposed to call an Auditor General on her cell phone to bring pressure to bear on an independent office? No, he was not supposed to. And that the piece of the case went to the Privy Council, and the Privy Council said that the former Minister of Finance should have been investigated also. But we come here to hear these PNM here talking like Pontius Pilate. Another thing, another conflict. Oh, the central bank governor is independent, and that's very true, supposed to be. The government is in charge of fiscal policy, and the central bank governor is in charge of the monetary policy, the supply of money and so on. But that PNM government fired our central bank governor, who later won in court, and they have to pay him $7.5 million for being fired. They replaced the central bank governor with the neighbor of the then prime minister who living next door to him in Inez Gate. And then all of a sudden, fiscal policy and monetary policy were moving in unison with PNM. Because, think back, the PNM came and said, $100 cut notes right after they lost our election in local government, November 3rd, 2023. They get one curtail. They want to change the discussion and the discourse. They say, change your $100 in 3 weeks. It's not the remit of the cabinet or the government to change the money supply, is it? I didn't hear you. That is the responsibility of the central bank governor. But did the central bank governor make the decision? No, the PNM did. Did the central bank governor say, hey, PNM, that is my job. Y'all are out of place. Don't you dare talk about the money supply. That is my constitutional duty. Did the central bank governor say that? No, because he limed in with the former prime minister in Inez Gate, with the former speaker of the House, and all of the members of the boards across the board, including the senior counsel, who ended up being a gas bunkerer. This PNM will never come back. You all could bring back Abdul-Hamid from 15 years. You could go back and try to resuscitate Dr. Williams. The people fed up all you and will never bring all you back. Senator Dhanpaul said, debt is not a big thing. Debt is no problem. If your debt to GDP go up over 100, no big thing. Never mind, his PNM by 2022 had taken it close to 92%. It dipped back down, right, to 76. But it nearly crossed the 100. He said, no big thing, it's not that. It's the trajectory. Well, PNM was like a rocket ship. Them was better than Elon Musk. Them went in from September 2015. The debt, the external debt that Senator Dhanpaul was talking about was 14 million. And by 2024, check it and see, it went up to 46 million. That is trajectory, boy. PNM know about trajectory. So this former minister of 1 month finance is telling us about trajectory when he mashed gas better than NGC. They also increased the overall debt from 76 billion in 2015 to 144 billion. That is PNM. That is our children have to pay back. And you come into play sanctimonious? Well, boy, I wasn't going to talk today, Mr. President. But when I heard Senator Amery Browne, I had to jot down some notes. Senator Amery Browne talk about the PNM. We had growth. I already said that if you shrink something and it come back a little bit, you don't call that growth. But the PNM had stagflation. I want to break that down for the people outside there listening. Stagflation is when there's high unemployment and high inflation. Now, why is that sort of very difficult to do? Because if you have high unemployment, it means they don't have plenty money to chase goods. So how come you're getting high inflation when you're not supposed to have so much money in the system? Because of the incompetence of the PNM. Not only was there high unemployment, but the ease of doing business had skyrocketed. The foreign exchange crisis, they couldn't get US dollars, so people had to buy on the black market. They took away the fuel subsidy, so transport costs went up. They did the safety and security. Everybody had to buy camera and security guards, so prices just kept going up through the roof. And we were under a state of stagflation for the last 7 years. Before COVID, during COVID, and after COVID. And they come here and pretend like everything was rosy. They talk about we are crashing the economy. You cannot crash something that done crash. You ever crash twice? The PNM crashed the economy. Our lifeblood is oil and gas. Since 2017, NGC made a loss. For the first time in our history, since Ken Julian told us, burn the gas, sell the gas in the 70s, 1977, the first time we made a loss at NGC is PNM. After the negotiation of 2017, by 2018 and a half into 2019, profits under NGC, under Kamla Prasad Biswas and the People's Partnership was up at 2.1 billion US. They reversed that and we went to 310 million US in losses because Keith Christopher Rowley, the member for Dago Martin West, went to Houston with Stuart Richard Young, the member for Potter's Bay North. They left Franklin Khan home, who was the Minister of Energy, and they went to conclude negotiations with the upstreamers, EOG and BPTT in 2017 in Houston, Texas. And immediately after that, in the next report, because EOG and BPTT are publicly traded companies, they have to report. They reported in their Trinidad and Tobago workings 69% increase in revenues. They were celebrating. Their executives were getting bonuses. The problem for Trinidad and Tobago is that oil and gas negotiation is a zero-sum game. So if they go up 69%, what happens to us? We go down 69%. That is PNM. And you all are talking about crashing the economy. What did that have? That had spin-off effects now, multiplier effects. So, first of all, their chairman, Jerry Brooks, resigned. But you know what happened with PNM? One thing good with PNM. When a man resigns or a lady resigns or a chairman, they just keep quiet. They don't say why. Now, PNM might say that's good politically, but for the country, that's not very good because you need information. Jerry Brooks resigned and never said why. But what we know is that the intelligent negotiators, those who were in the business, those hired as public servants on contract at NGC, were told to get out of the negotiation, and it was taken over by politicians, namely the Prime Minister and his mini-me, the super selected one. So former plus former is three former is former cube, was negotiating on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and we were left holding the short end of the stick that was stuck down in the mud in the labas after a fire. And then Point Lisa started to shut down, and I see Minister Abdul-Hamid would be very interested in this because he's knowledgeable on the subject. He was part and parcel and taught by those who created it. Point Lisa's then moved from 74% down to 35% capacity. 11 companies shut and went down because the margins negotiated by Keith Christopher Rowley, the member for Diego Martin West, and the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's East, St. Anne's West, Stuart Richard Young, did not allow companies to continue making their downstream products profitably. So they shuttered. How many jobs were lost there? 11 companies, let's average 100 high-paying jobs, 1,100 jobs, on top of shutting down the refinery, 5,364 permanent jobs, 6,000 daily paid jobs, plus contracting firms who provide supply to the refinery, plus the fence line communities, the nail tech, the restaurant, the bars, the hairdressers. How much money was lost and devastated from the Southland? But you talking about we crashing the economy, all you crash it and smash it. Senator Dhanpaul said that we will have to borrow, and some of them are even saying we dip into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. Well, if we dip, all you know about dipping, because the PNM in the last 3 years dipped 12 times, 2.1 billion US out of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. When we left it there in September 2015, it stood at 6.7, 6.8 billion US. We had grown that by over 3 billion US over our period in government. But between that time, Mr. President, the PNM from September 2015 till April 2025, you know what they did? They managed to keep it exactly the same. And then they boast because it had gone down below what it was before. And then the Minister of Finance, before he was switched by Senator Dhanpaul, said, oh, we did well. We got a boost. We're back up to 6.7 billion. The problem is the opportunity cost. If you were running the economy properly, if you had negotiated the gas properly, if you were making deposits into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, as Kamla Prasad-Bissessar and Kevin Ramnarine, and then Larry Hawaii, the Minister of Finance, were making, one could have extrapolated that the Heritage and Stabilization Fund should have reached somewhere around 14.5 billion US, but they went down below 5. That is PNM mismanagement. That is PNM incompetence. But you know what? Only the people suffered, you know. The PNM didn't suffer because Senator Dhanpaul told us, he tried to teach us about conflict of interest, about apparent bias, about impropriety. Yet he sits on a team that tells us that it's okay to sit in a cabinet, recuse yourself, walk outside, and let your friend and them rent your building. It's okay to go outside 100 times and take decisions to make your family richer while the people suffering. The PNM is a blight that will never return. We don't want no lecture from y'all. 2 ministers recuse themselves 200 times. You know it's 200 times. Mr. President, you only have a cabinet meeting once a week. The last time I checked in a year, you only have 52 weeks. Them recuse themselves 2 years a cabinet meeting to enrich themselves and the family. Well, if you had 2 years each, right, so 4 in total, correct, thank you, sir. You see, the number's so big I can't mad. And they want to sit here and talk. Everywhere we look, they're talking about we crashed the economy and oh, we are borrowing to pay. The PNM did not pay their bills. The PNM owing TNTech owing NGC over $6.8 billion. They did not pay their bills for 9.5 years and now coming to tell us that we are borrowing to keep the economy going. Yes, we will do what we have to do to ensure Trinidad and Tobago stays afloat while we increase revenue streams. But y'all don't come here and play sanctimonious. They didn't pay the bills at NTS. The Ministry of Education owing TNTech $400 million. By housing over, and this Senator Cummings will know plenty about that. Contractors owed $1 billion. And Senator Cummings will know about 7 of the companies that he family around with have some good millions to collect. And y'all coming to talk about y'all are for the people. Rest me, in the words of the young people, rest me. Tobago. Mr. President, I wish I could have about 37 more minutes. Tobago. I'm a half Tobagonian, proud to be. But when I listen here, and this young Tobagonian senator also, the PNM collapsed Tobago's economy. You're talking about we crash anything? In 2017, the PNM collapsed the Tobago economy because they wanted to create an emergency to buy vessels without procurement. There were 2 vessels that were functioning brilliantly, purchased by the mentor of Senator Abdul-Hamid, Patrick Mervyn, Augustus Manning, the Express and the Spirit. They were working flawlessly. They were working brilliantly. There was a Canadian company that was maintaining them and keeping them going. The PNM board took a decision to remove the Canadians. And one of the PNM board members, Sarabai, was Magellan. And they got a contract to then maintain the 2 vessels, and they sat a breakdown left, right, and center. They couldn't do the job. And this left Tobago stranded and cut off from the rest of the world. PNM then tried to find barge and all kind of things to put people goods on. A barge was taking 14 hours to reach across. When you had green banana, it reached across ripe. By Tobago, the economy of Tobago was shattered. On top of that, the tourists, in 2014, 96,000 foreigners landed in Tobago to spend money on average of 5 nights, 6 days. By 2017, PNM had decimated that from 96,000 down to 20,000. In the summer months, meaning July, August, 652,000 Trinbagonians went across to Tobago in 2014. By 2017, 2018, that number had dropped to 142,000. Crash the economy, all you crash head on into a brick wall with steel reinforcement behind it. During that period, how many Tobagonian guest houses, businesses, craft stores, restaurants, small business crashed and collapsed and were closed down? I even talk about COVID yet. COVID was the greatest, most ineffective management of any crisis in the history of the Caribbean, and PNM tried to say they're number 1 in the world because 2 fellas was drinking beers in Oxford. Hear what they say? Don't let the people come home. Nobody could come home. And they read that and say, wow, that's strong. Not knowing it was unconstitutional, they now lost nearly every case, not knowing it was wicked, not knowing it was malicious, and not knowing it was ineffective, because 5,000 people died still with all the so-called COVID management. 5,000 citizens died, and PNM are boasting that they did COVID well. The borders were porous and open because not one case came through the airport. All the cases came across the Gulf of Paria from Venezuela. The only person who could have come and land during COVID was who? Delcy Rodriguez with 5 PDVSA officials, because the former Prime Minister selected by the former told us in the Senate here earlier this year that that was his modus operandi, that since 2016 he was working on Dragon. And during COVID, when the government changed and we were talking, Delcy Rodriguez came with PDVSA and wanted to talk about COVID. He forgot that 4 years before he had told us it was not about gas, it was about hamper for Venezuelan. Because the PNM tells so many untruths. You see how I improve, Mr. President? They tell so many untruths that they cannot keep the untruths together. And that's why the people have dealt with you all on April 28th. And furthermore, the way Dr. Amery Browne, Senator Amery Browne, talked about how great the PNM was. Well then, I expect the people of Tobago on January 12th will bring the PNM back if y'all are correct and I am wrong. If y'all are saying everything was so good and we are so bad, well, on January 12th, we should see a resurgence of that red. We shouldn't see the 15-0 that come in, because the 15-0 come in because the people know that PNM is just about their friends, family, and financiers. They didn't care about the people. They didn't care about the children. You talking about culture and the orange economy? Who cut pan in schools? Kamla Prasad Bisesa and Winston Gypsy Peters before he lost his mind and went PNM. Increased pan in schools across the board. There were over 150 secondary schools receiving funding for pan in schools. The former PNM Minister of Education, after the PNM got in by stealing an election with an extra hour by the EBC, who told them about it but didn't tell their competitors. That minister went to Panorama in 2017, school Panorama, and he only saw 23 bands. And he said, but what is going on? Where are my children? Where are my PAN players? Not knowing that his government cut all the PAN funding. Under Kamla Prasad Bisesa, she raised the stipend from 500 to 1,000 per player. PNM cut that back. All you're coming to talk about, guys. So Calypso, $1 million. They're singing bad about UNC and everything and partnership, but $1 million prize money. Kamla Prasad Bisesa loves culture more than any PNM and supports each and every bit of culture, every ethnicity, every race. That's why she is Prime Minister and remain, and that's why y'all will remain right there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mustapha Abdul-Hamid.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me start by supporting what I think to be the position of Senator Lewis. I think in response to something that the Honorable Minister just said during that very excitable presentation, I think when the Constitution was framed and we decided to establish a bicameral system, I think that the idea was that a lot of the political rigor, the direct competition and the political aggression would take place in the House of Representatives, and that the Senate would over time develop a tradition for more civilized or enlightened debate and avoid some of the rancor normally associated with the lower house. I think this house was intended to be a little more decorous. It would seem, though, that tradition has been challenged, because I was under the mistaken impression that there were 4 on the other side who were given to loud and noisy and dysfunctional conduct. However, when I heard Senator the Honorable Dominic Smith speak, I realized that there were 5. All 5, perhaps, but I will, for the time being, leave out Senator Smith. But all of the other 4 appear to me to have been derived from the same, cut from the same cloth, as they say, derived from the same erraticism, the same sociopathy, the same eccentricity, and above all, Mr. President, the same rancidity, because what we just got was an example of a rancid presentation in the Honorable House. Now, I do have some empathy for Senator Naked. Google it. It's a word, Mr. Bigo. It is. I do have some empathy for Senator Naked, because he has been, I can understand how he has come into this condition, because he himself has been through some particular and unusual trauma. I don't think he's set out to be how he has now developed. He's really a victim of his circumstances, and one must have empathy for people who have found themselves in difficult foreign places and have had difficult experiences that can definitely scar you. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody in this house who would like to find themselves in the same space with Senator Naked, especially if he's armed. I mean, you might have to wear a pair of underwear with foil steel.
Mr. President, I rise on standing order 46-1.
Yeah. Let us try to, I try to be as democratic as I can to allow freedom of speech in this house. But let us try not to make your points, but try not to get too personal. Deal with the arguments that were advanced. But when you deal with personal reflections, you're breaching the standing orders. Right? So I'm just saying, deal with the arguments. Don't deal with the personality. I have a way of putting it. The analogy is simple. It's like a football game. Play the ball, not the player. If you play the individual player and not the ball, I will give you a yellow card. If you continue to play the player and not the ball, I will give you a red card. So I'm just advising, play the ball, respond to arguments, do not bring personalities into the debate, do not make personal reflections on anyone. If you want to do that, bring a substantive motion. So I'm putting out something for guidance. Continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is difficult to avoid describing what we just witnessed. And the only word I can use, only term I can use to describe what we just witnessed from the Honourable Minister was a hissy fit. And I have witnessed several hissy fits in this Parliament in the 2 days that I've been here. And how can I avoid describing it as a hissy fit?
Do not challenge my ruling. I have given a ruling. Do not question me. And do not try to dribble me. I have made a ruling. If you cannot abide by the ruling, I'll tell you to take your seat. It's as simple as that. I am advising you, respond to the arguments, do not get into personalities, do not make personal reflections, and in terms of language, there are standing orders to deal with it. Can't be insulting, you can't be offensive. I try my best to allow some elasticity, but I'm seeing the thing taking a trend I am not permitting. I give everybody space, but there comes a time when I will rule because I'm not going to let things deteriorate. Be guided. Continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I don't know if the minister heard himself. There are a number of things that he said regarding a number of terms that he used. He used the word NGC, the National Gas Company, in talking about the development of the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, I don't know if he knows that the NGC was established in 1975, and it was established by a People's National Movement government. I don't know if he knows that he used the term LNG, liquid natural gas, which was an industry that was established by the People's National Movement. He used the term the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, which was established by the People's National Movement. He used the term the Point Lisas Industrial Estate, which was established by the People's National Movement. In addition to that, Mr. President, every single industrial estate that has been established in this country and every major investment that has generated revenue for this country has been an investment that was established, conceptualized, and implemented by the People's National Movement. So the money that they claim to be putting in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund was money that was earned as a consequence of investments made by the People's National Movement. But the honourable member does not understand, does not know that. He believes that history began in 2010. He doesn't even understand that there were efforts in the past, that this economy, the Trinidad and Tobago's economy, was in a difficult place from 1986 until 1991. But there was a technology that came to be around that time, and he mentioned two names, the Honorable Patrick Manning, and he mentioned the name Ken Julian. The technology that existed at that time, Mr. President, was that the gas that used to be waste gas or flared gas, because he mentioned the concept of burning the gas that was waste gas or flared gas, a technology came to be that gas can be captured and converted into liquid. And the PNM under Mr. Manning recognized that if it can be turned into liquid, then you can put it in a ship. And if you can put it in a ship, you can transport it. And if you can transport it, then you can sell it. But it required a significant investment. The investment it required was that you needed to have the pipeline from the gas fields to come to the plant. A plant needed to be established in order to convert the gas into liquid. You needed tankers in which to place the gas, and you needed a port. All of that multi-billion-dollar investment was conceptualized and implemented by the People's National Movement between 1991 and 1995. And it is until this day today, Trinidad and Tobago is living off of that single investment. That is what has provided us with all of the foreign exchange revenue that we have enjoyed for the last 30 years. And at the height of LNG, our LNG, 78% of the gas ending in the United States was coming from Trinidad and Tobago. We were ahead of Kuwait, we were ahead of Qatar, we were ahead of the Saudis, we were ahead of all of the Middle East. We were the pioneers in liquid natural gas, Mr. Speaker. And we were the pioneers because of the People's National Movement. The United National Congress, neither the NAR, in fact, the NAR, which was the antecedent to the United National Congress, between 1986 and 1991, their idea of economic development was cottage industries. I have no problem with cottage industries. Training people and teaching people how to make earrings and out of wire and jewelry, that's fine. But you cannot build an economy on that. It requires thinking of a higher order. And that higher order thinking came from the People's National Movement, which to this day, this country is a beneficiary. And Mr. Speaker, I want to credit Bastide Pandey for one thing. When he came to government in 1995, he recognized that the LNG was of great value to the country. And he, notwithstanding the fact that he had nothing to do with the conceptualization, the negotiations, or the implementation of it, but having recognized that, the value of it, he let the program be. And as a result of that, we ended up with a 30 years revenue generation as a result of LNG. Mr. Speaker, something different happened in 2010. Something different, because the PNM by 2010, we had recognized that the life at LNG, that LNG couldn't continue to give us the kind of revenue we needed.
going for the next 30 years, because that is the way the PNM thinks. We enter into economic development over 25, 30-year periods, because we recognize that you have to have investments that will generate revenue in the long term. We don't do revenue today for tomorrow. We do major multi-billion-dollar investments to give you revenue in the long term. And it is precisely that we did between 2001 and 2010. Mr. Speaker, we put in place a system, we put in place an investment where one component of it was the establishment of a 750 megawatt power plant in the Southwest Peninsula. We were in the process of building a national highway. That highway was not only to service the people of Point Fortin and La Brea. That highway was to move manufactured goods, because the Southwest Peninsula was identified as a quadrant in this country that would be a highly industrialized area. And an important part of that, Mr. President, was the establishment of that 750 megawatt power plant. But that was established next door to an aluminum smelter plant. And that aluminum smelter plant was one part of a major industrial development program that would provide revenue for this country until 2040. Mr. President, do you know what happened? The UNC, and if you take a look at on the commodities market of the price of aluminum today, we have no reason in this world to be in any difficult economic situation. But you know why we are in a difficult economic situation? Because we had everything in place to generate revenue and earn income from aluminum smelter. But you know why we're in a difficult situation? Because unlike Bastide Pandey in 1995, the UNC government came in 2010 and under Kamla Prasad Bisesa, they shut down the smelter plant. And in fact, the gas arrangements on that 750, arrangements for payment of that 750 megawatt is take or pay. We have to pay for that gas. TNTEC has to pay for that gas, even if you have nobody to whom to sell it. That is the situation in which they have left us. And that is the first. You got your first responsibility wrong in closing down the smelter plant. That is where the destruction of the economy can be. That it is at their door that we can lay the responsibility for the destruction of the economy, because they deprived us of income. Because they were new to government. They had no idea. They had no idea what it took to run a country. If they were happy, they came in joy on a joyride. That is what it was about. And coming today to present yourself as some kind of holy man. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, I came across a newspaper article. All right? I came across a newspaper article dated July 24th, 2025. In a stinging rebuke, High Court judge awarded $40,000 in nominal damages against each of 14 ex-directors and ex-CEO of the sport company, Sport TT, finding that they failed their duty when rubber stamping a $34 million contract for the failed live sport program that went largely undelivered. Mr. President, there are people in this house who come and talk and play holy, put on a frock and play holy, holier than everyone, as if they have no history, as though people forget. I respect the rulings of the president. I will read it. I will read it. I will read it. In an article on November 9, 2025, November 9, that's recently, in the Express, Trinidad Express, 11 years after the live sport program was aborted, amid allegations of corruption, a confidential police dossier and a sworn suspect witness statement have surfaced, exposing a movie-like scene of a conspiracy to rob the state of millions of taxpayers' dollars. the particular individual is under a witness protection program. The program hailed as if, no, he tell me to call. He tell me, I come in. But why? Tell your people to hush. Tell your people to hush.
We can't, listen, we don't want a shouting match. And I don't want a cross talk. I want to refer members to Standing Order 53, 1, E, F, and G. You are in breach. Let the members speak in silence. Continue, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm just explaining the contribution of the honourable member to his time during his time in government. I'm just explaining a former Ministry of Sport insider who was heavily involved in the ill-fated program stated she personally witnessed how government officials, contractors, and criminal elements conspired to bleed the system, that is, to bleed the country dry, of $440 million. The program, hailed as a flagship project to guide young men away from crime, was scrapped in 2014 by the then Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Bisesa, with then Sport Minister Anil Roberts also resigning from his post. A colleague, $440 million is not a joke, A colleague, how many people might be necessary? It's 200. All these taxes today are intended to raise $200 million. All of these taxes we didn't have to do if this live sport program did not come into being. All of the people in this country who now have to go and pay extra this, extra that, extra this, extra that, and pay penalties here, penalties there, would have avoided those penalties. You must understand how far-reaching corruption is. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, I am dishonest. I am dishonest. I am dishonest. All right? So the honourable member says, Mr. Speaker, the United National Congress, this government, has said to us that the...
Yes, can I appeal to the government members to sit in peace and silence? Continue, please.
Mr. President, it was not, I am not the one who's lying, because I am not the one making that claim. It is the judge, it is the newspaper article, it was a colleague minister, at the time the then Minister of National Security, and it was the Prime Minister who took, his Prime Minister who took that decision. And I suspect it's still very much alive, and I know my good friend there, my very, very good friend who is a man of integrity. I know he don't play. I know he likes to go to war with people who are corrupt. And sometimes, I must confess, sometimes I get a little worried for him, because he's my good friend. And I don't want to see him end up in any hotel, smoking in Hyatt Hotel, smoking any grassy substance.
No, Mr. President, Mr. President, please, I stand on Standing Order 46.1 and 46.6.
Anyway, Senator, withdraw your statement, please, and apologize. You're referring to...
Mr. President, could you guide me as to which...
No, I'm not guiding you. I'm asking you to withdraw.
Oh,
take your seat.
I withdraw?
No. Yeah. You're referring to a member of this House. When you said he, I know exactly where you were going. And you said something before that, and I'm saying do not impute improper motives. And secondly, in accordance with Standing Order 46.8, if you want to raise the conduct of any member of this Honorable Senate, you file a substantive motion. Okay? Please. And members, I know things are getting heated, but please, yes, allow the Honorable Senator to continue to speak in silence. Continue, please.
Mr. President, I leave that matter in the very, very capable hand of the very fearless Attorney General. I have every confidence in him that he will address his mind to these issues. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, one of the things we have heard from the government on a repeated basis that they will carry about their business by any means necessary. I have been able to determine that there are 4 means by which they employ. 4 means that they employ as they carry about themselves, as they conduct their business. One, in my view, one of the tactics, one of the strategies that they use, Mr. President, is deception. I say that because they use in describing what they do and what they're proposing to do, they use very expansive and effusive language to create the impression as though they have positive and far-reaching effects in what they have proposed. But when you examine the details of what they're actually doing, you recognize that the outcomes are very paltry and meager. And they intend to create the impression that they have made this dramatic, significant intervention in the national development. And when you look at it, it's something very petty. And the actual specific recommendations do not resemble anything that can have any significant impact on development or the improvement of the institution or anything like that. The second thing that they do, I'll give you an example. They say in this bill that about the BIR, it will strengthen professional capacity, it will improve efficiency, streamline systems and processes. Mr. President, all they have done is added 2 members from outside and create a meeting schedule. We'll meet once a month and ask them to have minutes and establish some subcommittees. There was nothing revolutionary in what they have done. And even in doing what they have in fact done, they may have caused some very serious damage, or they may have done damage to the legislation as it stood before. Because I really want to commend this House to consider very seriously what Senator Dhanpaul had to say. Because what he's saying is that you're adding in strangers into a taxing environment that has very strict limitations on the people who have access to your information. And you're bringing alien strangers into this process. That the best practice, international best practice, does not recognize the introduction of strangers into an environment like that. But they presented to us these very meaningless interventions as though it was supposed to strengthen professional capacity and so on. A lot of what they have done, you could also evidently not very well thought out. They have not thought through a lot of what they have proposed. The fact that so many amendments have come from the House of Representatives, right, tells you that this legislation was done in a rush. They have not spent the time that they need in order to carefully consider some of the important things that they have done, and they're not even aware sometimes of some of the consequences of what they're doing. Sometimes they have been accused of intentionally inflicting harm on citizens, and that may be true. But in some cases, because they have not thought about it, they're also doing it inadvertently or unintentionally. So both ways the citizens lose. They also are very evasive in many of these, and I say that, many of these amendments that are here really should be, and in particular, I want to refer to the NIS, the changes made to the NIS system. Mr. President, that ought to be the subject of a debate entirely by itself. That is a piece of legislation that impacts the lives of almost every single citizen in this country and the most vulnerable citizens in this country. That should not be passed en passant, hidden by sleight of hand in a finance bill. That is deserving of proper debate, proper national consultation. You can't tell me that a system that, as you claim, has so much difficulty, that you're going to fix it overnight, as you've said. You said it's only 7 months, but the fact that you've come at that deserves the attention of the national community. And all kinds of experts ought to have an input or impact on that. So they are deceptive, they are evasive, they have not thought out what they're doing, and they're operating by sleight of hand. None of which is a noble, and all of which are ignoble qualities. Mr. President, I'd like to, and what you say is also, if you look at Clause 4, the immigration, the amendment to the Immigration Act, it's the same thing we get, The government tells us that the border controls are weak and exploited by those engaged in illegal activities. We must protect our citizens, enhance security, improve efficiency, strengthen the coordination, support the transition to electronic declaration. All right, the last one I can give you that. All right, the last one I can give, the support the transition to digital immigration services. That is fine. But the deception takes place because very little in this legislation addresses the real issues that plague the immigration division. The issue, or the real tragedy, which was expressed by the Prime Minister herself, had to do, because they complained for years about the situation, well, I shouldn't say years, for quite some time, on the refugee status and criminals coming into the country, and that gang members were benefiting and that weapons were coming into the country. I would imagine, given that they say that they act with urgency, according to Senator Smith, right, and treating with the pressing problems of the state, that this would have been the pressing problem of the state with regard to immigration. It is the issues that relate to the multiple points of entry that are not official ports. And how do you secure the border? That would have been something that was related to the securing the border. Not some of the things that was put in that particular piece of legislation. And it's very similar in national insurance. Sometimes they tell you something is better than nothing. But again, that is not something that was carefully thought out. In fact, Mr. President, you will find that some of what they have done might be unjust, because the people who are likely to be impacted are exactly the people that you do not wish to be impacted. You see, there are some people in this country, Mr. President, who, by virtue of the jobs that they have, police service officers, fire officers, military personnel, prisons officers, other people who may work in the private sector, but they do construction work. A lot of those, let's take the public officers, as I just mentioned. Their skills are not easily transferable. And sometimes they are required by law to retire at an early age. The law says that they have to leave the job at age 45 in some cases, at age 55 in some cases. Right? And these people are actually depending, they've paid their insurance, their NIS for their entire life. In some cases, they've made all of the payments that they require in order to get a full benefit. I think it's 750 payments. They've made all. So they have completed their contract with the National Insurance Board. They've paid all that they need to pay, and they're paying more, but they've paid all that they need to pay. And you're saying to them that notwithstanding, you're not, and these are people who are required by law to leave, to retire at a certain age, that when you get to 60, that you will not be eligible to get your NIS payment. That you will have to move, depending on the age, to 61. Now, if my NIS payment is $3,000 per month, and you deprive me of my NIS payment for 1 year, you've taken $36,000 away from me, for which I've already paid. And I have a reasonable expectation to get that. And these are hard-working citizens. These are the citizens that this government claims that it cares about. I would have imagined and expected that we would have seen some actuarial reports, that we would see all the proposals, the various proposals, the various possible options for solutions, and we would arrive at the best equitable solution, all right, with a proper national debate on how do we move forward with the national insurance system. That we have not seen. Mr. President, we heard again, it's the same theme, you see it coming all the time, where they use very grandiose language and in describing what they think they are achieving. But our comedian says, there's an old comedian, American comedian, who said, when all fails, you always have delusion. Because it appears to me that they are not only attempting to delude the public, or to deceive the public, but they're obviously deceiving themselves. Because they probably genuinely think, so often they have said it to themselves, that what they're doing, what they're proposing, actually achieving some of the things that they're saying. With regard to the Motor Vehicle Act, is modernizing penalty structures, strengthening road safety enforcement, enhancing regulation compliance, improving public safety, reducing traffic violations, ensuring that penalties remain proportionate to current socioeconomic realities. Mr. Speaker, when you take a look at the legislation, yes, sir. When you take a look at the legislation, every single clause, remember what I just said? Strengthening road safety enforcement, reducing traffic violations, improving public safety. Every single clause in here, $200 to $500, $500 to $6,000, $8,000 to $12,000, $750 to $1,500, $500 to $900. Every single clause is a fee increase. It's nothing to do with the declaration as to what they hope to achieve. There's no way this achieves this. There's no way these increase in fees, and one of the things you need to pay attention to, Mr. President, is the impact on the courts. Because when you raise fees, you make it more likely that people will contest the fees. Because if there's a fine of $500, a man might pay it. But if it's $2,000, you might have a greater incentive to contest it. And I say so, Mr. President, because I'm aware of a person who got a ticket on April 19, 2023. And the hearing was set for July 2023. It was then postponed to sometime in 2025. No, it was sometime in 2024. It was heard in July 2024, and then told it was postponed to sometime in 2025. We are now in December 2025, and a ticket that was issued on April 19, 2023 at 10:55 a.m. is still not heard by the court. It's 2.5 years. You know why? Because the court is overburdened. And as you increase fees, all of these fines, you're going to find that you're going to put an extra burden on the court, Mr. Speaker. A burden that the government doesn't seem to be, of which the government is not mindful, and we have certainly not heard anything that they have any intention of assisting the court in performing its function. Mr. President, if you do not assist the court, the system of justice can be very seriously compromised. And the minister spoke about current socio-economic realities. That's the language that they use. I wonder if they understand what these socio-economic realities are. People are not working. People have lost their jobs. The minister said it's not 100,000, but how many is it? What is the number? We know that all of the URP, all of the CPA, and there are a lot of contract workers in the public service, IT professionals, HR professionals, a lot of public officers, contract officers in the public service who have also gone home. So what is the number? If you dispute Senator Boodhu's number, well, give us a number. You in government. But the minister can't give us a number. He can say that what Senator Boodhu said is not true, but he can't give you a number. Mr. President, people do not have money. And what this government is really doing in this legislation is really managing the political repercussions and the political impact of imposing hardships on the people. And how they're managing that is that they're outsourcing the hardship to the private sector. They're outsourcing the hardship to landlords. They are not doing it themselves, but they're using the weight of the state to get other people to impose the hardship on their behalf. And that is what they're doing. Right? And that is all of it is a political management, because they don't want to take the responsibility for imposing hardships, so they get other people to do it for them, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President. And that is precisely what they're doing. Mr. President, I'm aware that my time is up, so I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute.
The Honorable Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development and Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, this was supposed to be a very simple debate. We know we had a lot of bills to amend and to introduce, and I started this morning in an even tone, even keel, and look forward to the support of the entire House, of the entire Senate. But, Mr. President, my very good colleague, Senator Abdul-Hamid, I really feel sorry for him, Mr. President. I feel very, very sorry. Because, Mr. President, he spent a substantial part of his speech talking about everything that happened from 1962 to 2015. And he spent a little part talking about what's happening in 2025 going forward. But, Mr. President, he ain't spent a single sentence on what took place between 2015 and 2025.
Why is that?
Mr. President, I feel sorry for him. Because I feel this is the last time we see him in this house. My brother, my friend.
Goodbye.
And Mr. President, just to show you that he was speaking about a PNM that no longer exists. He's the only one in a Balizitai. Because the PNM that did all these things for the country, and the PNM that he and I and the Attorney General once sat in is gone. And the PNM that took its place from 2015 to now, that PNM is a different PNM. Is a PNM that he, and if he wants to stand up and defend that PNM, I will sit down.
Let him, yes. Let him defend. Yeah, budget.
And Mr. President, I didn't want to spend any time talking about my brother. But he crossed the Rubicon when he started to talk about Senator Anil Roberts. Because, Mr. President, if he wants to talk about live sport, Let us talk about CPEP, about housing. Let us talk about the files that's sitting on the desk of the Honorable Attorney General. Mr. President, when you point one finger, it has 4 pointing back. Leave Senator Roberts alone. But I know what happened, Mr. President.
Not at all.
After 2010, he's suffering from a political tabanka.
No, I don't need to. But it's my friend.
He's suffering from a political tabanka, Mr. President.
He wanted nobody
right now.
Call me, but how that going?
No, but he only sitting here because the member of parliament for Diego Martin North is out of the country. If he was here, he couldn't sit there. But I feel, Mr. President, he auditioning for a permanent job in the Senate. I'm not sure which one he taking, but he auditioning for a permanent job here.
He fostering good conditions.
Because you realize, Mr. President, he ain't talk like he getting choked with a small pin. He ain't talk about the Prime Minister's pension bin at all. He auditioning for a permanent job here, Mr. President. He talk about everything else except the Prime Minister's pension bin. But I know what happened, you know. Just loosen the pin.
PNM in chaos, yes?
Mr. President, I'm getting interference from my own bench. Mr. President, you know, when you listen to my colleagues speak, especially Senator Roberts, you know, the one thing that the Honorable Senator did not dispute are the facts of his presentation. Because facts are stubborn things. But I will save the rest, Mr. President,
for the platform. Leave it.
For when the member of Parliament for Diego Martin Northeast leave the country again. Well, Mr. President, there are a couple of things that I also cannot allow to stand from Senator Boodhu's contribution. And I was trying to get Senator, I now realize, Senator Dhanpaul, while you only get a 1 month appointment. Because I was trying to tell you to tell the goodly senator, you know better. The reason why they have 50 million inside of here is because all the other times it was the limit was raised. It was raised by legal notice. By resolutions. I was trying to tell the senator that is why there's 50 million inside of here. But in December 2015, your government raised the limit from 15 to 30 billion. Boss, only raised it by 100% then, right? But the reason why I'm telling you it wasn't 50 million, is only 50 million here because they never amended the act.
You try to warn him. Oh, God.
The limit is not, is 30. Yeah. But I was trying to tell you so that Senator Dhanpaul, you know better than that. And Senator Dhanpaul, you know fully well that the omissions and errors that the central bank governor have to deal with, and the reason why he has to be legally given the information from the statistical office is not to manipulate it, but to use it to analyze the data that they receive. That's the reason why. He can't affect the data, can't change the data. But errors and omissions contribute a large number in the balance of payments that has to be dealt with. That was his, and you know that, Senator Dhanpaul? You were there.
Sometime, not for long.
Senator de la Bastide, let me really deal with some of the sensible questions that you ask. You know, and then there's other thing I need to correct that Senator Abdul-Hamid, and you're right to say that you needed the data for the NIB. But that is precisely why we are doing it. It is based on the actuarial report that sat on their desk since 2019 that they did nothing with.
it is based on those actual reports that we now implement this. This is not something that we are implementing because we want to do it. It is something we are implementing because the actual report says that if we don't do it, the fund will go belly up by 2032, 2033. And the actual report that they had, and that's the reason why we're doing the NIB. But it was discussed in the budget. It was discussed in the budget, but because in the other place, those opposite ran away from the debate, it was not properly debated in the other place.
Exactly, they collapsed. You weren't there when they collapsed.
But I know what happened, you know. I know what happened, you know. Right? Because when Senator Browne began his contribution, and he sought to speak to the Minister of Finance and the Minister of the Economy, and want to put me with Minister Tanku, thank you very much, because I am happy to be on this side. The reason why those of us who were in the then PNM that did all of those things for the country joined this side in 2025 is because this side want to do even more for the country and will not be associated with those on that side who have failed the country time and time again. And you want to talk about live sport. If it is, you see, that is why when you talk about, and Senator Browne said the economy grew 3 years. After COVID, the economy must grow back. But let me read, Mr. President, from an ECLAC report of an economic survey 2025, hot off the press. Latin America and the Caribbean will go through another economic slowdown 2025. After rebounding in the first 2 quarters of 2024, regional GDP growth lost momentum towards the end of the year, and an annual growth is expected to dip from 2.3 in 2004 to 2.2 in 2025. The slowdown is unfolding region-wide. In the first quarter of 2025, only 5 of 17 countries recorded growth above 1%. That's between Latin America and the Caribbean. And only 1 country had a rate above 2%. So, Mr. President, the economic data shows that not only did the economy not grow in 2024, it didn't grow in 2025, it didn't grow in 2023, it rebounded after COVID. That wasn't growth. So, Senator Lewis, I completely agree in terms of the growth of the economy, the involvement of the private sector, and the ease of doing business. When the government launched its revitalization plan, one of the things that we launched with it was a priority portal to deal with projects over $50 million through the town and country planning and EBC in order to fast track. And that is the reason why Senator Smith talked about the Immigration Amending the Immigration Act, because the first engagement that people have with our country is in our port of entry. And if in our port of entry we could look so backward, what would their impression be for the rest of the country? So when we underestimate the effect, when you arrive in a place like the US or Canada or Barbados or anywhere else, and there is an ease of entry to the country, you end up with a good impression of how this country is, the importance that the country places on the systems that you encounter in entering, and it allows you to feel a confidence in what you are going to do. The first thing when we meet with international persons, when they come to here, I met with the World Bank last week, and every time the first question is, why are you all still doing this paper thing? So when we want to bring international investors, when we want to bring foreign direct investment, when we want to bring and build a new economy, first impressions count. So when they're laughing and when they're downplaying the effect of the Immigration Act, laugh. Downplay it. But for the last 10 years, you all have been laughing and downplaying all the things that affect the people and the country at large. And we, on this side, going to fix it. Well, we could talk. We have a job. You get a Kobo sweat. But I know, go ahead. I'm looking to see. It was nice knowing you, Senator Cummings, because you're going to replace somebody on that side. The audition going well. No, I just to go back to a couple of things, Senator De La Bastide, that you
Mr. President,
talked about.
I rise on standing order 46-4.
Yeah. Senator Mustapha Abdul-Hamid, I heard what you said. Rise, apologize, please.
Honorable Attorney General, I apologize.
Continue.
So just a couple of things as well I need to mention, and a couple of contributors talked about it in terms of the BR and appointments. I just want to say a couple of things. First of all, I'm reminded by the Treasury solicitor that in answer to the question, I think Senator De La Bastide would have raised that similar concern. And just to say, Mr. President, that the non-public servants and the BRO, that there is this is where the process of amendments prohibits the appointments of that nowhere in the proposed amendments prohibit the appointments of either an attorney at law or an accountant that is a public servant. Therefore, those persons can also come from the public sector. This is similar to the composition of the Securities and Exchange Commission, pursuant to Section 10(1)A of the Securities Act. Secondly, the Integrity Commission, pursuant to Section 4(2), Integrity in Public Life Act, which both requires an attorney at law and at least 10 years standing. Secondly, these persons, even if they were to come from the private sector, would all be subject to the Section 4 of the secrecy requirements. Similarly, they would also be subject to the same criminal offenses if they were to breach the requirement. And finally, the introduction of the disclosure of interest requirements further safeguards the board and its decisions from situations where commissioners are conflicted. So I hope that answers some of your questions. The central bank governor as well will not be able to manipulate the data, but in receiving the data can use it in the analysis, especially as it relates to errors and omissions in the balance of payments. And your third issue, I think, with the rent arrangements in terms of the short-term rental, I'm advised that landlord business surcharge is a grace period for registration up to March 31st, 2026. Anyone who is currently renting would need to register during that period. After March 31st, 2026, or such other period that the Minister of Finance may set, any landlord would have to register with the BIR prior to renting out their premises. And you would then, I think, you'll be allowed to make the payments on a quarterly basis afterwards. So if there's further clarification, I could always get it to you afterwards. But I'm limited in what I have here, so I will deal with some of those things if you need any further clarifications. There is one other issue that, and I'm not going to be too long, Mr. President, but I also wanted to address the issue of the single use of plastics. Now, Mr. President, as you know, as Minister of Planning, I also have responsibility for the environment. And while Senator Roberts talked about the cost to customers,
about the single use of plastics. There's a significant cost to government of the effects of plastics on the environment. The cost that we will have to spend in dredging, in clearing waterways, and the indiscriminate way in which people have used plastics in Trinidad and Tobago has caused significant amount of taxpayers' money in dealing with some of those issues. I myself, when I go to an institution like any of the supermarkets and so on, I work with reusable bags. That is the habit that we would have had in places of the islands, and I hope it's a habit we have here in Trinidad and Tobago. But I want to highlight, Mr. President, the work of one of our outstanding young persons. And she was recently hosted by Pope Leo a couple of months ago. Her name is Priyanka Lala, and she has a project called Zero Waste Lunchbox. Since she was in school by the age of 13, 14, she started a campaign where she would use all recyclable materials, and she called it Zero Waste Lunchbox. And I highlight her, Mr. President, because she now has been appointed at 19 years. Priyanka Lala is a UNICEF youth advocate for the Eastern Caribbean, became the youngest invited speaker, and this is at a publication on Sunday, the 17th of October, 2025. Rising Hope Conference held by Pope Leo, the current pontiff of the Catholic Church, the 14th Summer Palace, to mark the 10th anniversary of Laudado Si. Representing UNICEF Project Dandelion, the large ocean states, Lala championed intergenerational collaboration and hope as a new form of leadership before global faith, policy, and climate leaders. She's currently studying law in Scotland, and this is one of the young persons who have inspired a lot of other young people. She did a summer program with the Ministry of Planning. So, sorry? Do what? No, but I just wanted to highlight that because when you talk about the cost to customers, there's a significant cost to the country that we could, and we need to go beyond single plastic use. And I hope that sometime soon, with the support of the government, we'll be able to bring more substantive legislation to deal with containers on the whole and an integrated waste arrangements through the Ministry of Public Utilities where SwimCall resides. But that environment, so some of these provisions, I think, very critical as we move the agenda forward as we develop the country. So, Mr. President, I hope I would have answered some of the questions. And the last thing with the BIR, Senator Lewis, just remember what we did before and what we are doing now. Remember, we would have brought in what we inherited with the BIR was a decimated institution with no staff, an IT system that was 12 generations behind. Now there's a move to bring in, we have brought in 60-something staff, I think 64. The DPA is working on 100 field and tax officers who will be in by January. Interviews have already started. We have put in the procurement process to bring in service to update the IT systems. We are moving to increase. So that's why when you think, don't take this in isolation. These are building blocks that we have been doing, and I have been reporting here every time we have made some of those, every time we have reached some of those benchmarks. So I would appreciate when we're talking about it to hold everything in tandem. These are not isolated events. These are events that are building one on top of the other because we are very serious about ensuring that the institution that is responsible for tax collection not only have the capacity in terms of the human resource and the IT systems, but also have all the structures that will support them in being effective at what they do. Remember when we came into government, there were no field auditors, no tax auditors, zero. We are now filling all of those positions. So I remember Senator Murray talked about at that debate, talked about a little bit about how we were creating the institutions, but these are the things that we are doing to actively bring about the things we committed to in, as we debate some of these these bills. So I hope I would have addressed all your concerns and questions. I don't think I need to address anything from those opposite me, because while I appreciate the defense that Senator Abdul-Hamid would have proffered in terms of all that the PNM would have achieved, I just want to reiterate that that PNM is not this PNM. And it is symbolic that the only one with the Balize tie is no longer in this chamber. Well, Mr. President, I thank my colleagues for their contribution. I will not spend any time on Senator Browne's contribution because, as far as I'm concerned, that contribution was bereft of any sensible outlook. And with those few words, I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled an act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled an act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters.
The Honourable Minister of
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 57-2, I beg to move that a bill entitled an act to make the provisions of a financial nature and other related matters not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill entitled an act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. The Honourable Minister. Okay. I think it's okay, Honourable Minister. Honourable Senators, in accordance with Standing Order 57-2, the question is that a bill entitled an act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. Yes.
Mr. Alaha?
Yes.
Mr. Jeremy S.C.?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Dr. Swaratsingh?
Yes.
Mr. Maharaj?
Yes.
Mr. Batiste?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Ratiram?
Yes.
Professor Prasad?
Yes.
Dr. Chaitan Maharaj?
Yes.
Mr. Beeg?
Yes.
Ms. Charles?
Yes.
Mr. Zakour?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Nakid?
Yes.
Dr. Browne?
No.
Mr. Cummings?
No.
Mr. Dhanpaul?
No.
Mrs. Roberts-Radgman?
No.
Mr. Mr. Boodhu, sorry.
No.
Mr. Abdul-Hamid?
No.
Mr. Vieira S.C.
Yes.
Ms. Chote S.C.
Yes.
Mr. De La Bastide, SC.
Yes.
Ms. Joan Simmons.
Yes.
Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
Dr. Murray.
Abstain.
Mrs. Lalit Etienne.
Yes.
The division as follows. 21 members voted for, 6 members voted against, and there was 1 abstention.
Honorable members, as a result of the division, 21 members voted for the bill, 6 members voted against the bill, and there was 1 abstention. The bill is passed.
A bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters.
The Honorable Leader of the House.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Wednesday, December the 10th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. And Mr. President, before you put the question, as a courtesy to members, we intend tomorrow to introduce and take through all its stages the summary offences amendment bill as amended in the other place. The bill itself has already been circulated, and as soon as we receive the amendments from the clerk of the other place, we shall circulate by email to the senators.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate will now adjourn to Wednesday, December the 10th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. All in favor say aye. Those against say no. This Senate now stands adjourned to Wednesday, the 10th of December, 2025 at 1:30 p.m.